go. That is, you're live, says YouTube.
Are you sure?
Yes, I am
We've
sure.
done this 2 weeks in a row now, Steel.
Go ahead.
Sure, we're live.
Go ahead and refresh.
I got no notifications.
Just keep refreshing.
There we are.
Just
there
keep
we are.
refreshing.
We're there.
It's there. It's live. We are raw and uncut. It's Saturday morning. You're backstage hanging out with Pong and Steel. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? How y'all feeling today? Hopefully, y'all like my luxurious skin and everything. So, brushed out the beard.
Glad you took out the filter. I'm glad you took out the filter.
Pong said I was looking so good. He thought I had filter on. See, that's what happens when you just got the juice, right? Right? Oh goodness. I did list the game for today as SD Gundam Battle Alliance, which I am going to talk about a little bit here. But I'll also be honest and say I didn't have like a stupid amount of time or shit. I try to prevent myself from saying shit, but I'm just going to say I didn't have a shitload amount of time to really get into any real gaming this week, unfortunately. But I did still jump into it. I do have some Destiny gameplay for us in the background today. Just because there was some Destiny news that was dropped this week too. So I just wanted to put that up there. Some good gameplay, more recent gameplay that I've recorded. I'm also moving some videos and things around. So there's that. And I have a lot of other gameplay, but I try not to like repeat gameplay here and always try to give you some of the newest gameplay that I got. So there's that. But hopefully you guys definitely enjoy that. Always have a good time with that. And again, I made a post, man. I know Sony last week, we talked about them. Well, that last week and the week prior, we talked about them a little bit, crying wolf and whatnot. But honestly, I know they say they may not have something that can necessarily compete with Call of Duty, whatever the case. And no, is Destiny the same name as Call of Duty? No, it's not. But it is still guaranteed that every time the Destiny comes out with new content, people are there day one. They flock back. So, if anything, also, please, ladies and gentlemen, let me know if I'm coming through clean. I feel like I might be a little loud. I can't tell though. So just let me know. Because if anything, I'll need to unplug and readjust my mic and then kind of go from there. So please, anybody in the chat, you let me know if everything is sounding good.
In chat, when Steel decides to mute me on purpose so he can take over the show, let us continue to let us know as he's done over the past 2 weeks. Thank you.
That's not intentional, but hey, if that's how he feels, I won't fight this battle.
Liar.
Mav says, you sound good. Still, thanks, man. I appreciate that. It's an important thing because I like, when people come to a show, that's why I try to let people know if their audio sounds awful or anything like that, because it matters, especially when you listen to it on the back end and everything. The things that matter. So,
Mav, how's my sound, man?
That is true. Please let us know.
Oh, Pong even sounds good.
Did you turn your gain all the way back up again?
No.
Okay.
Because I'm not using the app because the app is still fucked. So
no, I just wanted to make sure.
That. So wait, let me double check real quick. Make sure that didn't do it by itself. Hold on.
I mean, you don't sound like you're all the way turned up. It does sound like it's still trying to.
I'll bring it down.
Tap out, but because if anything, I can.
Let me know how that is.
That's definitely a little bit better. Let me see.
Bring it down more. I mean,
No. Bring it up some.
Okay, bring it up.
Yeah, bring it.
Okay. Testing. Mic 1, 2, 3. Steel Rain and Pong Soul taking care of your Saturday morning.
Ooh,
cartoons.
I think that sounds all right. Let me turn my mic up. One more time for me. Test.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Yeah.
Testing.
Yeah, that sounds good. Sounds good. Right. Notification works indeed. Saw Paystation is live, which looked funny. Oh snap! Hey, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, we definitely got to talk about that today. Sony rising prices. I know a lot of people were. I was listening to an interesting show yesterday, and
oh God, do I even want to know? Because because
Ah.
you always talk about going into the dark crevices.
I do.
You go into the dark crevices, brother.
I do like to go into the dark crevices of our community sometimes. Well, a lot of the times, just because I like to hear differing opinions, because a lot of the times when, well, like it or not, ladies and gentlemen, the common consumer, when they do tune into this type of content, that's the same kind of angle like they come from. Like I'll use my brother as a perfect example. No shade to him. But there's a lot of stuff within gaming that he necessarily doesn't know about or doesn't care about. And if it doesn't pertain to certain things, he'll just kind of blow it over. He'll just throw it away or whatever the case. So, so even for him, like if I bring up anything that's PlayStation or anything else, he'd be like, "Oh, PlayStation's trash. Nobody trying to play that shit. Those single player games, and they don't have no ecosystem." And it's like, even him as somebody who's not like, sure, he could consider himself as a hardcore gamer, but he's not listening to podcasts. He's not listening to gaming content. He doesn't do any of that. That's just his perspective based off of his gaming career, right? So it's interesting when you hear different people from different spaces of life have that conversation, because what I have always heard is either side of the spectrum, and these are coming from people who aren't directly involved. Like, it was a big thing with sports games back in the day with PlayStation, where people used to talk mad smack and be like, "Oh, you're playing sports games on Xbox, on the 360? Why? That shit's trash. It looks better on PlayStation 3. Okay, maybe, and that probably wasn't the case, but it was a mental thing. And then the same thing, it continued on to the PlayStation 4, and it was like a brand loyalty thing. And then here with all this recent news that we've been getting with PlayStation seemingly becoming the Paystation. Let me go ahead and set my phone to vibrate. That was you sending those messages. I was like, damn, who's hitting me up like this?
You already know who's hitting you up.
But yeah, I mean, when it comes down to this whole Paystation thing, I mean, I think it fits right in line with what you would kind of expect, but it's definitely some interesting conversations to be had around it. Again, it's all because of inflation. Sony had to raise these prices. So just keep that in mind. You want greatness, understand that you got to pay for greatness. Also understand that, again, you are a broke boy if you can't just eat the price. It doesn't make Sony any worse of a company, and it just makes you a broke consumer. So just keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. No, but to be honest, a lot of like the bark back that I was hearing from some of these other shows was just going right back to that. It wasn't necessarily like, and it was also funny because it seemed like a lot of people were trying to play a line, right? They were like, "Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Oh no, they didn't have to do it, but they did it. And they could do it because of these reasons." And it's like, okay, I mean, you can say that about a lot of things. Like my power bill, for an example. My power bill went up. That's also because my power is monopolized. There's only one company that handed out power in my area, so I'm kind of effed on that. So if they raise the price, hey, guess what? I'm gonna have to eat that price. I have no choice in that. Whereas with like in gaming, and the other thing too, that I was seeing a lot of comparisons to, it's like, oh, well, it's consumer market. People don't do this with anything else in their, with anything else they consume. It's like, oh, yes, they do. Everybody complains. Everybody has comments about it. Everybody talks about it. Again, treating the conversation like it shouldn't be an open conversation. The other thing too is people really jumping on the bandwagon of Xbox becoming a third-party company because of the things that Phil said, how their focus isn't necessarily just on how their focus isn't on the console, technically, a quote-unquote. I disagree with that, but there's just a little bit behind the scenes of what some things we're going to get into today. And I know some of you might have heard some of those conversations already, but the energy that we bring here is always going to be different from many other places, and then the way that we go about it, talk about it, and also involve you as the chat. For all those who are here listening into the behind the scenes part of the show. This is why we like to get you guys' involvement too. As we get into all the conversation about Gamescom, as we get into about the future game show, as we get into everything else, let us know how you felt about everything. I am going to try to play some trailers today, as many as I can. And I do have them all time stamped and everything, so hopefully that doesn't give us any issues and that goes smoothly. But it looks like we're going to have an excellent show today, man. Pong, how you feeling today? What's going on? I'm gonna go get one more drink quick. You want to talk to chat?
Okay. So now I can talk. You got me unmuted. Chat, what's going on, everybody? Big week. This is why we do this, right? This is why we're all in this community. Man, what a great week of news. Crazy week of news. It wasn't all good news. Obviously, with PlayStation deciding to live up to their name of Paystation. So we got a lot to talk about, but overall, this was like a mini E3 this week, which is absolutely crazy. I was hyped for Gamescom, but I know a lot of people in this community, even a lot of podcasters, were blowing off Gamescom like it wasn't going to be that big a deal. But if you were here with Steel and I, when we were talking about Gamescom, you would have heard me say that this one had a little different feel. With everybody from Xbox being down there, or out there, I should say, across the pond. It just really did have something special cooking. And Keeley was even excited. Keeley, for the most part, you're going to get something when he's involved, because he doesn't get involved in small time stuff anymore.
Right.
So, you always have a chance, but Summer Games Fest was kind of a letdown, right? We all kind of came out of Summer Games Fest, like whatever. But again, if Keeley's involved, there's always a chance there's going to be some good stuff. And that's exactly what we got this week. We got a lot, Steel.
We did.
We'll break down more when we get into it. But really, I thought this was the first time that it felt like when they were showing some of the stuff coming down the road in 2023. And again, let's just say it now, 2023, if 75% of
looks
what's
monstrous
already on paper, it's going
best
to be
year we've had.
Yeah, it'll be. Let's say the games turn out. Again, we don't know until the games actually get in our hands. But let's say the games turn out the way we think they're going to turn out from everything we're seeing, because now we're seeing gameplay. This isn't CGI anymore, folks. We're getting CGI.
Oh, that's all we saw, though, Paul.
Gameplay too.
That's all we saw was CGI trailers.
No, then you weren't watching the show, okay? but this is the first time where I felt like we were watching a show that was actually felt current gen.
No, it did.
Like almost all the games we were seeing, outside, of course, the indies and that kind of stuff, which always will be a mix.
Yeah.
We were seeing current gen only games, and they were starting to show that extra little shine that we were expecting out of these, amazing new consoles that we got. And that's what really struck home for me. So for sure.
Yeah, no, facts. That's pretty much exactly the same way that I felt. That's probably going to be one of the first things that we get into. Well, it depends. It depends how the show rolls. Mainly because there was the other thing too, before I start the show, because we do need to get started here. The other thing too is that I saw there was a ton of people downplaying it, saying that the show wasn't that great. People are giving it an 8 out of 10, and the show was a 2. And it was like, oh my God, here we go with what you guys want. As far as game wise, and just because they didn't have all AAA games there, it's a problem again, and it was mediocre. And again, Xbox, this is supposed to be mainly Xbox show and a bunch of trash Xbox games. And it's like, okay, man, whatever. However y'all want to feel, that's how y'all want to take it. To each his own, but me and Pong will be talking about this for a minute. So anybody that's here today, if you're not trying to hear no Gamescom talk, not trying to hear no excitement for games that are potential games, trailers, or anything like that, you might want to go sit down in the corner somewhere, maybe tune in to us maybe 2 hours from now, and we might be in a different topic. But
the rise of the East as well, Steel. The rise of the East that you and I have been talking about nonstop on Living Splitscreen almost since the day we started. What do we say, Steel? Get over there, Phil. Korea.
Yeah.
If you can't get into Japan, get into Korea, because that's where the new talent is coming from, man. And we saw some of that too. We're going to talk about that as well.
100%. Did you hear the music earlier when I popped it on real quick? Okay. I wanted to make sure that, again, because I did change some things just so that you'll be able to hear some things too, just in case. So hopefully that all works through Zoom. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and get the show started for our audio listeners also. So thank you all for tuning into the background, to the back end chat of Living Splitscreen, being tuned in early. Remember, you can only get this if you're here tuned in live, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. UK time to get that backstage talk where me and Pong just kind of BS, get the show set up, and then we go from there. So much love to you all. Let's get into it. Let's see. How do I want to do this? I could just flop back to the intro, come back. I could do a little bit of that. I think I'll just keep doing it the way I've been doing it. All right, here we go. And actually, I said here we go, and I didn't start recording. So here we go. Snap, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, good morning. How are y'all doing this fine Saturday morning on episode 70 of Living Splitscreen with one of your hosts, Steel Rain, also known as everywhere. I Steel Rain, that's T is a 7. Terrible intro, terrible flow, but we gonna bring it back in.
Let you come up with a new name for yourself. I'm like, also known as. I'm like,
also known as.
Steel's coming with something new today.
I wanted to throw in there, but you can find me as, but that's not what I said. So it is what it is. I gotta get the coffee brewed and get it into my veins. I think I might need just a straight shot into the vein of some caffeine sometimes, but neither here or there. I want to greatly appreciate you all for tuning in, not only if you're here live, but on the audio side of things. If you're continuously tuned in, because we are growing. Again, I have seen some substantial, if I could talk today, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, growth, at least on the audio side of things. We got to the point where we got at least 15 to 20 viewers tuning in weekly while listening to the show. So that's an amazing thing. I know it may not be a big number to a lot of people, but again, me and Pong haven't had a huge chance to sit here and just market the show and everything else. And I have had some more time here recently, but I haven't been able to just buckle down. And with other hobbies, man, that's the crazy thing. Real quick side tangent that I think people forget about. A lot of people have multiple hobbies. Gaming is one of them for me personally. Also like motorcycle riding. I just got a new bike, ZX14. So I've been trying to get that back, get that good to go. So me and the wife can have a good time on there. And just make sure that we're going to be as safe as possible. But motorcycle riding is one of my other hobbies. So is building Gunpla, as you can see in my background here. And when you have hobbies like that, it can be extremely time consuming. I don't know if anybody's worked on cars before. I know Pong can relate to this, but if you've worked on cars before, you could translate that into working on bikes, and everybody knows anything that you say that's supposed to take 15 to 30 minutes, for whatever reason, it always takes 3 hours plus. For whatever reason, it always, so unless you take it to a mechanic, it always works out that way. And I never get it. It's like, oh, I'm gonna go outside, I'm gonna do this real quick. Like, for an example, I'll give you a little bit of behind the scenes, not gaming related, but I was trying to put a license plate mount on the bike. I got to reposition it, put it in a different spot because the bike has a little bit of a stretch on it, so it is a little bit lower. So I was putting it in a different spot. I was expecting for that to only take me a little bit of time, and we're spending almost all day on it. So there's that. Needs to say, I was supposed to get a lot of gaming in yesterday. I didn't, but I will probably end up spending my time to do that today, just to take a break, relax, and because it's been a heck of a week for sure. Kids back in school, for those who can relate to that. That's always an interesting adventure. I know for you, Pong, you've stepped back into that game, picking up some of that responsibility and everything. And you've had an empty nest for a little bit, and the empty nest is not so empty anymore. So I definitely know you can relate to a lot of those things. School, food, just dealing with kids. It's different, man. And but yeah. So neither here or there. I do, for the audio listeners, again, you guys got to come in and check us out live. I have gameplay for you every week. This time I do have some Destiny 2 gameplay. It wasn't intended to be for me to play this today. I was going to have some SD Gundam Battle Alliance, part of the reason why I put that game in the description, but I just didn't get any time to really record it. I do have about 6 hours of playtime in it, but I just didn't get any time to really record. It was in spurts, up and down dealing with kids, and it was just easy for me to jump into the game, pause it, jump back out, do a mission, jump back out, do what I need to do, and then kind of go from there. So with that being said, I do think this is going to be the perfect time to say shout out to the Midweek Mix-Up Collective for continuously sponsoring us here at Living Splitscreen. Love you guys, and much appreciation for continuing to show support. Also, for everybody that's tuning in live, we greatly appreciate your support as we are on the road to 1K. Again, we got some more gameplay from Callisto Protocol, and I'm telling you right now, I'm not buying that game day one if we don't get us to 1K. Because I want to stream it for you guys live, but I'll probably hold off if we don't hit that 1K block. Because the more we're getting from that game, the more crazier it's looking. And, I just saw that guy shooting that whatever it is, that monster, and it wasn't dying. And it was already giving me anxiety that I got from the first Dead Space. So, and this one is going to be 100 times worse. So, it's going to be interesting. But with no further ado, I do have to introduce one of the most uncanny gentlemen, not only in these YouTube streets, but actually a friend that I have come to gain within the last couple of years here, a few years going on. He is the uncanny gentleman who is not Cyclops, the X-Men, Pong Steel. What's going on, man? How you feeling?
I feel great, Steel. I'm feeling great because it's Saturday morning. I'm here with you. We got all these amazing gamers in the chat joining us today. Yeah. We had one hell of a week of news, both bad, but a whole lot of good too, right? And it was good to have finally a week where people stopped talking about $70 games for a change. Now we had another argument continue about pricing and all this kind of stuff due to the news this week, but overall, community shifted focus, and because Gamescom showed up, as I was talking about pregame, and actually became a mini E3 this week. It really did feel like a mini E3 with all the new stuff that we got to see, all the new games that we got to see. We got to see gameplay from a lot of different things, on top of the normal teasers and CGI and stuff. Hell, we even got a brand spanking new podcast from Kojima announced, which absolutely floored me, man. My God.
That was probably the most exciting part, right? I saw that and I was like, oh, you can end the show right here. I don't need anything else. Yeah. That's what I was here for. Why did you have
anything else, Keely? Why did you have anything else? Exactly. All you needed was Kojima to announce his podcast to stop the world in its tracks.
I think we would have good.
That was absolutely incredible. No, just again, this is why we do this, Steel. And again, we go through weeks. We've been through weeks with not a whole lot going on. We get a lot of get some help segments. Not that we're not going to have any today, but because there's nothing else really happening. But we always find stuff to talk about, obviously. But again, nothing major. But this week was just absolutely from Monday on. Hell, we even had a fake report yesterday of Amazon buying EA that got everybody stirred up for about 5 minutes before it was shut down.
Well, maybe it's not a fake report, but
let's just put it this way. It makes a lot of sense, but at the end of the day, whether or not that's actually going to come to fruition, we're going to have to wait on that one. Right. But just overall, again, the excitement level of what's happening in this industry and where this, the golden age of gaming right now is going, we're starting to see more and more of that. And it seems like we're back in that flow again, obviously coming into end of summer, into the holidays. This is what we expected before everybody takes off basically all of December into January, where we go through another dead period. But right now, this is prime time Steel. And let me tell you something else, because I'm going to talk about what I've been playing this week, right? Listen, let me start here. Mav and I had a big conversation about this on PM and the PM to start off the show, and I'm not going to go into huge conversation here, obviously, but listen, Battlefield 2042.
Yeah,
deal.
I heard that talking about it.
Yeah, listen, Mav and I, along with Jasper and some other members of the community, because you're not ready to download yet, Steel. You're not ready to re-download it, but I'm going to try to convince you, man. It's time. It's time. Battlefield 2042, we put in about 9 hours last weekend of Battlefield, and flawless, near flawless. I won't say flawless, near flawless. And it's starting to feel actually like Battlefield again, which was one of the main problems. We had a lot of fun, and we had our moments while we were playing. We said this from the beginning, Steel. Whenever we hopped in there, we still had a good time. We had our moments where it felt like the old school Battlefields again. The work that they've been putting in, and we kind of made fun of DICE, because they had, or EA and DICE, because they had come out and announced already that they're, Zampella is now in charge. They're already working on the next iteration. Battlefield 2042 is not going to be the baseline that they're moving forward with, more like as a games as a service. It's not going to be their main game. And so we kind of made fun of them because we knew that they had probably removed a lot of people off of 2042 to get working on the new one. And we thought that this was a skeleton crew. And then we had the new producer, a new lead come out, and she did a whole interview where she said, that's not the case. We're working hard on this game and blah, blah, blah. And we kind of made fun of it because we're like, yeah, right. Come on, stop giving us the line. What I will say is whatever part of the DICE team is working on 2042, they are putting in the effort. This is not just hey, we're going to try to band-aid this thing and just kind of get it to a stable spot before we abandon it. They're really putting effort into this. And we're coming up to the end of season 1. And I, as everybody here knows, I bought the $120 bundle, and that's why I re-downloaded it, because I got the first season battle pass for free.
Season 0.
Yeah. So it's actually season 1.
Yeah, no, I
know. But so I jumped back in because of that, because I wanted to see what they had done. And listen, it is phenomenal. It really is. I know people have lost faith, and I totally understand. And if you're one of those people that, again, used to enjoy Battlefield, but this was the last straw, I get it. I'm not going to try to tell you differently. I'm not going to try to convince you in any way, shape, or form. That's your total right. And I do understand why you're saying that. But for those of you on the fence, you can find Battlefield 2042 for really cheap. I think it's on sale in the Xbox store right now. You can get it for, I think, like $30.
Yeah, it's like disrespectfully cheap. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah. You can get a Best Buy for, I think, like $23 right now. Def Leppard, shout out to Def Leppard. He jumped in with us on his trial period and had such a great time playing that he went to GameStop and picked it up for $8 used.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Listen, for those kind of dollar amounts, Battlefield 2042, if you're a fan and if you want to jump into a first-person shooter before Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 comes out, or get that Battlefield, because they're two distinct shooters. If you want to have that Battlefield experience, you can do this with confidence right now. They've done a massive overhaul on this game, and it's only going to be more. They announced season 3. They are bringing back the class system. So they're still going to have the specialists.
That's when I'll come back.
Yeah, they still are going to have the specialists, right? But they're going to break them out into the classes. And they're going to have class-specific equipment and skills. Yeah. And I agree with you, Steel. I agree. I've said that from the beginning, that the specialists were okay, but that's not Battlefield. You take away the purpose of Battlefield,
and you take away, because we've already come into an era where everybody wants to play the same. Battlefield is not Call of Duty. You don't pick the same guns, you don't do the same things, you don't try to just get kills. That's not what the game's about. If you're a support class, you're supposed to be playing support, or people are going to talk smack about you. If you're a medic, you're supposed to be healing people, or people are going to talk smack about you. You're going to get reported and things like that. You know, having it broken up is definitely going to be an attractive point for me again, but it also kind of leads right back into that mindset, like, damn, well, here's another Battlefield where we've had to wait for it to be fixed, for it to be okay. And
yes, Steel. And that's why I was saying.
Honestly, I know you were saying like, hey, if it's $30 right now, because somebody was asking in chat, hey, well, is it worth buying now? I mean, if the game came out at $30, I would have said, yeah, it would have been well worth it. No regrets, perfectly good to go. If Pong would have been able to pay half the price, I'm sure he wouldn't have had. I mean, sure, he might have felt a little bit about it, but it would have been easier to eat versus you expecting one thing, right? Because that's what me and you both were expecting. We had high hopes. We had, you know, we gave them a lot of leeway to really step out and shine, and they didn't, and we ate that as early players. And but I do think that the game at the time was like worth $30. So if you could pick up the game right now for $30, it's 100% worth it. And at least to me. From the last time I played it, I'd say it's worth $30. I mean, again, you've been playing it more recently, and you're saying it's feeling even better. And I know they got a scoreboard now. Again, like these are little things that you would be like, oh, they should have been had these things, right? Which is why,
for sure.
Which is why me and Pong had a problem. We had a lot of these problems before. Why we've been vocal on it. Why we're not just going to let it die, because Battlefield is near and dear to in my heart, and bringing the classes back is a for sure way to at least get me back in and be like, okay, well, what are we working with now? Because there's nothing like Battlefield, honestly.
Yeah, and they, again, that's why I said, for those of you who are done with Battlefield and just absolutely wrote it off, I'm not going to try to convince you differently. I totally understand. Like Steel just said, this is not acceptable. Okay, no. How it came out and the constantness, and this isn't the first Battlefield game, as Steel just said.
It's every game since 3.
Right.
Least.
That's why we gave it leeway. And again, it's not excusing it, because it's not okay that EA forced the devs to put this out. Again, for those that don't remember, the devs asked for more time for Battlefield 2042. They asked for 6 months, and they were given 3 weeks. Okay. So again, this is on EA's higher ups pushing this out the door, because they knew that DICE could fix it, because that's what they always do with their games. But now it's been too many times. It's again, it's Chicken Little, the sky is falling, calling too many times, and nobody believes them anymore. Right.
Yeah,
and
Cry Wolf.
And it's fair. Yeah. The boy Cry Wolf, I should say. But it's fair at this point, because this is not the first Battlefield to do it. In fact, we've done this now for about the past 4 or 5 Battlefields as well. So,
and that's a problem, man.
But all I'm going to say is, you can find matches. The matches take less than 30 seconds to find on average. So there's people playing this. For those of you still on the fence who say, I don't want to spend any money. Hey, listen, if you're Game Pass Ultimate, they're eventually going to have to get over their egos and their stubbornness and drop this into EA Play. It's gonna happen.
See, and that's my biggest thing too, because if you really want to win back favor to your consumer, you need to drop. It needs to be dropped in the service. It's too late. It's too late to try to ask people to spend money on the game. No, drop it in the service, and let's see how that player base bounces back. Because at the same point, there could be something said about you continuously investing in a game that people don't want to invest time in anymore.
Right.
So it's like you really need to gauge your engagement. And again, I'm not part of the studio, so maybe I'm just ignorant, don't know nothing. But I feel like that would just be common sense to me. And for them not to have done this,
it's a higher up decision.
But for me though, that's what makes it worse and makes me like, do I really want to jump back into it? Because it's still showing me, okay, you guys still don't get it, like.
No, and like I said, Steel, I totally understand why people have really resistance to doing it and to jumping back in and even showing any kind of support for this game. But again, I'm just letting you know, if you've had thoughts about doing it, and there's a lot to play, and that's another problem with Battlefield these days, there's a lot to play. So you got many different avenues you could take if you want to go find something to enjoy right now. But what I will say is, if you're thinking about it, do it, jump in, give it a try. I think you're going to really like it. They're continuing to work. Yes, would I've liked to seen a big expansion like Pacific that we got in Battlefield 5. They're not going to do that. They're piecemealing this out, so we're getting one more map for season 2. We're getting a new operator, which looks amazing. Charlie Crawford is his name. He puts down a mounted turret and lights people up. Looks absolutely incredible. We're getting 2 new vehicles. We're getting some new weapons on top of it. All of that is free. They've got the free portion of the battle pass, just like all your other battle passes that you're used to. And then they got the premium battle pass if you want to jump into that. I think it's $10 or something like that. I don't know, it might be 20. But Mav is enjoying himself enough that he's actually going to buy the battle pass for season 2. So that's where we're at now with this game. And they're continuing to work on the old maps. We're going to get updates for the old maps as well. They've listened to all of us and all our feedback and everybody in the community who has been talking about, hey, these maps are too wide open. They're too barren. There's a lot, again, it's a sniper's haven a lot of times. They're adding cover. They're changing some of the control points. They're doing a ton of work on it. And from what we saw, you can go watch the season 2 trailer. And you can, they also put out an update trailer for the roadmap coming up with the classes and that kind of stuff. And they actually show what they're doing with these maps. They're doing massive changes. Again, they're not just trying to band-aid this. They're really trying to fix this game. So I'll wrap it up. I just wanted to say that that Battlefield 2042 is playing extremely well right now, and it's worthwhile. It's worth your time to jump into it. The Battle Pass feels extremely rewarding. They've got it set up really nice. If you jump in now, season 1 is still up. That Battle Pass, there's so many weeks now of different of objectives and missions to complete that you're constantly opening up new levels on that battle pass. Almost after every single match, you're opening up something. I jumped in again 9 hours last weekend. I went from level 20 to level 50 last weekend in 9 hours. Damn. So it felt really, really good. Now I've completed a lot of everything that I needed to complete. So now it slows down a little bit, as to be expected, obviously. But again, season 2, I think I'm going to get the battle pass as well. And I think I'm going to be playing Battlefield through season 2 because it's fantastic right now. And then the other thing I posted on Twitter, obviously a lot of people know my love for Atlas, my love for JRPGs, my love that they actually now are back. To have that Atlas logo pop up on my Series X.
Soul Hackers 2?
Yeah, Soul Hackers 2.
I saw people saying some good stuff about it, man. It's good. Yeah. It's good. It's getting some love, man. It's good. That's getting some love for sure.
It is
beautiful thing to see.
Is it Persona level? No, you got to remember this is another spin-off. It's nowhere near as big as Persona by any stretch of the imagination.
That's good though.
It is a spin-off of Shin Megami Tensei, which I talk about all the time as well. But just the fact to see an Atlas game, brand new Atlas game, coming out the same day that everybody else gets it on the Xbox was huge for me, man. When that logo popped up, and again, Atlas, I said this last night on Xbox Ultimate. People always wonder because not a lot of people in the Xbox community probably haven't played Atlas games because they haven't been out since 360. And even then we got very limited games. People, what's so special about Atlas? Listen, Atlas has such a unique style with their art design, with how they create these worlds, with their characters. It's like a Square Enix game. When you look at a Final Fantasy game, you know you're looking at a Final Fantasy game. You're looking at a Square Enix game, right? They have a very classic style that we've all gotten used to, that you can point to that and say, yeah, that's Square Enix, right? Same thing for Atlas. When you fire up an Atlas game, there is no mistaking it that you're playing some kind of other JRPG. You're playing an Atlas game. And as far as even if this is a smaller spin-off title, and for people wondering, it's not 100-hour big game. Okay. So if you're worried about that, people have been completing it between 30 and 50 hours on average. So this isn't a gigantic JRPG, hundreds of hours sinking like Personas are. This is going to be a shorter experience. But even though this is a tiny spin-off game that doesn't have this huge fan base like a Persona does, they still put top-notch quality into the voice overs and all that kind of stuff. And whether you're doing, I now switched it over to the Japanese. I started out in English the other night. I switched it over to Japanese for just a short period last night before I went to bed because I want to check it out. Both sides, whether you want to listen to the English or you want to listen to Japanese, top quality acting, top quality. Phenomenal acting. So if you're looking for a JRPG and you're wondering about Soul Hackers, I think it's in the 70s on Open Critic. There was a couple reviews. If you go look at the lower score reviews that should be thrown out. I mean, you already knew these people weren't going to enjoy this game. They should not have been reviewing the game. It's nonsense. Okay, this is so far, and again, I'm only like an hour maybe total gameplay here. But it's so far, I can see this being an 8.5. It's type JRPG. Really cool concept, really deep. Love the stories. Already falling in love with the characters already. Ringo, the girl that we've all seen from Soul Hackers 2 trailers,
right?
She is phenomenal. It's all right away. Still, like sometimes JRPGs, you got to kind of work into the character, and you kind of be like, okay, what's this person's deal? With Ringo, straight out the gate, man. Everything she was saying, how she spoke, yeah, instantaneous connection, man.
That's perfect.
Just super cool character. So yeah, that's the other thing I want to talk about because a big deal to have Atlas on Xbox finally after all these years. It's been a long time coming, and we all know we're getting the Personas into Game Pass, Persona 5 this October.
Right.
If you're looking for one right now, jump into Soul Hackers 2, show that support, show that love to Atlas, because this is a good thing right now. So really, really good week of gaming here, Steel, for sure. So what have you been up to, brother? I know you've been playing some Warframe. You've been doing all sorts of craziness. I know you got to talk a little bit about the Gundam coming. So what's going on, man?
Yeah, man. I mean, again, it hasn't been too much. And real quick, Kate 6 says Battle Pass 2042 is not free to play. Shaking my head, basically. And
nope.
Look, man,
you do get a free Battle Pass. You do get a free.
You do get the free version. You do get the free version, and I definitely get you. You're paying for a game, and then also paying for the Battle Pass on top. I definitely get you. Unfortunately, the only thing that I have to say, if you don't feel like it's not worth it, don't invest in it.
You still there, Steel? Can't hear you, Steel.
Oh my mic is still here, but it's randomly disconnecting for whichever reason.
Okay, all right, cool. I thought I was going crazy here for a second.
So I
was the one.
I need to figure out why it's doing. It's been doing.
Hey, you're gone again. All right, folks. This is now the Pong show because nobody can hear Steel, including myself. So I'm just going to look at his beautiful face and watch him try to fix this. Can you hear me, Steel? Yeah, audio went away. Can you?
I don't know. I don't know what it is.
Oh, now you're back. Now you're back.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, man. For whatever reason.
Yeah. Yeah. Now you're on regular mic. Now I can hear you on your headphone mic. If you're there. Chat, can you hear me? Just let me know you can hear me, because then I'll just keep talking. I'll take over the show. That's fine. I can be a one-man show while Steel messes with his stuff. Let me know, chat. Let me know that you can all hear me, and then I'll continue talking here for Steel. I'll tell you about Gundam, even though I didn't actually play it. I'll just make some stuff up. Here's some movement, Steel. Okay, cool. So you guys can all hear me still. Awesome. All right. So what else can I jump into here without jumping into the main topics? So, again, let me know, chat. Let me know up front. Let's do a little poll in the chat. Why don't you guys throw your scores? Not everybody likes to do scores, but if you had to score this week in terms of Gamescom, in terms of what you got to see this week, how are you feeling about opening night live? And if you got the chance to watch the Future Game Show, not everybody watches the Future Game Show, but throw up some scores in the chat here real quick about what you thought, how this week was. Hello? I can hear you a little bit. I can hear the computer keep going too.
Oh.
Yes.
All right. Can you guys hear me now? No, my mic is definitely plugged in properly. But for whatever reason, because I had to get some extra USB ports. I don't know if it's because it was plugged into there and it's causing issue. It was causing issues. I don't know what's going on with it. I'll do some updates and things later on to see if that fixes it. But I noticed that it was an issue here recently, but it'll happen and then it'll go away, and I'd never have a problem with it again. So that's my fault, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Looks like a lot of people are saying that it was about an 8, 8 or B. Yeah. Nick said I didn't see enough. Yeah. He's depending on us for the recaps. Psycho says SD Gundam Battle Lines is okay. I didn't give it 100%. Well, I mean, again, I don't believe in buying games that I'm not going to give 100% to. So I definitely feel that.
Yeah, lots of 8s, man.
Yeah, lots
that's
of 8s.
Where that's where I was.
I think I think that's about where both me are and you are at. So that's going to be an interesting conversation to have as well, because again, the conversation that I was seeing was a lot of people saying that it was average, it wasn't good, they don't know what was there, there was no content there, no games were shown, we saw a bunch of CGI. That's a lot of what I've heard, and that's why I was getting real excited to get into Saturday, because I was like, bro, seeing the first Descendant started the day for me, and everything else, it was like I was on a roller coaster ride. Like the first Descendant, like it took me up the track, and I was, you got the momentum building, get the anxiety up there, you get to the top, and then it was just downhill, and I was like, oh yes, let's go. Yes, was everything perfect? No, but I think I think it's gonna be a lot to talk about. So
yeah, and then we even got Steel talking to we got the first Descendant, which actually wasn't officially a part of Gamescom, but it kind of started off things. Right. And then we got a new Wo Long trailer yesterday after Gamescom, right? Which was really strange that we didn't. Wo Long, what they showed yesterday would have been amazing at Gamescom opening night live, right? 100%. That would have been amazing to see that. So yeah, we kind of bookended all of this with 2 freaking phenomenal games that are coming out next year, and it's going to be ridiculous. And yes, Doom, we did see Atomic Heart. We will be talking about Atomic Heart 100%, because they officially said yesterday on their Twitter account, they are still aiming for the end of 2022. Wow. Yeah, if they make that mark, insane. That's coming Game Pass day 1. That's going to be one hell of a way to end this year. Yeah, in Game Pass. So 100%. Yeah, we will talk about that. But yeah, Steel, you're sounding real good now. So
okay, good. Well, just to get back into what I was going to say about SD Gundam Battle Alliance.
Yeah, get back into your shit.
SD Gundam Battle Alliance. Again, it's a Gundam game, so if you're not a mecha fan, you might not necessarily get it or be into it or like it or whatever the case may be, because it definitely plays off of a lot of the anime. So if you don't have anything to pull into from reference from there or whatever, it may be some issue, but it also does very well introducing if you've never been exposed to it. Essentially, just a little bit behind the story behind it. It's basically taking place in another timeline. You're going through history, fixing these things known as breaks, just to correct history as it should be. And as you're doing these breaks and you're fighting these different mechs and everything, Gundams, but it's not just Gundams. You get other mechs too. But as you go through, you unlock different mechs, you unlock different Gundams, and then you have the chance to use those Gundams, level them up. None of them level up. So not all of them level up together. They all level up individually. So you do have to kind of do the work, go in the background, and use every individual mech so you can level them up. But other than that, I mean, that's the only main issue that I could say that I probably had. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say that's an issue either. But other than that, it's just an action game. Melee based action game. There's some shooting to it. It's really cool. I do think that the aim assist, well, not necessarily the aim assist, the target lock on system leaves less to be desired. There could be a lot more done with that. Hopefully that could be kind of patched out, because it's not as tight as maybe we could be used to per se. And I agree 100% Sour Blow. We do need a good current gen Zoid game. I think that'd be super dope. And I think if it were along the lines of like the Transformers games, Fall of Cybertron that we got, if we can get a Zoid game in that same aspect, I think that'd be super dope. But needless to say, It is somewhat of an RPG, but it's not really. Again, you are taking your individual mechs, you're leveling them up. It's more so, hey, you pick your favorite mechs that you want to use. You can build up a team, or you can go into co-op, have 2 other people drop in there and fight alongside you, and you just level up your mechs and have a good time, play through the story. That's pretty much the end of it. Boogeyman said, I was distracted by doing some installs, but I heard the word Gundam. What Gundam are we talking here? We're talking about SD Gundam Battle Alliance, which just came out on the 25th, I believe. It's a action-based RPG game. I was thinking it was going to be more so like a Musu fighter, kind of like in the breadth of like Dynasty Warrior, where it's going to throw a lot of enemies and stuff like that at you. It's not like that either. But there is a good level of difficulty there too, so it keeps it interesting. It's not super easy. It does still take some talent. You still got to learn the systems, the mechanics. It's another one of those games that, again, for me, as somebody who has an interest in that, again, I got Gunpla right here. It's something that I'm going to be necessarily interested into. So it's definitely going to be harder for me to recommend to other people, unless you're a mecha fan. So there's that. But other than that, I definitely have been on Warframe here recently. Again, I'm going through the Steel Path right now. Basically what the Steel Path is, it's like playing the original, like clearing out the original worlds and everything, going through the missions, except it's on a much higher scale. So the enemies are all leveled up. Most of the missions you got enemies that are over a level 100. So you going through this, you have to make sure that you got a good build, you know what you're doing. It's not for the weak. It's one of those things to where you have to clear the star chart initially in Warframe to even get access to this. So, Sourblow asks, question for Steel, do you like Code Geass and why is it the best anime? Yes, Sourblow, I do love Code Geass. Code Geass is actually one of the GOATs for me personally. Not just because of the mecha side that did draw me in when I saw that, but there's also not a ton of that in there. There's nobody better than, currently, I would think, Lelouch is a mastermind, man. I love Lelouch. The next best thing I'd probably say on that same level would probably be like Death Note, just because of Light was crazy, but there's so much craziness to happen to Death Note, bro. Like, but I think Code Geass is of that same cloth. It's all mental games and taking that aspect of like the government and fighting back and uprising. It's so many dope things that they throw in there. So I love it. Yeah, exactly. Sick. Code Geass was 40 chess, the series, 100%. That's all that man was doing, thinking 10 steps ahead a lot of times. And he would tell you all the time. That man would be like, oh, you couldn't beat me because I saw 3 steps ahead. I was like, oh, okay. General Spartan says SD Gundam Battle Alliance is extremely fun. I've been enjoying it. Yeah, man, it's a good game. I've been thoroughly enjoying it. I've been wanting to get some gameplay on it. It's been a good game to just jump in and out of when I got some time. Other than me really playing Warframe and building out my frames, getting that leveled up. Other than that, that was pretty much it that I've been into. With that, I guess.
Yeah,
let's get into these upcoming games, man.
Let's do it, because we got a lot to talk about, brother.
We do.
We got a lot of games dropping this week too. So we're definitely gonna talk about this.
Let's get to it.
Yeah, we got a lot of stuff coming out. So big and small.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get into these upcoming games so you guys can know what you need to be anticipating for, what you need to be excited for, and what you might have interested in. Let's get into it.
Yes, sir. So we are going to be starting August 29th. There's no games on August 29th, but that's when the week starts. So let's get down to it. Number 1, August 30th, we have Destroy All Humans 2 Reprobed. Yes, everybody, the reviews have been dropping for this game. There's been some interesting reviews. You want to go read an interesting one? Go read Push Square's review. Why people review games that they're not interested in, I still don't understand. That's one of the biggest problems that's happened in this industry. But
it's their job, Pong.
Listen, yeah, but if you're gonna hate the comedy that comes with Destroy All Humans 2, then don't review it, please. Just
But
don't.
It's their job, Pong.
Yeah. But anyways, I like to destroy all humans. Again, I got too much to play, but I love these back in the day. And I again, if I find some free time, I definitely will go back and play these games again. I think they're absolutely awesome. I think they're fun as hell. They're just, again, nothing serious here, folks. Nothing.
I used to like them back.
Yeah, nothing serious, man. But that obviously is coming out PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, Xbox One, and PC. Interesting enough, it doesn't list PlayStation 4 here. I don't know if that's real or not, but whatever. Developed by Black Forest Games, published by THQ Nordic, of course. So check that out August 30th if you're loving some Destroy All Humans, man, for sure. And then we've got Immortality. This is a console exclusive for Xbox, coming this week to Xbox Series consoles, PC, iOS, and Android. Immortality, for anybody who does not know, is from Half Mermaid Productions. This is a narrative-driven live action game. So again, it's not going to be for everybody, but this is some really unique things in here. And the guy who made this also did The Life of Her, I think it's called. 3-Bits, like one of his all-time favorite games. Okay.
Oh wow, okay.
Or The Story of Her. It's a Story of Her, Life of Her. I apologize. But anyways, the mechanic in this game is you're trying to figure out what happened to this actress that disappeared, who was in Hollywood, and they put her in all of these clips from like her movies or her stage productions, or even like when she's like on a Johnny Carson show.
Oh wow. Okay.
And you have to go back through, and you can actually go through the clips and find clues to what happened to her. And they all kind of fit into this big giant puzzle. So listen, go check this out. If you're looking for this style of game, this one is extremely, extremely unique. Go watch the trailers on it. Go watch some of the behind the scenes. I've been kind of really looking forward to this one. And I believe this one is dropping into Game Pass day and date as well, so no risk. But go check out Immortality. It looks very, very cool, in my opinion. And again, I know it's not going to be for everybody, but it is definitely one that I'm going to be downloading when it hits, and checking it out. And then another one people have been waiting on. See, I told you, we got some stuff, man. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the Cowabunga collection, man. Yes, it is launching PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. 1 to 4 players, the classic games.
Yep. It'll be good to come back, especially off the hype the last this most recent iteration got. So
heck yeah. So again, more Teenage Mutant 100%. Ninja Turtles is always a good thing. So that is dropping August 30th. And then we got Tinykin coming out, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC on August 30th. This game, listen, it looks cool as hell. It looks like Pinkman. It looks like they copied Pinkman. But you got to go collect these little dudes. And then they got to help you get out of the levels, right? You got a puzzle solve, but you got to collect all these little dudes and get out of the level. So it looks awesome. Splash Team is the developer. Tiny Build is the publisher. Tinykin is looking really cool.
Yeah.
Again, not gonna be day one for me, but definitely gonna be on my wish list that I'll get to eventually at some point.
On your radar.
On my radar. And then Ooblets is coming out. Xbox Series, Xbox One, Switch, and PC September 1st. Ooblets. Listen, I don't know what to say about Ooblets, but it's by Glumberland. Okay, it's a simulation game. So go check out Ooblets if you're into Sims. Interesting art style. Let's put it that way. So Ooblets on September 1st. And then all you fighting fans out there, man, let me tell you. Listen, again, I'm not a fighter guy because I don't want to learn all the moves. I just like the button mash. And I love the stories when they come along with these games.
Right.
And I just love pulling off. I will put it on the easy level so I can pull off the specials with one button click. Listen, that's just me. But all you fighting fans out there, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure All-Star Battle is coming. And listen, on PlayStation 3, this was one of my favorite fighters for sure back in the day. Yeah, I love JoJo's. I love JoJo's. I love the uniqueness still. I love the art style. I love everything about it. The characters are so freaking weird and cool. And obviously the anime, we both know what the anime's out there. All right. So JoJo's Bizarre Adventure All-Star Battle R is coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC on September the 2nd. And then I watched a trailer for this the other night because it popped up on my Xbox.
Okay.
And I didn't even know what was coming out. Lego Brawls is coming out. PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One. Yeah, go check it out, man. The video looks really cool.
Again, Lego is Lego, if they come out and this is a fighting game that ends up being pretty good, has good net code and everything, it could be another one that could really blow up, because I can really see Lego just going over the top, because Lego could come out with a racing game right now, and as long as they let me build my cars like I used to be able to on the Nintendo 64, I think they have a gold mine they're sitting on that they're not taking advantage of.
Absolutely, 100%. But like you said, Steel, now that we've got like multiverses out here and stuff, the net code, again, these types of games have a lot to live up to nowadays. You can't mess up. We saw it with Nickelodeon, right? Nickelodeon tried to do their version before multiverses came out, and a lot of people were excited, but it sucked. It was terrible. Like like everything about it was broken. I guess I saw it on sale already for like $9 somewhere the other day. It doesn't work nowadays. You can't come out with it lacking in some of the regular features that we should have in fighters, especially. They've got to be good. Otherwise, it's going to fall apart real quick. But this looks really cool. Lego Brawls.
Yeah, it looks fun.
Absolutely awesome. It's coming September 2nd to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, One, Switch, and PC. And then I actually was already out way back in 2019 on iOS. That's crazy. I'd never heard of this. But I saw it and I thought it looked pretty cool. Made in Abyss, Binary Star Falling into Darkness. Look, any developers out there are having a hard time with titles, I will do it for a lot cheaper than anybody else. Okay. I will find you a title, because that's a mouthful. Like that is crazy. Yeah. Made in Abyss, Binary Star Falling into Darkness, coming to PlayStation 4, Switch, and PC on September the 2nd. And this is a role-playing game developed by Chime and published by Spike Chunsoft. Now, I love Spike Chunsoft published games, so I haven't seen anything on this, but it's not coming to Xbox.
I'll tell you what, with a name like that, it really, it just might be an Eastern game.
Yeah, correct. That's translated in English. Correct. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought about when I was reading it. And then to end your week on September 2nd as well. Well, Steel. The Last of Us Part 1 is coming out. The one that we've talked about considerably here and all the other shows. It is going to be here, PlayStation 5. So the remake, remaster, whatever you want to call it. Hey, it's coming and it's going to be big. There's going to be all the people that are capping for it are going to go buy it. Going to spend their $70 for a game that, yes, visually, obviously has been upgraded. Obviously built from the ground up, that part of it. But gameplay wise, and then of course, to Steel's point, no factions. So not a full game in our opinion. But it is going to be here and it's going to be big and people are going to be posting about it. So Last of Us Part 1, again, Last of Us for me, Part 1, top 10 all time. Top 10 all time. I love that game to death. I love it. But if I had a PlayStation 5 right now, I would not be rebuying it.
Oh, wow.
Not at $70. Not at $70. If it dropped, like I said, $30, $40, yeah. But not
it's
at
coming,
70.
and it's coming to PC also.
Is it coming to PC also?
That's what it says.
Okay.
It's PlayStation 5 PC. Oh no, it says in the release date it says to be announced. Sorry.
Yeah. That's what I thought because
But it's being planned to come into PC.
Oh, of course, that's why they're doing it. You know that.
But yeah,
that's a big portion of why.
Yeah, I don't. Again, I'm not gonna get into it. It is what it is. If you want to support it, great. Holla at you guys as a magnificent thing. Support Naughty Dog and what they do, but no, I'm not. It's just disingenuous to me. And again, I just feel like it's so contradictory when PlayStation people try to come out and like defend like the price of the PlayStation going up and inflation and everything else, price of games, and then spending money on this game. It's just like value subjected to the. I mean, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. If this is valuable to you, hopefully you enjoy it. I've seen some people with some early access codes already, and and they're flaunting it, and people saw a lot of people who were excited about it. And I don't want to downplay y'all's excitement. Be excited, that's great, but it's not worth $70. And at the same time, who am I to say that it's not worth $70? So,
no pocket watching here, man. Do your thing. Do your thing. Like I said, for me, $30-$40, and I had a PlayStation 5, I'd probably be in, because I do love The Last of Us that much. So, and it does look gorgeous. I mean, again, the graphic upgrade is definitely there. Anybody still downplaying the graphic update? Look, stop.
No, nobody should be downplaying it. I mean,
but people have been. It is like stupid. Looking ahead to Steel next week. Just gonna give everybody a heads up in case you want to re-download this. And again, it's not a game. I'm gonna jump back in. But just kind of looking ahead next week. Biomutant, for all of you that own it, it's getting that current gen patch. So PlayStation 5 and Series consoles are getting the patch for Biomutant. If you listen to me and Steel way back when we started this, we were on the Biomutant train. The Biomutant is an underrated gem. I know it got a lot of flack. People hated the opening first hour, 2 hours. But once you got into that game, a really, really fun, cool game, man. Really, again, I think it's worth it. You can probably pick it up for super cheap right now. But anybody who has it already, I was just letting you guys know ahead of time. If you need to re-download it, get ready because the patch is coming next week on September 6th. So, or 2 weeks, I should say. 2 weeks on September 6th. So get ready for that because I'm going to be hopping back into it.
Yeah. Again, if you guys haven't played it, Biomutant is definitely a solid game. I would definitely check it out. And it's not something to miss out on, especially with it coming to it getting its update for Series X for current gen consoles. It's a beautiful game, man. Definitely play it. Have a good time with it. Get lost in the world. Enjoy it for what it is. They've done a lot of updates to it. You can actually tone down the narration by a lot.
Yep.
I know that was a negative for a lot of people. So
Mav.
Mav was one of them. It wasn't what I was thinking of, but
yeah, Mav hated it.
But yeah, that can be turned down. So I think it's well worth it. At least give it a shot for sure.
Absolutely. And that's this upcoming week in games, Steel. So we are done with that.
Nice. Whoa. It's always good to know what the upcoming games are because again, I don't see this content getting put out by very many other people, if anybody at all, letting you guys know, hey, this is what you can kind of expect. And I know a lot of people are like, oh, well, it's only podcast people and the Twitter people that are only listening to our show. And me and Pong have a little bit of a bigger vision than that. I know we may not get thousands of views or tens of thousands of views or whatever the case, but in a situation that we do, we want to make sure that we are handling our show in the way that we want to present it, and that's giving our community or the community and gaming overall as much information as possible. You know, not only what's upcoming, but like later on in the show, which we missed the opportunity to do last week due to personal reasons. While we also do This Day in Gaming, because you kind of get that, hey, this is what we're getting. Now look where we came from. You know what I mean? So, and I always love that duality of it. It's always a beautiful thing. Always gets me excited every Saturday because when we get those subjects that come up, those reminiscing and also just getting excited for the next title. So, always a beautiful thing. With that being said, though, Pong, where do we go from here? Where do we go from here, man?
Where are we gonna start, brother?
Hey, man,
there is a lot.
Let's start with something small. We can kind of build up the smoke a little bit.
Okay, all right.
So let's start with Saints Row. I don't believe me or you have played it.
Nope.
So we're gonna come from, I can be completely honest and say, we're gonna come from a outside looking in perspective. I'm not gonna throw any shade on Saints Row, but I will say it does look like to be some of what me and Pong expected. As far as it being, and again, we haven't directly played it, but as far as it being mediocre.
We're not allowed to talk about it like this, Steel, because we haven't played it.
I don't care what people say. We can form opinions about games by just looking at their gameplay and what they're showing us. And when you see people review it and everything, you can tell whether it's going to be something that's for you or not. And I know that people are having a wonderful time with it and everything else. So
and again, preface this, Steel. Prefaces. This is our opinions, our personal opinions. Right. For us, we're not telling anybody else what to believe or think at all, ever. We're just giving personal opinions here. So,
100%. Just a personal take, again, outside perspective looking in. For me personally, and I pass it off to you, but maybe you share the same sentiments. It looked like exactly what I was expecting, and I'm not interested. I don't want to play it. But again, that's also a me problem because Saints Row has never exactly been that for me. I can admit that 2 and 3 were good games, but the other thing too is that I think it was 2 actually that actually got the same Metacritic as this one got. It was rated very low. Not a lot of people liked it, but Saints Row 2 is known as a good game overall. So there could be a huge space to where maybe it is good underneath it all, and I just have to experience it for myself. But from what I've seen, I have no interest in it. The world doesn't entice me. The driving doesn't entice me. The gameplay doesn't entice me. The shooting doesn't entice me. It just, again, I know Saints Row was always trying to be the GTA is not serious either, but playing off of GTA, just like the same way True Crime used to do back in the day. But I do feel like within this title, Saints Row lost a little bit of its identity from what I've seen. Now, again, people are going to have their own kind of feeling towards it. A lot of what I've seen is people say, hey, it's a good time to just jump in, fuck stuff up, and then move on. It's kind of how I've always felt about Grand Theft Auto. That's kind of how I've always felt about Saints Row. So it leaves less to be anticipated. I'm not excited for it. This isn't it's not even something that if it came on the Game Pass, that'd be like, yeah, let me play it. No, I don't care about it enough, personally. And from everything that we've seen, it seemed to reflect some of that. But again, it's going to be to each their own, because I know a lot of people who are into Saints Row, who like what they see, who like getting into the open world, blowing stuff up, customizing the vehicles, because they do have some in-depth customization as far as that goes. It's just not enough for me, personally. Yes, and Dune Reaper, you're exactly right. Games aren't all about graphics, and yes, the game does look good, but not for me. 108 Dragon says, just because it's the same way and it's the worst optimized game in history, but people love it. Exactly. I mean, again, people are going to have their own kind of thing. I could be somebody that says that I think SD Gundam Battle Alliance is a good game. And then other people are going to say, oh, well, I don't like Gundam, so it's not a game for me. Again, it's all going to be about perspective. Instead of playing Saints Row, I chose to play Gundam Battle Alliance, and that's the game that I would rather spend my time into, because I saw that gameplay, I saw other things about it, and that's what interested me. And me as a gamer, as I've mentioned here all the time, I know what I stand for, I know what I'm confident in, and whether something's going to be for me or not, and I don't feel like that's for me. Now, Pong, from what you have seen, because again, like you said, got to preface this with it, but from what you have seen, has Saints Row kind of proven to you what you were already expecting, along with some of the scores that we've seen? Again, no, the scores don't matter, to each their own anyway. But just throwing that as part of the, because regardless of whether people want to throw it in the conversation or not, oh, it's pointless. It is still something that the typical consumer is going to look at, for those who may not be as involved in the community or whatever the case. So we still have to consider it in some form or shape. How do you feel about what you've seen? Again, from Saints Row.
Yeah. Listen, again, I knew from the beginning. Okay, let's start this way, and I've talked about this before. I might be in the minority, but I actually enjoyed the characters in Saints Row. Johnny Gat and the crew. I actually enjoyed the story. I actually did play it for that. I didn't play it just to mess around in a sandbox. It was never that for me. The characters actually were fun. The characters were a big part of it. We can debate all day long the humor. We can debate all day long if that would work in 2022. All that kind of stuff. But for me, Saints Row was one of those edgy games that pushed the limits. We kind of see that now with High on Life, and we'll talk about this later too.
Yeah.
Steve. High on Life is catching a lot of flack right now. Okay, a lot. It's crazy.
Really?
Okay. Yeah.
I didn't see any flack.
Oh yeah, go underneath the IGN comments. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Listen. Yeah. So for me, that's why I enjoyed Saints Row. I like the edginess. I like the stupidity that a lot of people go, come on, man. Come on. You never took Saints Row seriously. No, of course not. I didn't take Saints Row seriously. Yeah. But it's still a big part of what drew me into the game. And the minute they started showing the new Saints Row with the characters, I was like, I'm done. This is not for me. And again, I've said from the beginning, I hope this finds a brand new audience. I hope that some of the old fans do like it. I'd love to see Saints Row continue. I'm okay with, at this point in my life, when things change and are no longer for me. Do I wish that it would have been still the old Saints Row, like the devs talked about when they came out and said, well, we're going to go back. We're going to get in more into that gang feeling that the old Saints Row had. Look, these characters, you think these characters like a gang? Are you kidding me right now? Look, this is just, we're living in this weird time frame where some devs try to go back and capture the old feeling, but then sanitize it so much that it becomes generic. And for me, that's what Saints Row. I watched Mav stream, and shout out to Mav. Mav's one of the ones having a great time with it. Yeah, he streamed the first 3 hours. I think I was at work and I watched him for the entire 3 hours. I had it in the background while I was working. And for me, the gunplay does look good. It looks Saints Row. The action is there. The over-the-top action. Yeah, the over-the-top action is there. I know most people have, at least on console, most people are saying that the bugs that the reviewers were talking about, and shout out to ACG, who did a fantastic review of this game. I retweeted it out. ACG, one of the top reviewers out there. Again, for me, ACG breaks it down in the best way possible, and he is fair across the board. He doesn't get his games for free, and if he gets a code, he buys it anyways and then gives away the code. He is straight up. He's a straight shooter as you can find out there as far as reviewers go. And he was playing on PC and had tons of bugs. So I heard that the console bugs were nowhere near, and I've seen people in the chat already mention those bugs are nothing. But again, for me, when you sterilize a story, when you make it so PC, and yes, there's still some things that they try to get edgy on. But again, I'll make a small example here. There used to be the car shop in the old Saints Rows were called Rim Jobs. Okay.
Yeah.
Rim Jobs. They turned it into Jim Robs now. And they made the dude his name Jim Rob. Okay. Look, come on, man. Come on. Let's again, and everybody can sit out there and say, oh, that's just stupid, whatever. Why do you, again, it's the overall feel of Saints Row. And again, I might be in the minority who played the old games. That's why 1, 2, 3, I'm playing the remaster right now, is still good, but they started going a little bit over the top, whereas 1 and 2 was much more grounded, as much as grounded can be in Saints Row. 1 and 2 were much more grounded for me. 3 got to the point, but it's still freaking awesome. The remaster is really good. But then 4 was when they really kind of jumped over the edge. I still had a good time, but at that point I was like, look, the aliens and all that kind of stuff, not for me. I still had a good time in there, but it lost some of the Saints Row feel. And I was hoping they're going to go back. So again, when you sterilize something like this is exactly what I expected. Again, I hope everybody that has the game is getting their money's worth and enjoying the hell out of it. I can always say, hey, it's just moved beyond me. It's nothing I'm not going to play anymore. I got plenty of other things to play. But unfortunately, the way that this game has come out and the negative press has come out, I think that they're going to see really good initial sales. I just don't think this game's going to have legs at the end of the day. There's too many people out there saying, nope, they've they've gone a route that I just don't enjoy. I don't like these characters. I don't want anything to do with this. The story's stupid. And I think that it's going to have some nice initial sales, but then it's not going to have the legs. And like Jez put out in a tweet, he said this could be the end of Saints Row. And I think it could be too. If it doesn't hit the marks that are needed, this is not a good look for Embracer Group and THQ to come out this way with a reboot like this. As far as the critical stuff goes, it really wasn't. The devs have also been extremely divisive with the community. I deep dived, I went down a rabbit hole a month or two ago and looked at the Discord stuff. Scorched earth, bro. Scorched earth in their Discord. Like, they were not having anybody come in, even with valid criticisms at all. Their mods were destroying that community. Really? Absolutely awful. Yeah. And one of the devs have been out on Twitter this week, pushing back against any criticism. Again, I know there's nonsense. I know there's stupidity out there. Just the hating the hate. I get that. We talk about that all the time, the hate train. But at the same time, there were some valid criticisms that this dev was out there slandering people over. That's not how you're going to do it, man. That's not how you're going to win over anybody. That's not how you're going to bring people back into the fold. I don't like any of that stuff when it happens. I don't like it on the side when gamers do it, and I don't like it on the side when devs do it. So for me, it did turn out the way, like I said, from an outside view, I think the gameplay would be fine. I think if I got it for free, I would probably play around with it for a while, just to see. But the gameplay looks fine to me. It looks like a Saints Row game, all that kind of stuff. But the characters and the story, no thanks. Nothing I'm interested in. But again, everybody else enjoying it. I'm all for it, man. I hope this continues, and I hope they do come out with another Saints Row. But like Jez said, I think this is probably the end of Saints Row, which is sad because Saints Row back in the day was, even, Steel, you didn't have the biggest, attraction to Saints Row. For a big group of gamers, Saints Row was the alternative to Grand Theft Auto, right? That a lot of people looked for, including myself. Again, when I started getting kind of tired of the Grand Theft Auto formula, Saints Row was there, right? And it was, kind of lived up to that, at least through 3 for me. But I've got the remaster. I've got the 3 remaster. It plays awesome on my Series X, having a blast going back through it again. So I've always got Saints Row 3 remaster. So I'm okay. I'm okay with it. So.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely true. You could definitely go back to the older games to get that. But I do agree with you. The main thing that separated Saints Row from Grand Theft Auto was more so that gang mentality. They were playing a lot more off of the gang stuff. And it was a lot more, the world felt a little bit more involved because of that. And it just felt like there was so much more going on. It's kind of like what I expected to see from Cyberpunk also, which they did end up patching and updating so that it would feel a little bit more aggressive. So when you were doing things throughout the city, the cops were responding to you, or other gang members throughout the city would respond to you and everything. So it's something to be worked on. But again, just because it's not for me doesn't mean it's not for you, and hopefully those who are enjoying it are thoroughly enjoying it.
And that's the big thing. Steel and I never trash stuff just to trash stuff at all. We don't fall into that hate train at all. And I don't go on Twitter and tell people who are enjoying the game you shouldn't be enjoying this game or any of that. That's garbage. That's nonsense whatsoever. I think Steel and I just want to touch on it real quick because it was a big topic earlier, because this was kind of a big release that everybody was looking forward to, because we don't have many big releases right now. So Saints Row got extra attention because people were looking for the kind of that game to be playing, and I think that a lot of people jumped into it for that, as a fact. So it was just something interesting to cover at the end of the day. And I think that I just lost my train of thought. There was something else I was just going to say. Man, I just lost my train of thought. Sorry. Continue on, Steel.
No, but I mean, that was pretty much the main thing. Like 108 says in chat too, I'm not a Saints Row fan like that, but it's okay. Exactly, man.
Yeah.
It's not like we have to be a fan of it. It's not like we all have to love it. But there is also something to say about when you have IPs like that and you do want to see them to continuously live on, they do have to do well in today's day and age for them to continuously get those iterations, or at least so they can.
That's what I was going to say, Steel. You just reminded me. Thank you, sir. You just reminded me. I was going to say the interesting part to this, though, and we talked about this last week when we were talking about Embracer Group and stuff. Right. It is going to be interesting because this could be that first scenario of one of their more expensive titles coming out and not getting the critical acclaim, and seeing how Embracer Group as a corporation responds to the team at Volition not having, again, I think they're going to have decent sales. They said their pre-orders were ahead. They were like 118% above what they expected. So they were ahead. But if this game doesn't have legs, if it's just initial push because people didn't have anything new to play and they went out and bought Saints Row, but after this and we get into, heavy release, from the end of the year through 2023, which we already know is going to be absolutely insane, and Saints Row disappears, how are they going to respond to this team? What are they going to do with this team? Are they going to let this team continue? Are they going to, again, we don't know. And that's the one thing I said, as excited as I am for what Embracer Group is doing, I said with this many IP, this many devs, over 120 dev studios, and 13 or whatever it is, 12,000 employees, 13,000 employees, what do they do when they have one of these big releases that doesn't meet expectations? How do they handle that? Is it an EA situation where they close the studio and disperse the devs to other teams? What do they do going forward? Or do they say, you know what, you guys missed on this one, but get back to it, see what you guys can do with the next one? How do they handle adversity? Well, this is kind of their first test right here. So it's going to be interesting to see how this works out as we go through the next year or two with Volition and see where this stands at the end of the day. So that is an interesting part.
And Gogol brings up something. He says, I kind of blame Embracer. Nobody there wanted to make this game, it seems. I'm not going to say that because, again, gaming as art and should be treated as such. And when every dev is an artist in there, and I can guarantee that they put their best foot forward to try to put this game together in the best way possible. They're not necessarily the story designers. They're not putting everything together and trying to make it this masterpiece. But they are trying to make it a masterpiece as far as the overall visual quality of the game, the performance of the game, the mechanics of the game. And as long as those things are hidden, that's the main thing. And I don't know. It is, like you just brought up, that's the main reason why I wanted to bring it up, is because it is going to be, I think this is going to be one of the first things that we can kind of see and look at Embracer and say, all right, how are you guys going to really handle this? What is the point of this? Because the other question is, I saw this going around, is that people, Embracer gets IPs. IPs go to Embracer to die.
Or to be rebirth. I look at it as a rebirth.
Yeah. I mean, it could
like a final shot, kind of like a final shot. Yeah, I can see that. Like a final chance to hit again, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I mean, I guess we'll see. Again, nothing negative about the game for me personally. It's just not for me, and that's okay. We talk about that all the time. Not every game is for every gamer. But if you guys are having a fun time, like 108 also mentioned, the legend himself, Yobi, is having a fun time with it, and that's what's up, man.
And like we always admit, Steve, well, at least I admit as a grazer too, I like games that people absolutely despise, right?
Yeah,
so there's been plenty of games. Agents of Mayhem is a perfect example. I like Agents of Mayhem for what it is. People hate that game, and it got terrible reviews. And again, that was kind of the start of them trying to reboot in a different way, and it didn't work right back in the day. But I go back and still play Agents of Mayhem, and I still think it's a fun time. So again, I am no one to sit here. I'm not a snob when it comes to games at all. So again, the hate train is not a part of this show. And again, I saw 108 and stuff go back and forth, and Fahim talking about how this community can be way too critical. Yeah, Steel and I talk about that all the time. Again, gamers nowadays like to complain. We are entitled beyond belief. And that nonsense, I don't agree with whatsoever. That's why you don't see me on Twitter, bashing Saints Row or anything like. I don't join in on that stuff. It's just an honest opinion that it just. I think they went in a direction that I just can't get with at all with this game. But again, for everybody loving it, have a blast, because again, Saints Rows are that sandbox. They are fun. And Just Cause, like 108 brought up before. I love Just Cause.
Yeah, and it's just mayhem. Right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Over the top. Absolutely. It's crazy. I mean, Just Cause is another one of those. It's just like I have no genuine interest in it, but I can't admit that it does look like it's some fun. And you can run around and get crazy. I mean, grapple hook the planes and hijack them, and I mean, look, can't deny that it looks fun. So, exactly like Half-Life says, everyone has different tastes or opinions about video games. I never judge a game based on the Metacritic's reviews. Right. Exactly. And the more people that we can get like that, again, like I preach here all the time, you have to know what you stand for as a gamer. You have to know what you're into, what you like, what you favor, because all those things matter. So.
Yeah, and let's be real too, Steel. It's easy to say that, but nowadays, unless you're an extremely lucky person, or I shouldn't say lucky, unless you're an extremely successful person who has a ton of disposable income, that's a great way to look at it. But for somebody like me who likes so many games, there's no way I could buy all the games. So sometimes
that's the other thing too.
Sometimes in real life, you do have to use other people, watch videos of people playing the games, look to people like, your favorite reviewers. Like for me, ACG is one of the top ones for me that I can go to and trust. You got to find those spots too, because I don't have the ability to just go spend $60. And if it's not the game for me, oh, well, I just dropped $60. Oh, well, I can't do that. Right. So I do have to make decisions. And so I do have to look to other people to kind of help me through that. Even if at the end of the day, I'm one of those people that have played plenty of games where the reviewers absolutely have slandered it. Right. And I'm like, I don't know what you guys are talking about. This game's awesome. Right. But again, there is moments where we do have to use other sources to decide whether or not we're going to invest in that game, because it is an investment.
That is a reality. And that's part of the reason why I always speak on games the way that I speak on them, because that's exactly what it is. I don't, when I get games, I don't want the feeling of regret. That's why I don't get regret when I get games. I don't regret them, because it just makes no sense. If I regret something, that means I didn't do the research to make sure that I had interest in it. Now, it's completely different if I get 3 hours into the game that I was interested in and say, damn, no, this is ass. That's different. You know what I mean? But everybody you have to establish that from yourself.
Yep, exactly.
And 100% Dune Reboot, people got to stop taking someone's opinion as a personal attack. Exactly. That's the other thing too. I mean, again, I think that's the same thing that we're seeing with like High on Life that you were mentioning, Pong. Again, I didn't see a lot of that, but I can believe it because the one clip that I seen that I didn't think it was over the top. I thought it was hilarious. But like the scene where they killed the kid. I thought it was funny.
Which is not a kid. But I found out last night from Fuzzy on Xbox Ultimate Steel. I don't know if you heard this. If you share that clip, Twitter will take it down.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because he says he's a kid in there.
Yeah, I mean, as he says,
come on, man. Come on, man.
He said again. He says
he's an old guy, but we were getting soft.
He says he's a kid. He's whatever the case may be. Like again, at the end of the day, it's a game.
We're getting soft.
Nobody's saying like just because you killed that kid in the game doesn't mean that you're gonna go out and kill kids in real life all of a sudden. Like that's not how that works. High on Life is going to be a true test. It's going to be a true test to how people receive games, because it's especially Knifey, bro. Like he's not playing about that, like that sensitive shit. Like he's like, oh, let me stab these fuckers. And like as soon as you pick him up, he's like, oh, let me stab these fuckers in the fucking stomach. And it's like,
the other one was I'm gonna cut your asshole out.
Yeah.
Yo,
like what?
But like I said, Steel, he sounds like me playing.
Yeah, no, he does. He definitely sounds like Paul.
Yeah, we'll get to High on Life though for sure. Where do you want to go next, Steel? Where do you want to go next, brother? Where are we?
I don't know, man.
Man.
We just kind of came off of the heels of Saints Row. I mean, if you do want to get into some of the High on Life stuff just to get it out of the way, or we can lighten it up and tell some of the people what they should be excited for as far as like what Gamescom showed and everything else. Maybe pull some pics out of there and then kind of go from there. I do have a lot of those announcements and everything there. So
yeah, we can do that. I got my notes. I'm old. I still take notes on paper while I'm at work watching these things. So I'm ready to rock and roll, man.
So
my loose sleeve.
This week, Gamescom did end up happening. Gamescom is interesting because a lot of the time we don't expect to hear the biggest announcements or anything major or anything like that. A lot of times, to my belief, it's mostly Xbox run. There's a lot of Xbox content that's usually there, so it's another opportunity for Microsoft to put some things on display. A lot of us weren't expecting to see a lot just because traditionally there hasn't been a lot there. But this time around is part of the reason why I also named the show is Gamescom the new E3, because this show, when I watched it live, and I watched it with Mavin and the guys, Jasper, I believe too. We watched it live.
Psycho.
And we watched it live, and I was thoroughly impressed, man. Like, there was a lot of games, and I'm going to just go kind of run down the list real quick. These are the games that stuck out to me, and the reason why I took this list of games down is because a lot of people were saying, and then when you start, what I'll do is I'll mention my picks. Then when I pass it off to you, Pong, I'll kind of go through the games that you mentioned to give people like gameplay clips of it all and everything. But just to kind of go through my list a little bit and everything, and I made a list because a lot of people were saying that there wasn't anything there. Hey, there was no games that interested me. I didn't care about any of that. It was whack. It was a 2 out of 10. It was a F. What was the point of this show? Again, we got more stuff. We got CGI trailers. To me, I don't know what people were watching, if they might have been paying attention. I don't know what was going on, and that's neither here or there. But to me, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, about 8 games that I pulled out of just that conference. And yes, some of them we have known of for sure. So I guess if you don't want to throw that in the conversation, I mean, it is what it is, to each their own. But this is to kind of give you a little bit of my list. So for Gamescom, I'm just going to kind of go down it. First, it started with the First Ascendant. It wasn't part of Gamescom, but it was shown earlier on in that day, and it kind of set the stage for what the rest of Gamescom kind of led into. But the First Ascendant, that looked really dope. Had a really good time. Another third-person action multiplayer game. Atlas Fallen looked really fun. That looked really dope. Another aesthetically pleasing game. Looked like the gameplay is going to be fire on that one too. Gotham Knights, we got some more gameplay on that. They showed a lot of Batgirl. They actually showed other outfits of the characters, which I thought was really dope. But it was a more enticing gameplay, at least for me. Especially it looked to me more of along the lines of the Gotham Knight series, the Arkham Knight series, excuse me. So that's always a good thing. Where Winds Meet was another one that is top of the list for me. We got some more information about it, and currently it's only listed to be coming to PC, but that may change as we get closer to the date. Who knows? If Xbox starts expanding more out into the East, that could be possibly thrown in there, or maybe Sony sees it and that gets thrown in there, part of their what they got going on. So that's going to be interesting. Phantom Hellcat was another one that looked really interesting. Callisto Protocol, we got some more gameplay of that. I will say the only thing about Callisto Protocol is that it looked very staged. Again, you had this big fan in the middle, blender or whatever the case you wanted to be. It was basically a blender because he kept throwing the enemies into it. It got really repetitive. Like, the only thing I hate when people show off gameplay and then don't show off variety. Because the point of you showing off the gameplay is to get people excited for it. When you do the same thing over and over again, like, I get it the first time, the second time, the third time it loses its luster. So I feel like they missed a little bit of opportunity on that, but it does still look good. The other thing too, Lies of P. This game is coming to Game Pass. This is another game that I was planning on getting day one when it released, but I don't have to. Because it's coming to Game Pass, which is an amazing thing. It's a beautiful thing. Lies of P is supposed to be based on the story of Pinocchio. I saw a lot of people saying, they're just using some old story and trying to make a game out of it. Here we go. This is going to be lame. But to me, some of the other things that we heard previously too was this was going to be a form of like a Bloodborne successor in some ways. And from a lot of what we've seen, that's what I get from it too. Someone who I never got a lot of a chance to play, to invest some time into Bloodborne for sure. I probably only have about 3 hours into Bloodborne, if anything, on PlayStation 4. But it was all right at the time. It didn't hit for me as hard as the Soul series did, but I can also say I didn't give it a fair shake. So there's that. But Lies of P looks extremely interesting. Again, I had mentioned this during the show. If you guys want to watch that, when we went live about it, I was extremely excited about it. Just from the combat to the enemies to the aesthetic to just everything looked super amazing to me. And the fact that it is coming to Game Pass, I feel like it's one of those things that Xbox looked at Elden Ring, saw the success from Elden Ring, and said, hey, what other games are out there maybe of that ilk that we can maybe throw in the Game Pass to possibly drive some numbers? Because again, with Elden Ring selling 15 million within the first 3 months of release or whatever the case may be, it does set a new precedent for those types of games. So that's why you also see because we recently, it wasn't part of Gamescom, but we also got some more information about Wolong Fallen Dynasty. So when you see games like that, why you see a lot of people are getting hyped for that too, and I think it's because of that Elden Ring train really amped things up. The other one was Word Song. I might be saying that wrong. Weird Song.
Weird Song.
Weird Song. It's a new game. It's coming from Bethesda and Obsidian devs that worked on Fallout 3, 4, 76, and New Vegas.
BioWare.
Yeah, and BioWare. And they also worked on Outer Worlds and Dragon Age Inquisition, where you throw that BioWare in there. It's supposed to be a fantasy adventure set in Portugal during the Middle Ages. The game also draws an inspiration from Elden Ring, and draws inspiration from Elden Ring. So there is that also. Was that, I think Atlas Fallen was the one they were in the sand and everything, right? Where they were,
correct.
The weapons were shape-shifting and everything.
Yes.
That was super dope for me. If you end up bringing that up again, I'll end up popping that up here.
Yeah, for sure.
So we're
going to have basically the same list here, Steve.
I'd imagine. Because everything else was kind of like indies and some small things, which were cool to see too, but these were the highlights for me. So, and then other than that, of course, High on Life, I thought was another thing that amped it up for me. A lot of people said that it looked kind of bland. Oh, the boss was doing the same animation over and over again. And it was simple and it didn't look, I mean, again, it was just a little slice of the game. They have shown more gameplay after, different snippets, different gameplay portions, and where we have gotten some of the commotion from, I'd assume. Like what I mentioned about the whole killing a kid thing, which is technically not a kid, but whatever. But some of that came from there too. It sold me on the game. I'm not a huge Rick and Morty fan, but I am a fan of when games don't necessarily take themselves so seriously and that they can have some fun, right? Where it's like the game is being interactive with you as the gamer, where it's just like me and Pong, like when we were playing through the Ascent and we're talking to Poon or whatever, and he keeps saying, and he keeps talking about it. Like, we don't care nothing about what Poon got to say. But when he says Poon out, we know it's Poon out. You know what I'm saying? So, didn't care nothing about the character for real, but Poon out.
Right. Poon out. Love that, man.
You know what I mean? And he said some funny stuff, and there was a lot of other funny commentary that would happen in that game that we really enjoyed. And I can also say that it was some corny pieces or whatever. But again, High on Life is aiming to do something that a lot of devs or a lot of IPs are kind of are pulling away from, and that's taking a risk. Putting themselves out there again. If you've seen Rick and Morty, you can kind of expect what kind of content can be there. If you've seen Family Guy, if you've seen American Dad, if you've seen Simpsons, if you've seen South Park, you should have some kind of idea of what they're trying to go for here. Which I can also understand why some people might not like that kind of thing. They may think that's corny, or there's other ways to be funny. I thought it was hilarious, but I like dark humor also, and I know that's not for everybody. So I guess that's where that drops there. So Pong, as I get some, some gameplay and trailers lined up and everything, what's really stood out for you for Gamescom? Was it the kind of like the makeshift E3. I know you mentioned a little bit about that, because the hype wasn't there for it. Again, we were expecting for it to be average, and I personally feel like it was quite above that. So, what did you think?
Yeah, no, like I said, I was on the train. Again, I thought this one was going to be special. I thought this Gamescom had a little extra spice to it, just from everybody being out there. And again, Keeley even came out and talked about it beforehand in a tweet and said, "Yo, we're gonna have some surprises for you guys this year." So for me, this wound up turning out to be closer to a mini E3 than even I was excited for this. I thought it was going to be better than the normal Gamescoms, which we've had some good Gamescom. There's been some announcements at Gamescoms before, but I thought overall we just got a whole lot more this time, and it turned out to be closer to that mini E3. Whereas, when I was talking about it, I'm like, well, I'm not saying it's going to be like E3 or anything like that. It actually turned out in some aspects. I think opening night live for Keeley was better than his Summer Games Fest.
Yeah.
Again, I thought this Summer Games Fest had some cool stuff in it, but I thought this actually was closer to what I thought Summer Games Fest was going to be at the end of the day. So I thought this was fantastic. His stage was amazing. Again, you could think what you want to of Keeley. Again, the Lives of P showing up as PlayStation's most anticipated.
That was funny. That was funny.
Weird, funny, but this is why Keeley, and that's why I said I was in the chat living vicariously through you guys. I said this is why Keeley does get the flack that he does.
It's intentional, bro.
Yeah, whether it's intentional or again,
it was 100%. It was 100% intentional, bro.
If it is, then he deserves all the heat, right? I said Keeley should never ask again why he gets heat, okay? Because that's one of the reasons why. It was a strange moment, but I thought this was really good. There was some, again, the Kojima podcast thing was like, bro, what are we doing? Oh my God, this is so Kojima and Keeley. Like, this is ridiculous.
Unnecessary.
The Mini Cooper Pokemon car, like, okay, you got to pay the bills, Keeley. I get it. You got to pay the bills, but okay. So there was some pacing issues here, but overall, I thought this was better than his Summer Games Fest. I loved everything that we saw here. Like, there is so much in here, Steel. And again, it's because I get excited for games. Even if I can't play them, like even if they're not going to be on Xbox, I still get excited to see what's coming in the gaming community, right? And what's coming to us. And so I just found so much in here, Steel. It's ridiculous. Again, our list is going to be very similar here. Look, let's start off from the top here. Dune Awakening. Dune Awakening, to me, again, it was a CGI trailer. It's a survival MMO, which I was not expecting. Yeah. Hit or miss on survival MMOs. Again, I don't sink my life into MMOs. So for me, it's always going to be one of those things like, okay, how much time am I going to put into this? But what the CGI trailer did show, and I'll say this overall again, because I think we talked about behind the scenes a little bit, but so for everybody listening now, later down the road, what really, really hit me about this entire show, and Dune Awakening started it off that way, was we are starting to see current gen looking games. We're starting to see the appearance creep up when it comes to graphics. Again, this is just a CGI trailer, but this CGI, this character models, look at the hair.
Yeah, this isn't back in the day either, like where you saw a CGI trailer and you knew the game wasn't going to look that way.
Yeah.
Now it's like, it might look that way.
Survival MMO kind of says, nah, we're gonna see a little downgrade.
Specifically.
But just the character models here, the detail, the attention to detail, and all of this really feels like we're starting to see current gen come to life before us. And this is just the beginning. Again, for the past 2 years, it's been kind of like, well, we get our Forza Horizons where you can see the difference. And you can be like, okay, I can see, the tech here. I can see that we're getting better, environments and that kind of stuff. But we haven't seen those games that really push yet. Right. Now we're starting to see it. First Descendant, obviously, is another one, which we got to get a trailer up on that because it looks amazing. But Dune Awakening definitely for me was like, okay, I want to see what this game's about. I'm interested in jumping into a survival MMO. I'll jump into it. I won't give my life to it, but I'd certainly jump in and check it out, depending on, how it comes out, where it comes out, and all that good stuff. But this was really cool way to start off the show because Dune is hot right now. Again, I'm an old school dude, so I like the old school Dune. Right. But Dune is an underutilized, amazing franchise that could be. We've got an RTS that is out already, and now we're getting the survival MMO. So that was cool. Callisto Protocol, again, even though I'm not going to play this game, Steel, even though I'm not going to play this game, I don't think this was their best showing. Out of the showings that we've had of Callisto Protocol, like you said, it was kind of samey in a lot of ways. And maybe it's just because we have seen so much already, but the game looks so gorgeous. Really looks really cool. Again, I'm not going to be playing it. Hopefully, if we get to mission 1K, Steel will be playing it live for me and I can watch him stream because I'm not going to do it. I think this is, like I said,
Dead Space. It's
Dead Space
creepy.
is my limit for the most part. Like I can get through Dead Space, but this takes it a whole other step, and I just don't think I could do it. But Callisto Protocol looks obviously awesome. The Lords of the Fallen. This is a reboot. Look, all they did was add the in the title. Yeah. Okay, which is kind of funny. Lords of the Fallen was a AA gem that some people liked, some people hated, didn't get critical reviews. It had its problems. It's been on sale nonstop. You could always find it like $5. That was during the Xbox One generation. And it was like a Souls-like game, but obviously quality-wise, people had issues with it.
Right.
The fact that they're rebooting it, again, golden age of gaming, we're seeing games come back that we just didn't think that we'd ever see come back. So they're rebooting the Lords of the Fallen now. And I know some people, again, it was a CGI trailer. This one we didn't get any gameplay out of.
Right.
But obviously they had Danzig playing in the background, which some people hated and said, why did you put this? I loved it. I love it, bro. Metal and this kind of dark fantasy always go together for me, man. So I love that they threw that in there. But again, just cool to see them bringing this back again and giving it another go, because now that Souls games have the audience that they do, if they do this one right and technically, or from a technical side, it comes out really, really well. Look, you're going to have a built-in fan base. People are going to check this thing out because it does have a lot of Demon Souls to it. It does have that feel to it. There was even some people I saw in the chat while you guys were playing, co-streaming it, that thought maybe it was some type of Demon Souls game, right? So very interesting. I just love the aesthetic. I love everything about it. Again, even if it turns out to be a game that I'm not going to put a lot of time into, I think it's awesome that they're bringing this one back. So that it looked really cool. Hogwarts Legacy showing. Again, not the biggest Harry Potter. I like Harry Potter. Not the biggest fan, though. But again, this game, every time they show Hogwarts Legacy, it's one of those games, Steel, that just gets a little bit better and a little bit better, man. I think that this is really going to be a big, gigantic hit when it drops next February now, right? February is when they delayed it to.
Though, you got to keep in mind, though, there is an exclusive mission on one side of things.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up. I thought we were done with the exclusive content BS. Especially, and we'll talk about it later, obviously, with the price increases and stuff. What is Sony doing here, man? What are we doing? What's WB doing agreeing to this? I know it was probably just a part of the marketing deal that they have, but to give an exclusive mission to one side, bro, come on, man. We're going back to the 2000s here, man. Come on, let's be done with this shit. This is dumb. If you guys want to pay for marketing rights, all that kind of stuff, if you want to have early access stuff like you do with the Call of Duty, fine. I could care less. Go ahead and do that stuff. But to have a full mission for a popular franchise like Hogwarts, obviously from a business side, I understand why you do it. Don't get me wrong. Hogwarts is going to be huge. But man, come on, man. This is just dumb. But Hogwarts does look better and better every time I see it. It's a game that I'm definitely going to be interested in. Again, we're going to have to see how 2023 plays out. There's so much coming, especially February. February is an absolute nightmare right now for gamers. It is a traffic jam. I don't know how everybody's going to, a lot of these games are going to be wait and play later, a lot of these games, but Hogwarts has me interested. It looks really good. So I was happy to see that there. Dying Light 2, you don't have to play the trailer still if you don't want to. Dying Light 2 DLC. Steel and I got to get back to it. We've got 50, 60 hours in Dying Light?
Yeah, probably.
2, somewhere in that neighborhood. We got to get back to it and beat it. The reason why I'm bringing it up is because along with the DLC announcement this week, they also announced that they are bringing FSR finally to the console versions. They're doing another update for current gen, the performance. They're going to finally have the upscaling with FSR on both the Series X and Series S and PlayStation 5 as well. That is really going to help the performance of Dying Light 2. So I can't wait for that to come through, Steel. So when we hop back into it, it's going to be even better now,
even
because
more content. Yeah.
If one thing we did say, especially when it first launched, because we played it day one,
played
when it launched, was that the graphics, while it was very smooth, it did have some bugs. They patched a lot of that out. It was very smooth. It played pretty well, but the graphics were fuzzy, right? We could see it. We could see the lower res. So the fact that they're bringing FSR, which is a current gen feature that is underutilized right now, that we're hoping more and more devs start using, to see them go back and redo it again and bring that forward is awesome. So that's going to be a big deal for Dying Light 2 fans for sure. Sonic Frontiers, man. Sonic Frontiers.
Yeah, I didn't put that on my list, man, but I'm day one on that one too.
Listen, Sonic got a lot of flack. They showed off, and I think Steel, you and I talked about it here. I said I'm taking a wait and see approach.
Hold on, the Sonic Frontiers story trailer that premiered 3 days ago has 1 million views on it.
Yeah.
Out of all the trailers that were shown there, bro.
Like, Sonic is still big. We talk about
this. I keep trying to tell people, but they don't want to listen. So I don't
know. Listen, Sonic came out, and obviously its first showings weren't good. And a lot of people were like, this looks boring. This looks nothing like what I want to play from a Sonic open world game, yada, yada, yada.
Right.
I said, hey, wait, I said, I'm going to wait. I said that if the devs have more to show, they've got to show some different stuff. Well, now they're starting to show some of the classic levels. And now I've seen some people say, oh, it's a complete exact copy.
Reskin.
It's a reskin. Listen, what's wrong with that? Again, they're going to have the open world, and then they're going to have these smaller worlds. I forget, they got an actual name for them, Steel. I don't know if you remember. Is it state? No, they have a name for where you go to these smaller stages. Yes. But you're going to play through them, and they're based upon the classic levels. So for me, why would you not be reusing some of the classic levels that are freaking amazing when you're going to be playing this? But outside of that, the open world looks better and better. They showed off some more mechanics here. Sonic himself looks awesome.
Really good. Yeah,
he looks awesome, man. So I was excited that Sonic Frontiers came out, and a lot more people I saw, Steel, said, okay, now I'm starting to feel this. Now I'm starting to get excited for this. This looks kind of cool. So yeah, I'm happy. I want to see Sonic come back in a big way. So let's go. The movies started it, and I want to see this come back.
I'll be there day one. So.
yeah, exactly.
And this year, they're sticking on it. Actually, they moved up the date. Actually,
November 8th. Thank you. Yes, November 8th, 2022. They're sticking to it. So we will wait and see what comes out of this. But I'm happy. Sonic's looking really good. Hey,
God of War, you better move out the way. Sonic's coming, and he ain't scared. Hey, I'm gonna say it here. It's a hot take. It's a real hot take. But watch Sonic sell more than God of War.
Oh God!
I know it's multi-plat and everything else.
Yes.
That's gonna be the conversation. Oh, but God of War is only on one platform. Well, Sonic is Sonic, and y'all been sleeping on him and said he needs to go away. And I'm just saying, if he does crazy and the sales do really well, this could be the start of something great. So then that's what I'm anticipating. Another Sonic Adventure style, Sonic Adventure level of hype for me personally. That's what I'm looking for.
Absolutely. I agree with you wholeheartedly, Steel. Now, I got one, Steel, that was not on your list for obvious reasons when I talk about it. This is not a game that Steel is going to be interested in at all.
Okay.
This game also was just announced for only PC at the moment. I'm hoping they bring it to console. Unknown Worlds, makers of Subnautica. They have been well known to change up genres over and over again. Each new game, they try something new. Well, they came out with Moonbreaker, and they announced Moonbreaker. Now, this is a miniatures-based game. For anybody who doesn't know what miniatures are, they're the little statues, most famously Warhammer. Obviously, you'll see people painting them. That's a big part of it. They are coming out with a strategy game based upon miniatures in a brand new world that looks phenomenal. It's got an Outer Worlds feel, Borderlands feel to it, really cool style. But you're going to be playing with miniatures on the board. And you're going to be battling with miniatures on the board. And you can paint your miniatures in this game. Dope. Again, not something that Steel's going to be excited for. But I am
like
excited for this game. And I hope they announce this for consoles. I know the painting aspect is going to be tough to get it to work on a controller, but please, Unknown Worlds, please do it. Again, Moonbreaker is looking really cool. I can't wait for this game to come out. I want to see people and how they paint them again. Steel, you're all about customization.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So am I. So I think it's awesome. I'm not maybe your level of customization necessary in a game, but I do enjoy it. And to be able to paint my own figures, plus it's a strategy tactics game.
Super dope.
It looks amazing, man.
Yeah, it's super dope. I that side of it got me really interested in it. But that was also, once they showed the painting portion, why I understood why it's not coming to console. Because the only way they could really bring this to console and it work, again, you have a couple options here. You can just add native keyboard and mouse support and just say, hey, keyboard and mouse, you got to have it to play this game. Or when that's something that Pong and Mav have been a main proponent of, saying, hey, if you give me full keyboard and mouse support, just let me play the game and give me a warning that says I can't play this with the controller. Hey, it is what it is. I'll take it. There's no reason the console can't play it, but at least I can guarantee that's part of the reason why they're not doing it that way, because they want it to be plug and play. And when that level of customization, the way that they presented it, unless you broke it down to where it's individual sections, which I can imagine is going to take a lot more work. It's going to be a lot more in depth to something that's already, it's like you're trying to simplify something that's very complicated already. Not saying that they can't do it, but it's probably going to take some time. They're probably going to want to see whether it's even worth the effort. It's easier to put a game out on PC than it is for multiple consoles or multiple devices. Where you got to refine and change things and make sure everything works. And so who knows? But it did look interesting.
It does look cool, man. It does. It really does. And Jacob, don't worry about it. WB is not going to make Hogwarts exclusive. Okay.
That's not.
No. So Sony. No. Sony is not going to get Hogwarts exclusive. It is going to stay multi-plat for sure. Now let's go to Liza P here, Steel. For people who don't know, some people I saw in the chat earlier saying, I had no idea who Neo is. Yeah. Most people didn't, because they made Blessed Unleashed, Steel.
Yes, they did.
Which I know, I think you jumped into it for a bit.
I haven't.
Back in the day, right?
I haven't played Blessed
You have
Unleashed.
not? Okay. Mm-mm. All right. I played Blessed Unleashed for maybe an hour and a half.
It's better now. I know that.
Yeah. So they're used to making multiplayer games. For them to come back with Liza P is special. And they had the devs at the second day of Gamescom during the Xbox big, huge stream, which they did for 4 or 5 hours the other day. They had the developers up there and they were talking about the challenges of going from a multiplayer centric studio to creating a single player, and they thought it was going to be easy, and then they found out that it's not so easy to make single player games. Liza P is coming to Game Pass. We got that announcement. Obviously, Aaron Greenberg himself leaked it prior to the show,
showing a picture of it.
Absolutely hilarious
in his Game Pass panel.
He's giving us behind the scenes pictures, and there he goes. He spoils Liza P coming to Game Pass. Huge announcement, huge W for Xbox. Liza P was trending. Liza P, shout out to Benji Sales, had some monstrous numbers across social media. This is a big W for Xbox, even though it's still coming to PlayStation, all that kind of stuff. Again, who cares? If it's coming to Game Pass, it's automatically going to be associated with Xbox. And again, the big thing here is that it's got the Bloodborne aesthetic. It's really taken a lot of influence from Bloodborne. They've created their own thing. Don't get me wrong. This is going to be different than Bloodborne. But the fact that they went that route and they took a story like Pinocchio, set it in that dark kind of fantasy realm, almost horror in some areas.
It looks dope, bro. Like
it does. It really does. And shout out to the devs for pulling this thing off. But they are automatically going to have interest in this game just because so many people have been clamoring for Bloodborne 2, clamoring for a Bloodborne remake. And Sony, for whatever reason, has not done it yet, which is crazy to me.
They haven't even updated it for 60 FPS on the PS5.
Out of all their games in their catalog, and I know it's not Sony first party, don't get me wrong, I get it. But they have control of the IP. They own the IP. the fact that they have not done this yet. This is for all the money cash grabs that they can do out here, as we see with like The Last of Us for $70. Man, you throw out Bloodborne right now with the hype around Souls games, and I would not doubt, I put out a tweet about this, that the Lies of P, the interest in the Lies of P, will push them to do it. Because I think I mean, how good would it be like early 2023 as Lies of P is getting ready to launch? Then Sony comes out and says, by the way, we're doing Bloodborne 2, or we're doing a remaster.
Or you get a 60
Bloodborne.
FPS,
60
4K
FPS,
update.
man, it's going to be hot. But Lies of P itself, love everything about this. Love the character designs. Love the enemies. They talked about the weapons, over 1,000 different weapon combinations, Steel. And I think that's where it's going to stand out from the Soul series, right? A little bit. They're going to allow you to craft and kind of customize your weapons the way that you want to play. Again, even if this game does not turns out to be too Souls much for me. At the end of the day, it's in Game Pass. I get to download it, try it out risk-free. I'm going to, because the story interests me a ton. I can't wait to deep dive into this and kind of find out, because the devs hinted at this at the second show when they were being interviewed, that the lies, because that's obviously a big part of Pinocchio. We all know the classic story, right? That there is going to be lies in this game, and they're going to somehow influence the outcome of the game. So there is going to be that portion of it as well. And I'm really interested to see how they pull this off, but it looks fantastic. Absolutely incredible. Deserves all the praise it's getting. And I can't wait to see more as we get forward here and coming up to launch time for that. Excuse me. So Lies of P definitely was probably the biggest winner of this entire show.
No, it was. I was super excited about the art style and everything. It just looks super dope. I'm so into that. Doom Reaper says the arm makes me think Sekiro. I can tell you right now, somebody who's played Sekiro, I'm not saying that I beat Sekiro or anything like that. It's not Sekiro. It's not going to be of that style, but I can definitely understand why the arm makes you feel that way. At least with the mechanic side of it, having multiple uses, being able to do different things. Again, these types of IPs pull different ideas from different places, and it's all about making a stand for yourself.
Yep, and shout out to Xbox for going and getting again for Game Pass. Again, huge W for them.
100%.
Jez put out a tweet saying that because he got to play it. I wish they would put the demos from Gamescom into Xbox. I don't understand why it's not happening. They do it for ID at Xbox. Why can't they do it? They're allowing the public at Gamescom to play these demos. Why not bring them over to Xbox? So Jez got to play Lies of P there. And he said this might go down from what he played. This might go down as the best third-party game that they brought into Game Pass. This might go down as the #1 game. So that's already high praise.
And that can change a lot.
Yeah, that could change a lot. So, but great get there. Atlas Fallen, Steel, you already talked about this. Now, a couple interesting points about Atlas Fallen. We did get CGI, big CGI trailer, but then they showed us some gameplay at the end. Again, the difference between the CGI and the gameplay, not a whole lot of difference there, Steel. Looked very similar, looked really awesome. Love the premise. Now, some people were throwing this into the Souls genre, thinking that it was going to be Souls. Like, devs came out and shut that down and said, nope, think God of War, think Horizon Forbidden West. They said along those lines as far as the actual combat goes. So that's what we can expect. But Atlas Fallen really showed off. Interesting story. Really, I mean, just from what we could see, it already looks like an interesting story. Like you said, Steel, them forming their weapons out of the sand, being able to control the sand in a lot of different ways. He obviously being able to lift the bridge with some force aspect to it. All of that. I can't wait. Are we going to be able to play both characters? Is this going to be a multiplayer game, co-op game, whatever the case may be? The enemies looked unique, looked cool. So I can't wait to play Atlas Fallen. I thought this one really showed well. Coming out of nowhere against it. We had no idea this game was a thing.
Exactly.
For showing to get CGI and then some gameplay. Come on, man. That's awesome. That's
Can't
really
be mad
cool.
About it. Yeah, look.
No. Character designs here, Steel. Again, a little Forspoken. Like when they first started showing this, I was like, man, this got a little Forspoken to it. But overall, I just think this game is going to be on a lot of people's wish lists next year when it finally does drop. So waiting on this one for sure. Let's dive into High on Life then, Steel. That's next up on my list here. I'm going right in order here. So High on Life. Let's talk about this a little bit here. again, I thought the battle that they showed, I understood the criticism. It wasn't the best showing for High in Life. I thought it was a little bit repetitive. Obviously, we know that's how boss battles generally go. You learn the patterns. That's what you do in most games. But I did think it looked a little generic. But the dialogue was hilarious to me. Call me childish. Call me immature. I saw tons of those comments out there. This, again, I saw people underneath the IGN post about High in Life say this is not funny, this is stupid. If you like this, there's something wrong with you. People said this is 2022, what are you doing? I saw a ton of different comments. Again, we've grown soft as a society if you can't take it for what it is. Okay, like Steel said, I appreciate the fact that the devs has said, basically given a middle finger to everything PC and said, guess what? We're doing our thing. We're going to be edgy. We are still going to take those risks that a lot of devs nowadays don't want to do. Got to say, Steel, this is weird that this is an Xbox game, though. This is not the type of game that you normally associate with Xbox.
This game has become very divisive now all of a sudden. I was looking into a little of the things that you were speaking on. This isn't an Xbox type game. This isn't what Phil has been speaking to, but in the same breath, it's kind of like, it's hard for me to say that because he's also been looking for diversity. And this is a very diverse game.
It's on another spectrum, brother, in a lot of ways. This is like, for everybody who says bring back Conquer, this is about as close as we're going to get getting Conquer come back. But I can only imagine, like I was talking about this on Xbox Ultimate, I think, last night, or maybe it was PM. I was like, it was Xbox, it was last night. I was like, I can only imagine the meeting when they showed this game off to the Xbox higher ups, and they were like, presenting it. Yeah. And I can only imagine Phil and Sarah on one side of the table shaking their heads like, we can't do this. There's no way we can do this. And then there's Greenberg on the other side pounding the table going, yo, you need this game. We need this game in Xbox now, because it was funny. After they showed off High in Life, Aaron tweeted out, and he did the F word. Of course, he bleeped it out. He censored it himself, but he said he was all about this game. So I can only imagine there was some discussion within Xbox of whether or not this represented what they want for their ecosystem. Because like you said, Steel, first of all, it's got the kids look to it. There's going to be kids who download this game on Game Pass. There's going to be parents who don't know what this game is, right? And they're going to walk in on their kids playing
with
this.
With a name like High on Life, you better question the buy. You better question.
We know nowadays, Steel. We know nowadays. It's absolutely going to happen. So again, it's a mixed message because it has the family-friendly look to it, even if it's odd and weird. But then again, the dialogue is nonstop. They had it on the second day on the Xbox stage with the devs up there. And the girl that was interviewing the devs was even a little uncomfortable because she was trying not to laugh like at everything, but she was laughing and she was like, hey, this is like, wow. Okay. And it was bleep, 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 because they had to censor it for the stream, right? So that's all it was like censored. It was funny as hell. But this game, Steel, is perfect, I think, for the Xbox ecosystem. This is a big get for Game Pass. As much as there's people out there hating on this right now,
I'm having a good time.
There's a whole group of people. This game is going to draw some people in. This game is perfect, again, to create that diverse selection, to say that, and I think it's important for me because it shows me that Xbox isn't afraid in some areas to push the line, to allow something like this on them, because we know, Steel, there's a lot of JRPG games out there that I know for a fact Xbox probably said we don't want. Yeah, because you get into the anime, you get into the waifus, and there's a lot of things I'm sure that Phil has said no to just because of that. So the fact that they're putting this one out there, I think does show me that they're willing to toe the line a little bit and to say, no, we want the devs really to create what they want to create. And if it's good, we want it. Right. And so for me, this is a big moment. This is going to be a blast. This is day one for me. Obviously, download. I'm going to be playing the hell out of this game just to see where this goes. And I think the day two showing that you have right now, Steel, was much better than just the boss battle. This shows you how the environments, it's not just really a corridor shooter. This has got some more open parts to it. This town looks great. A lot of the details in this look great. Go ahead, Steel. What else do you want to add to this?
I mean, as far as how life goes, man, I mean, nothing. I mean, again, if I needed to be sold on a game, they did just that. I liked it. I mean, the commentary and everything. But again, I grew up with this type of satire. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is true satire. This is real, and not taking yourself seriously, being able to have a good time. Yeah. It looks like the devs had fun making this game, especially with all the voice acting and everything that's done in it. It's actually done really. That's the other thing too. When voice acting is done really well, and it also. Because the other thing that bothers me too is that the guns are looking at you as you playing, they're looking at you. So the whole time it's like, it has that type of effect to it. So it's like you're automatically pulled into the world, right? You're automatically in that space, and it just puts you in a different mind frame, man. Like, I'm not sitting here thinking about, oh my God, look, I just killed some random kid that's not really a kid, or I'm not thinking about, oh, this knife wants to fucking kill everybody. He's a psychopath. I'm not thinking about, oh, how naughty this gun is, or what. Like, that's not what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about, okay, well, this isn't for the kids, so they don't, they can watch maybe, but they can't hear it. You know what I'm saying? So it's definitely one of those things for sure. But again, I think this is a perfect game for, especially to become, because it's coming into Game Pass. Perfect game to give you that diversity. It's a perfect game to give you that edginess that I also do think that Xbox needs, right? Because we got a lot of that content back in the day on PlayStation also, or Nintendo. Nintendo has some of the most risque content that you can find if you really want to talk about, people want to be mad about this. Go check out the Nintendo game library and tell me why you're not mad about that.
Yeah, and that's what makes me upset again.
And that's readily available to kids.
I went on my censor rant last week, Steel, obviously at the end of the show, and that's why I hate it. I hate it, and I don't like that Xbox. There are games I know they would never allow on the ecosystem for that reason. Yeah. But at the same time, I don't agree with it at all. And I think that to your point about this game specifically, these devs went and made the game that they wanted to make. It may not be for everybody, Steel, but like you said, they went and made the game that they wanted to, and they didn't care.
It looks tastefully done.
They didn't give a flying F. Yeah, correct. Because they got experience, right? It's Rick and Morty creator, right? So they've got experience in doing this type of stuff. And it may not be for everybody, but it's the game that they wanted, and they didn't care if people were going to be upset about it. And that's what we need more of nowadays. Again, we just got done talking about Saints Row and what I think they did wrong. Can't be afraid to go do this stuff, man. You can't. You got to push the boundaries sometime. Yeah, sure. There are some things that are very obvious that you just can't do that aren't going to be socially acceptable. But at the end of the day, you still gotta creep up to that line and push people a little bit and say, no, you guys are gonna have fun with this. Come on, you guys are gonna have fun with this. Loosen up, have a laugh, just don't take it seriously, and just have a good time, because that's what games are all about. Again, Mr. Knifey on the screen right now. My God.
Yeah, he's fucking hilarious. Oh, and I don't like another thing too. I don't want to hear people talk about this game and give him mad flack. When you guys weren't complaining about Grand Theft Auto 5, the BS that they had in that story.
Right.
But it's Grand Theft Auto, right?
Right. And that's why I don't want Grand Theft Auto to get soft. I don't want them to censor. I've said that's one of my biggest worries. I don't want Rockstar to tone down. I don't. I want them to keep it what it is. But neither here nor there. We're not talking about that now. But yes, Jacob Novik for yes, they do still have parental controls. Yeah. And Mav said in the DMs, he's like, it might be time for Microsoft to push parental controls again and get the word out that those are available to people. Because like I said, there are going to be some parents who get fooled by this game for sure.
I mean, that's also up to the parents too. Like, you can't just buy stuff and then
I put it on them.
Do you a little bit of research, at least do a little bit of research so you know what.
Yeah, but we know, again, parents don't do that nowadays. That's why I'm laughing, because I know it's going to happen. There's going to be some parents that do it. But anyways, I do put it on them. It's their responsibility. It's not Xbox's responsibility. But promoting the parental controls is always a good thing, because parents do need to be aware that they're available to them so they can control what they see, what the kids see. All right. Next up, Steel, Shipbreaker. Steel, if you got the trailer for this one, bring it.
Yeah, I'm bring it up.
A game not for everybody, but you already know how Steel and I roll here. Okay. We bring light to different styles of games because, again, just like Doom Reaper said in the chat, he's excited for the helicopters dropping in Flight Sim.
Yeah.
Obviously, we know Flight Sim isn't for everybody, but again, we all have different tastes out here. Shipbreaker is a game that has been out on PC that has gotten a lot of love from a lot of people. Jeff Grubb loves this game to death. And it's finally coming to console, and it's coming into Game Pass day one. So Shipbreaker is basically, you've got to go and do exactly what it's talking about. You're in space. You've got these derelict spaceships, space stations, floating junk out there, and you've got to go in and break them apart with all sorts of different tools and collect all sorts of different types of materials. You earn money off of that. That allows you to upgrade your tools, upgrade your, all that kind of stuff. There's no fighting, I don't think, in this game at all. It's breaking apart ships, but the graphics look incredible, Steel. And obviously you can see there's some survival to it. You can have accidents. You can explode things if you cut the wrong part. And it just looks awesome. Again, I'm a huge space fan. So whenever I see a game like this that looks gorgeous, I'm going to be all about this. And again, coming to Game Pass day one, looks phenomenal. Got a lot of hype on PC. It's been promoted. Yeah, I mean, you can see the quotes here from all the different places. So I can't wait for this game to drop. I'm looking forward to this. This is going to be fun. So I wanted to bring that one to everybody's attention. Another one. Steel, let's have a little fun here real quick. Okay. Killer Clowns from Outer Space, brother. This is another game I thought would never, ever be made. There's no way anybody ever would have put down money to say, we are going to get a Killer Clowns from Outer Space. This is, talk about B movies, those B horror flicks from the 80s that were so campy, they were good. That's what Killer Clowns from Outer Space is. And we're getting a game from the director of Friday the 13th, which, again, some people say is not good. But this is going to be a multiplayer game where we actually get to play as the Killer Clowns. So this is going to be that horror type game where you're chasing people around as the enemies or as the survivor. And again, I just got to bring this to light because I've seen a lot of people talking about this. There's a lot of us old heads and even some younger people who have gone back and watched Killer Clowns from Outer Space and understand, again, don't take it seriously. It's so campy. It's good. It's just fun. And this game just looks crazy, man. I can't wait. Killer Clowns from Outer Space coming. Again, golden age of gaming, people. We are getting stuff that we never thought we would see just because of how big this industry has gotten. So I'm all about this. The executive director Friday the 13th made it. So he's on board. Good stuff right here. See what's next. Scars Above. Scars Above. Are you still there, Steel?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Am I still here?
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Cool. I didn't know if you went mute or if I lost you again.
No,
or if I was out, because I had that happen to me last night. Scars Above, another sci-fi. If there's two genres that are really benefiting this gen. It is horror and it is sci-fi. Both of those we are getting a ton of new stuff from, which is really cool because sci-fi, we got our Mass Effects, of course. We got that kind of stuff. We've gotten some Star Wars games here and there. But sci-fi is always underutilized because it's very hard to do. It's very hard to pull off. There's so much technical stuff. Obviously, we're getting Starfield next year, which is going to be gigantic. But to see the Scars Above, a lot, it was CGI. But it got me interested in the story. The more they played this trailer, the more I got interested to want to see what was going on here. So again, just wanted to bring this to everybody's attention. One of those games that maybe not everybody noticed because there was so much here. The Scars Above looks really cool still. Again, some tropes here. The classic alien ship shows up out of nowhere, blah, blah, blah. But I just think it looks really dope. And I can't wait to see what this story is all about and what we're going to be doing. It looks like a more... not so much action. It's going to be a lot more adventure to it, but it does look like it does have some,
some combat to it, and you're going to be fighting certain things, but you're also going to be solving puzzles and that kind of stuff, which is always up my alley. So Scars Above coming. Weird Song you already talked about. I think you pretty much covered it, Steel. Anytime you're going to, again, we only got a teaser, very short teaser. Weird Song, anytime you tell me you got devs from 3 of my favorite studios all time, especially when it comes to RPGs, and you tell me they've gotten together and they formed a new studio and they're making an RPG, I'm automatically in. I'm going to be interested no matter what. Again, can't say anything about the game because we don't know what it is yet.
Right.
But the legacy of those devs tells me that it's got a really better than average chance of being great. So I can't wait to see Weird Song. Gotham Knights, you talked about that, Steel, definitely showed off very, very well. Where Winds Meet, Steel. Where Winds Meet. I don't know if you brought the trailer while you're talking or not. This is going to be great. It needs to be announced for consoles ASAP. I need to know this game is coming to consoles. Again, Steel and I have talked about it specifically here. The Eastern flavor that we are now starting to see is special.
Yeah.
The Eastern flavor is going to define a lot of this generation.
Yeah, I think so.
Because these devs are coming out of nowhere, Steel, and putting out high quality games. They are putting out stuff in a fashion too, a unique aesthetic to these games that we, for a long time, didn't see a whole lot of. Yes, we got JRPGs and that kind of stuff, but now you're seeing a more realistic style to these games, and you're seeing that real Eastern character development, and you're seeing these stories. Again, we talked about the mythologies around the world that are underutilized, and I think that we're going to see stuff coming from Africa and that kind of stuff as well sooner than later that has been underutilized. Now, we've seen plenty of Eastern mythology, but there's so much more that has not been explored. And you give me a game that is a action RPG that reminds me of Ghost of Tsushima, but then you throw in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon style mechanics, walking on water, walking in the air, flying, and you throw all that into the mix, Steel, you got my attention right here. This is looking absolutely phenomenal. And again, only announced for PC. So my hype levels are, controlled right now, but I don't imagine them not bringing this to console. This has got to come to console. But the production quality, not just between the trailer and the CGI, but also the actual gameplay that we get to see here. Again, another one of these games that is blurring the line between the CGI and the gameplay, right? Look at this. Look at the detail in the city. They also came out and talked about this a little more too, Steel. I don't know if you saw that. The devs gave a little bit more information on it, I think, to IGN. You're going to be able to choose jobs in this game that's going to alter the story. Like, you can become an architect, and you can build buildings in this game. You can become a doctor, and you can help people by being a doctor, which is going to change how your story evolves. So they're actually going to have job classes in this, Steel. Now, again, I don't know how wide range there are going to be, but even that little mechanic there gets me really, really interested here, Steel. It piques my interest because I want to know how they're going to evolve that throughout the game. Like, if I decide to become a builder, an architect, and I can design kind of how this town forms, does that mean there's different people that show up? Is that, what does that do for me? So, but look at the movement, Steel. The movement. Look at the Steel, and I always go through this. The details, the small details. That's what Steel always talks about. Don't give me ray tracing. Give me details in the armor. Give me details in the clothing. Look at the cloth mechanics there, Steel, as he's running, and how beautiful that actually looks. This game has the potential to be another big, gigantic action RPG coming our way with that Eastern flavor. Gives us a little something different than we're used to with the Western RPGs. Third person, all of that is speaking to me nonstop. So really, really excited for Where Winds Meet. Everybody go check that trailer out in 4K. Trust me, it's worth it for sure. I'll bring up a little game. Steel doesn't need to show anything about this. I know he just had to dip out for a second here. Black Tail. Black Tail is a game that was part of the ID at Xbox Showcase back in December of last year. I actually downloaded a demo. It was one of a handful of demos that I actually played out of that. Blacktail now has been picked up by Focus Entertainment. So it seems like this dev impressed somebody at Focus, and they got picked up, and Focus is now publishing the game. And what I can say is when I played the demo, it was the one that I played the most out of all the idea at Xbox games. I saw the potential. There were some rough patches, obviously small team. There were some rough places, but the world design, the characters that I was meeting in the NPCs, and which were creatures a lot of the time, and the creatures that I was battling were really awesome. Also, you've got this kind of you use a bow. You've got a bow that you're fighting with, but you also have magic too that you combine with. This game's got a lot of potential. So I want everybody out there who's interested in a smaller game, go take a look at the Blacktail trailer. Again, Blacktail, all one word. It's probably a game that you missed while this was all going on because there's a lot of games showing. But this game could be one of those indie AA gems that show up this generation. So Blacktail is looking really cool to me. Steel also brought up Phantom Hellcat. Phantom Hellcat was another one that caught my attention here. Great showing, looking phenomenal. The combat looks great. Again, the weapon design, the special effects, all looking off the charts really good here. So Phantom Hellcat, definitely on my list. And then the final one here, Steel gets back or not, can show the trailer because a lot of the trailer for this one was censored. Now, hey, this one was going to be vaporware, everybody. We swore this was vaporware. This game's been in development for like 7-8 years. It went through development hell. It switched studios multiple times. Nobody knew if this game was ever going to come out. Just prior to Gamescom, we started getting a word that they were going to show this game. And I'm happy because I love the old ones. Dead Island. Dead Island 2, City of Angels looks wow. Wow, wow, wow. So I had never expected this game to come out. I was on the train that this probably was going to turn to vaporware, especially once Dying Light 2 hit. I was like, they're not going to come out with another zombie game. It's going to be so similar in a lot of ways. Parkour, some of the fighting is going to be similar. Why would they bring out Dead Island 2 at this point? Listen, they did. And for those of you who don't know about Dead Island 2, Dead Island's the originals were AA games, but they were extremely fun. They were a sandbox zombie land. And again, I know some people are sick of zombies. I get it. I'm always going to be down for zombies. There's just something about beating up zombies that I always like. But this is from Dam Buster Studios. Dam Buster Studios is the final studio that took over Dead Island development. They went back to the drawing board, and they've obviously done a ton to this game. This game no longer looks AA. This now looks AAA. Again, this is the progression I was talking about with a lot of these games that we were seeing. We finally look like we're hitting current gen, everybody. And this gets me really excited. And Dead Island 2 was one of those. Dam Buster Studios, for those who don't know, Mav and I went through the history of Dam Buster Studios because I was like, Mav was like, what is Dam Buster Studio? And I'm like, to be honest, I don't know, but they look like they've got some experience.
Right.
Well, sure enough, if you go through their history, they used to be Crytek UK.
Oh, wow.
And these are yes. And Crytek UK is the one that made Homeland. Homeland, what the hell is it called? I got the name of it. It didn't do well critically. But they use the Crytek engine. It looks gorgeous to this day. And they have updated so you get the FPS boost now. It's when they had the North Koreans invading America. God dang it, I can't think of the name right now. Why can't I think of the name? Anyways, Homefront. Is it Homefront?
It's Homefront.
Homefront, thank you. Homefront. They're the makers of that. You go back and play that now. The game holds up to this day. That's how good the graphics are because they're using the Crytek engine. Beautiful game. Like I said, it's got a boost. It now plays at 120. So it's awesome. It's got some design issues, design flaws. It's still got some bugs, but it's a great game now. But they were Crytek UK. And before that, they were Free Radical, which had a
Oh,
long
wow,
history
damn.
in the industry.
Yeah.
Right. So this team has been around. What happened was when Crytek was going through its financial problems, they got rid of Crytek UK. Deep Silver picked up that whole team and turned them into Dam Buster. So again, why Dead Island 2 looks so good? Because they got experienced devs, really experienced devs that know what they're doing. And so that impressed me. But the what really did is they've got procedurally generated kind of kills in this game. So when you're killing zombies, you're going to get unique kill shots, okay? And how the blood goes and what limbs are falling off and all that kind of stuff. It's going to be procedural. But man, I'm telling you, this trailer Steel, like the CGI trailer was cool. You had the Lenny Kravitz looking dude, really, really well done CGI trailer. And I was like, oh, come on, man. This game's coming out in February. You guys got to have some gameplay. Come on, man. After all this time. And sure enough, that was the one last thing for Keighley was they went into gameplay. And when they got into the gameplay Steel, again, say what you want to say about zombie games. A lot like Dying Light 2 in some areas. But when they were running around killing people, you were putting your fist through the face of a zombie Steel. Like your entire fist was going into the face, right? I'm all in, Steel. I'm sold. Dead Island 2 is on my must-have list for 2023, along with a million other games, but it is on my list. I'm going to be playing Dead Island 2. That's how good this game looked. And I can't wait. I can't wait, man. I was so shocked, again, for a game that was vaporware, a game that was in development hell, to come out in Gamescom and to show off like this on the main stage. Impressed. Very, very impressed with what Dan Buster's got going on with Dead Island 2. And it's set in Los Angeles. So, yeah, the Dead Island name doesn't make sense anymore. But the fact that we are actually in a Los Angeles setting and it's a legit like part of the city, I can't wait to see how big this game is. It's so cool. I just love it, man. I'm so excited for Dead Island 2.
Yeah, I mean, I like the first Dead Island. What was that? I think the last Dead Island I played was that Riptide. Was that what it was called? Unless I'm thinking about a different game.
No, Riptide is the last one.
So I think that's the last one that I ended up playing. And I did have a good time with it. Although it didn't pull me like that. Again, zombies have been kind of like ran to the ground for me. Not to say that I don't like playing a good zombie game. I do. I can enjoy it. I didn't really have the hype for Dead Island 2. I mean, the trailer looked good. Them having Jimi Hendrix lookalike and everything. That was interesting. I just don't know, man. Like, don't know about it. Again, for it to have been in the kind of hell that it has been in, because we've heard about this game supposedly being in development for what, like over 6 years at this point.
Yeah, it's like 7, almost 8 years now, because it switched studios hands.
Right.
Multiple times. It was in development hell. It was vaporware at one time. They didn't know if they were going to move forward with the project in one time, and then it finally got the Dam Busters. Dam Busters, she said on stage during the interview that they've been working on it for 4 years now.
Okay, so it's been under one roof for 4 years. So that's good. That means they were able to get in there and really grind it out. But then when you compare it, man, it was like 8 years later. This is what you're getting. Who knows if it's gonna hit like that? The main thing that I remember about Dead Island is that it was a party game, man. You get in with some buddies, you ransack zombies, you hold objectives, you try to survive as long as you can. Don't get infected and go from there.
This one is only 3-player again. Another 3-player.
Really?
Yeah. They came out afterwards and confirmed it's only 3 players.
See, and at that point, it's kind of like, do I want to play Dead Island, or would I rather play Redfall? You know what I'm saying? Like, because that could be the conversation that we could end up happening. Because I do think, I don't know if they ended up releasing. They give a release date?
Yeah, it's is this February again?
February too? Yeah, bro. It's that's literally a, do I play Redfall or do I play this game? And I would much rather play Redfall than play Dead Island 2. That's just me.
I think I'm going to go between the two. I'm going to go between the two for sure. 100%. February 3rd.
February 3rd? Yeah. There's definitely going to be one that if I win it, hey, it is what it is. Or if it ends up in Game Pass, hey, it is what it is. I'll try it. But other than that, it's not a day one cop.
That's fine. That's fine, Steel. How do you want to do this, Steel? Because we still got the second day. We got some other games. You should probably bring up if you can. Do you have the first Descendant trailer there?
I think I showed it earlier, but I can bring it up.
Oh, did you show it earlier? Okay, then never mind.
I think so.
Okay, never mind. me see if I can.
No, I didn't play it in full yet. So
Okay. All right. You didn't play in full yet.
yeah, I'm playing.
It just a lot of people missed the Steel. We talked about Steel. If you want to think about this, we were one of the few, if any, shows that picked up on this game.
Yeah,
last year.
Wow,
last year when they showed it off, it was like under the radar. It came out, was a lot of CGI, but you and I actually played that trailer on this show because we were talking about our smaller games or games unknown that we do and whatever else the case may be. And First Descendant came up on that, and everybody, even who saw it back then, said it looked really good, but they had to wait and see. And then it disappeared off the radar, and people forgot about this. And so, like, this coming out this week was like the first time for a lot of people, even if they didn't remember seeing it originally, that really grabbed people. And again, I'm kind of sad that it wasn't a part of opening night live, because this game should have been in there, brother. This game should have been in there for sure, 100%. I just want to talk about a couple of things here because people might have missed it. It looks like it's all CGI, but if you're actually watching
it's gameplay.
There's gameplay mixed in there. Now they do a good job of flipping back and forth, and they kind of go to some of the action shots when they grapple and whatever else. That's obviously not gameplay. That's obviously CGI. But some of the stuff in here is absolutely 100% gameplay, and it fits in with the CGI seamlessly. So much so that people were wondering. And this is another one of those games coming out of nowhere for a lot of people, coming from the East yet again, with a certain style. And Steel, the first thing that you said was after you watched the trailer, I'm all in. This has got me.
Yeah.
Because you've got the power armor, you've got the different classes, obviously, with different characteristics. You got one girl who can freeze. You got another girl that's got looks like some type of poison or toxin. Her suit turns green. And you've got the dudes, you got the big armor dudes with the power shields and that kind of stuff as well. The knight-looking guy that's got the power shield that he holds up. This game's got it all. And if the gameplay matches what we're seeing on screen, this is going to come out of nowhere, and it's going to be one of those games. Again, this is scheduled for 2023. It's built on Unreal Engine 5.
My God.
This is going to be another one of those games that people go, wow, where did this come from? And again, looks to be multiplayer, Steel, obviously. It looks like it's going to be co-op multiplayer. Enemy designs, it gives me some Destiny feels at times. It gives me
There's some
some
Warhammer thrown in there too a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
In there a little bit.
Space Marine a little bit, you know.
But I again, we've been waiting to see these games that start showing off current gen, and this is one of those games that I think is really going to be hitting home for a lot of people. So I want everybody out there to be realizing that First Descendant, even though it wasn't shown during Gamescom, it was shown just prior to Opening Night Live, but it kind of got thrown in the mix with everything else. Don't sleep on this game. This game, it could be special. Steel and I are going to be here day one with it, as long as, obviously we've got to wait and see how it turns out. But everything we're seeing right now,
it's
special.
I'm 100% locked on board. It also seemed to play off of, to me at least, it gave me some Lost Planet vibes. Also with the grappling and everything. That's why I was saying, there was CGI mixed in there, but we were getting gameplay snippets of it too, which could mean that, and I know this game has been in the development for a while. How long exactly, I'm not going to know for sure. We don't know for sure. I don't know if there's any solid information on that, but as far as how the game looks and overall and the way that it presented, it's got me locked in and on board day one. So I'm ready I want to hear more about that. They did offer that there was going to be a closed beta towards the end of the trailer. Let me see if I can get that pulled back up here. So it says, Steam beta is October 20th through the 26th. They said you can sign up now, and it's supposed to be coming out. See, this is the only thing that does worry me, because, again, cross-gen games, but if it's already been in development and it looks as good as it does, we'll see. But this could also be along the lines that we may be getting two different versions of the game. Who knows?
Right.
But it's supposed to be on Steam, PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, Xbox Series consoles, and Xbox One. So again, with it being tied in with the last generation, it makes me worry a little bit because I do this when I first saw this game. The first thing I said was, "Oh man, this could be the start of really turning the tide for what we can expect." But why I also tried to limit my excitement for it a little bit because it could be the game mechanics could be pulled back some,
Right.
because there are because the last gen hardware is limited in many other ways, whereas this current gen hardware isn't. So, but other than that, I'm extremely excited for it. Nexon is again stepping out on that forefront, showing that again. I think Nexon is also from the East. So
yeah, they are. They were originally based in Korea, South Korea. They've moved their headquarters to Japan. And we brought this up last night. Jasper actually brought this up. Shout out to Jasper. He's in chat.
Hey.
He brought it up on when we were talking about Xbox's next move after Activision Blizzard acquisition wise. And I was on the train that, hey, they got to go east. They're going to go east. The next big one will be east. They're going to do a smaller studio, but the next big one will be east. And Jasper actually said Nexon. And I said, you know what?
Makes sense.
That would be because we talked about this. We talked about this specifically, Steel. Phil really has an appreciation for Japan and understands the history and really has a fascination with the games industry that came from there. And he wants to be in there, right? But we talked about it, Steel. Get in this Korea build up because Korea is the next talent hotspot along with China, but China's too difficult with the political.
Korea is perfect.
But Korea is perfect. Korea is Western aligned. Okay. So Korea is the place to jump into. Well, you go get Nexon, you got the best of both worlds. They just moved to Japan. Their headquarters is now Japan. So they've got a footprint already established in Korea. They got all the connections in Korea. And now they're in Japan as well.
Yeah.
Bro, you got the double there, man. You got the double. I think it's an interesting move because Nexon is obviously up and coming. Steel. It's one of those studios we've been watching, publishers, I should say, but they know where the talent is over that side, which is a problem that Xbox has had finding the talent, right? Because because Xbox is a Western company. Very hard not to find that talent and to develop that talent over there. You get a company like Nexon, man, you're gonna have connections all over the place. It's not gonna be the name like a Sega would.
I don't need to be.
Sega is the most obvious one. Again, it's the most obvious purchase. But Nexon could get you that inroads over there.
Expertise.
All
games.
Of it. Yes. Yeah. All of it at one shot, right? So interesting thought there. But Nexon is definitely up and coming. And it's something to look forward to. Again, First Descendant is looking real good.
Yeah, it's looking 100%. Looks like we got some. We got some new people that dropped in here. Shout out to looks like Jonathan. Hopefully, I'm saying your name right. My guy, not Joe Nathan or anything like that. He says my Steam Deck plays games at 60 FPS, whereas consoles look like their games are developed for PS3 consoles. Well, I mean, shout out to you, man. That's what's up, man. Cheers. I can let you know for sure that that's not the case, but that's how you feel. I'm not here to determine or to steer you one way or the other. If that's what you're enjoying your content, that's perfect, man. That's what it's about. He also goes on to say, because him and Tim are going a little bit back and forth. He says, I was a console gamer, but there's no point in owning a console because games look and run like garbage, and console exclusives are on PC. Hey, I feel you, man. I mean, look, I personally don't agree with the take because not everybody is meant to play on PC. I also don't agree with the take that games look and run like garbage on console. That's not really the case. When it's been more so the case on PC where games run like garbage. I know this as someone who has been an avid PC gamer for a long time. But I'm also a console gamer, and I love my console. I love the console experience also. Whether it's the simplicity of it, games just working. Though I do agree in the aspect that games have been coming out broken or not complete or with bugs and have issues. Like me and Pong have spoke on that, and we have said here that does need to change. Where companies can't charge you more for a console, for an example, or charge you more for games, and we're not getting complete games. Whether that's on console or PC, it's happening on both now. Because The publishers have the mentality, put the game out and we'll fix it later. And we have been kind of groomed for that, to where that's kind of the expectation. Oh, the base games, oh, it's good, it's good. Oh, and then, it's not perfect, but we'll get some updates, don't worry. Whereas, if we're going to be spending more money on games, then give me more complete experiences. To me, personally. That's my perspective on it. Whether you're a PC gamer, you're a console gamer, you're a mobile gamer, whatever you are, I want for us all to have complete experiences, which we are not getting on any front, period. I don't care what ecosystem you're playing in. That's why I don't gear things towards a certain perspective, why we are a non-console centric platform, because it covers everything. We like to cover everything, because there's an issue with every ecosystem currently, as far as getting that quality out there and getting consistency that we all want as gamers, or more importantly, as consumers. Because at the end of the day, that's what we are first. We are consumers. Whether I'm, hardcore, or I'm passionate, or whatever, the enthusiast, whatever the case may be, I am first a consumer and will always try to approach it that way. So if you feel like the Steam Deck or your PC is giving you the best experience possible, great. I do understand. I can agree on some of those fronts, because you have more versatility. But there are things that are broken on PC also. There are in the consoles the same way. But whatever your experience is, whatever you're getting the best experience, that should be your focus. And that's what matters. And we're always going to speak out on many of those aspects. So, Pong, is there anything that you want to touch on there?
No, absolutely. We're all about playing wherever you want to play. Again, play what you love what you play. I say it all the damn time. And as you could tell, as if you were here while we were going through Gamescom, I was bringing up games that are only announced for PC, even though I don't play on PC. Even though I love the console experience. I love the convenience of the console experience. That's just me, right? But again, I get excited for games that aren't necessarily even announced for console yet, just because I love games in general. So I again, it's an opinion. And you're more than entitled to have that opinion, but just understand from as long as you respect everybody else, that everybody else has a different experience, that we may enjoy console only. I've been a console only player for almost the entirety of my life. I've played some PC here and there, but again, I don't want to deal with the PC side of things. Not to say that I never will, because I think there will come a time point, for a lot of different reasons as well, that as far as content creation goes, that I get a PC that's able to play games. And will I dabble? Absolutely, I'm going to dabble.
And that's the biggest difference that people don't talk about, is that you don't just get a PC to play games. That's not, it's an add-on. That's not the reason.
PC does more.
If you're getting a PC to play games, you're missing out on a lot. Piece in 90% of the time, the people who say that end up using their computer for everything else, right? You're watching TV on there, you watch YouTube, you're consuming content differently once you get that, because it does do more. So like Tim brings up the point that, hey, my son has a 2K gaming PC and my other son has a Series S. They share a big desk. In comparison, the game on PC looks better, but not $1,700 better when I look at them both play together. And Tim, there is a big difference there, but at the same time, yes, I definitely understand when you're looking at them side by side. For a lot of people, it's not going to be worth a $1,500 difference versus you paying $500 for a console. It's not worth that, because at the end of the day, that's not why you're getting a PC. And if that's why I don't like when people tell people to get a PC for gaming. No. Get a PC because you want a PC. Get a PC because you're trying to do multiple things. That's what PC is for, not just gaming. Stop listening to people tell you PCMR, PC Master Race. Stop. Stop getting finessed by these people, because they don't care. These are the same people who are buying pre-builts and don't understand how PCs truly work, or what the purpose of them are. I hate it, because that's not the point. It's an add-on benefit, not the point. So I mean, either here or there. I don't want to, slight side tangent and everything. But at the end of the day, play what you love what you play. Like Pong says all the time. We take that RTS approach, pulling ourselves back of just our personal opinions or these personal feelings and everything, and just try to give you an overall perspective. So.
And Tim the Sorcerer, yes, Project Lana or Planet Lana.
Yeah, Planet Lana.
We've given that lots of love here. I have given that lots of love here, and other shows as well. We've seen a lot of it. I've seen enough of Planet Lana. Yes, I'm all in on that game. Planet of Lana is looking fabulous. Absolutely love it as far as indies go. Looks top notch, and I can't wait to get my hands on that again. That's another one that got delayed. It was shooting for this year but did not happen. It's coming out in 2023. Game Pass day one. I'm gonna have it downloaded. But no, Project Lana, Planet, God, I keep saying Project Planet of Lana. Looks phenomenal, and I can't wait to get my hands on it. So much love to that game for sure. Absolutely 100%. Steel, we haven't even gotten to the future game show here, brother. We got a lot here, man. And we've got Paystation, and we've got Phil interviews, and we got tons of stuff. So where do you want to go here, brother? I know there's some other trailers. We haven't even showed off Wolong yet. Wolong is looking absolutely fabulous. And Atomic Heart, which was a big showing, which people were surprised actually got shown, and they're still shooting for 2022 release. So where do you want to go next, brother? You call it.
I didn't get a chance to watch the entirety of the future game show. So it's going to be difficult for me to speak on a lot of those things. No, there were some games that came out of there, like Team 17. Again, they just kind of gave a montage of different games. Like they showed off some with Amnesia, Autopsy Simulator, the Unliving, Ships of Fools, so on and so forth. So it looks like they just had a variety of different games that they were displaying.
Hey, Vic,
there.
That's cool, man. If you use your PC for that, man, that's cool.
What's he using this PC for?
Vic said porn looks good on PC.
Oh my god.
He goes, sorry, I'm 2 minutes behind.
Yeah.
Vic, we love you, brother.
Hey, yeah, if that's what you're using it for, man. Hey, live raw and uncut. Why not?
Yeah.
Turn it on max volume and just get it going. See what your neighbors say. Hopefully you got like a sub or something under your desk so you can really get it booming. Hit those real deep notes, right? But yeah, so future game show, I didn't really get a real chance to watch, but they did show some more games. A lot of the games were things that we knew some things about, but also the main thing that I took away from it, because they did show some more of Power World also. That is a game, it's like Pokemon, but you got guns. That was another one that every time I see more of it, I at least want to jump into the world to see what it's looking like, to see how it feels. But they just showed, if anything, this showed me that there's so many games that we are still getting more information on, that we're still getting more content for, and it just blows my mind every time that I think about it, man, because it's just like, for anybody to say that there's just nothing to play, again, everybody has their personal things that they're into, whatever the case, but it's just this dishonest to say that there's nothing to play. So that's one of my biggest takeaways from the future game show. But again, I didn't get a chance to really watch it or anything like that. What are some highlights for you from there, man?
Yeah, so obviously future game show, we've promoted it. Mav promotes it too. A lot of people skip it every year. They're around. They do one during E3. They did one now during Gamescom. They show off a ton. This one had over 50 games. Over 50 games. And a lot of it is smaller titles. A lot of it is PC stuff. So people skip out on it. But again, as me, somebody who gets excited about everything, I always watch the future game show. After Image, Steel, After Image, keep your eyes open, folks, for After Image. If you are into Metroidvanias, 2D side scroller, check this one out. Hand-drawn anime style, Steel, hand-drawn.
Okay.
Looks absolutely gorgeous, man, gorgeous. After Image is going to be some people's favorite game when it comes out, just from the art style and everything else. Oh, Nude HD, you're kind of late today. What's going on? You're kind of late, but we appreciate you dropping in here. So After Image was one of them, Steel, and then again, I could go through a lot of smaller ones here. One that really stole the show, it was Mav's game of the show. And it might turn out to be mine, but again, it was just a CGI trailer. But this CGI Steel, I thought it was part live action and CGI mixed. I literally did.
Oh, damn.
That's how good this is. It's called Off the Grid. It's called Off the Grid. And this is by Neil Blomkamp. So for anybody who doesn't know who Neil Blomkamp is, most famously, but done a lot of things, but Elysium, District 9 movies. Yeah, that's Neil Blomkamp. Yeah. This is going to be a cyberpunk world, but it's much grittier. It's not the neon flashy style that we normally associate with cyberpunk. It's a much grittier, more dystopian cyberpunk world. But it's going to be a battle royale Steel. So I am very, very curious what comes out of this, because Neil Blomkamp is just a genius when it comes to the creative side of things, in my opinion. Again, might not be everybody's forte. I still think go back and watch his Halo shorts. I'm still mad to this day that they didn't take him up on his offer and make an actual Halo movie, because his Halo shorts that he did are still to this day the best Halo that I've seen. Okay. But Off the Grid, everybody go check that out. Looks absolutely great. I cannot wait to see more on this game, even though it is an actual battle royale. That one right here is, again, you're playing it now, aren't you?
Yeah, I got the trailer.
Yeah, you're playing it now. Yeah. Just looks so cool. Again, a different take on cyberpunk, and I always love when they do that. Right? Don't get me wrong, I love the city with the neon lights and the fog and all that kind of stuff of cyberpunk world.
The other side of it, though.
But to take it this route, man, and again, this CGI is just so damn good, and it's a total Neil Blomkamp movie. Like, we were watching this, and Mav was like, "Oh yeah, this is all Neil. This is like total Neil." So again, I think this was going to be on everybody's radar at some point. We're probably a little ways out for it. I don't know how far along in design or production they are, but we're going to see more of this game coming up. So that was definitely one. Oh, and then another one that a lot of people have been waiting on, System Shock remake. System Shock is a classic game. It actually influenced BioShock. That's where we got BioShock from. System Shock was a huge influence. System Shock, the remake, has been in production for a long time. And so it's finally coming out, and they showed off actual gameplay, and it's everything that I wanted out of a System Shock remake. So I'm looking forward to System Shock remake. That was another one that really stood out to me here. Let's see what else. Let's see if there was anything else. Like I said, there's a bunch here that I could bring up. There were again, a lot of them were PC only.
Right.
Hey, Aliens Fireteam Elite. I've been talking about that because I re-downloaded it. I've been playing it single player. Bots are terrible. Bots are absolutely horrible. I need some more people. I need some more people to jump back into Aliens Fireteam. But they're bringing out DLC. They're continuing to bring out more and more expansions to this game. They're bringing out new aliens, actual new enemies types in this one as well. This is going to be a big expansion. I think it is actually paid DLC if you don't have the big edition, which I do, because again, I'm an Aliens fan, so I bought the big edition. But it was enough. The trailer was enough to get Mav and Jasper to say they're going to re-download it, and so I'm all about this. I want to see more Aliens DLC. Again, the game isn't perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but it is worth a shot if you're an Aliens fan, because the atmosphere they nailed. So I'm all excited about that. But look at System Shock. Do you see System Shock there, Steel?
Yeah,
so good. Man. Yeah, look, it's so good. So yeah, I think all those, and there was plenty more. Look, another, again, golden age of gaming, folks. I didn't even know this game existed. It's like been a Kickstarter, and it was in Japan only.
What?
But this goes back to my old days. Wizardry, which is an old dungeon crawler RPG, turn-based style. They created a new one over in Japan through a Kickstarter, like basically a Kickstarter program. It's coming to an English version. Of course, it's PC only, and I don't think it'll ever hit console. But Wizardry 5 Ordeals was showing off during the Future Game Show. Still, they brought this up on screen. I'm like, oh my God, it's a dungeon crawler. Who's making, what is this? And then they brought up Wizardry, and I was like, you gotta be kidding me. Wizardry goes way back. I played Wizardry on my Sega Genesis, for God's sakes. Steel. The fact that it's even being made and it's got a fan base, I went online to find out about it, and that's how I knew that it was Japanese only, and now they're bringing the English version. Oh, it's insane to me. It's just crazy. So they're coming out with that. So stuff like that is so cool. I think that might actually even run on my stupid Surface Pro 4. So I might play some wizardry because it just looks damn good. But yeah, just stuff like that. Steel. Again, the Future Game Show, it wasn't as good as the opening night live by any stretch of the imagination, but it had something for everybody in there. There was more RTS games announced for PC, cool stuff like a World War I RTS called the Great War Western Front that just looks awesome. Just stuff like that. Deliver Us Mars showed off again. That game's got me hyped. That's coming to console. That's from the same makers that obviously did Deliver Us the Moon. Deliver Us Mars looks like they've taken Deliver Us the Moon was more like a puzzle game than anything else. You kind of had to figure stuff out and get yourself launched to the moon, all that good stuff. Great game, fantastic game. A lot of people love it. But Deliver Us to Mars looks like they've taken that and now they've added a whole exploration and adventure side of it as well, where you're going to be on Mars. You're going to be actually doing some climbing and all that kind of stuff as well. So that showed off again really well. We've seen it multiple times now, but I think Deliver Us Mars is going to be a big hit for a lot of people. Look at this. Look at this dungeon crawler, Steel. Look at this.
Mm-hmm.
It looks so cool. It looks so cool, man. I love wizardry, man. I love it. But yeah, a lot of games like that, Steel. So the Future Game Show was definitely cool as well. And then obviously we had the second day of Gamescom, or the third day of Gamescom, where Xbox had a huge stream. And I think, Steel, if you want to bring up Atomic Heart, trailer that I've got there. Atomic Heart. Look, folks, a lot of people didn't expect to see this. Again, this is fun from Mundfish, and they are obviously a Russian-based studio. So there was a lot of question of whether this game's development had stopped, whether people had pulled support from it. Obviously, it's coming to Game Pass day one. There's questions about whether or not Microsoft pulled support. And we definitely did not think this game had a shot at 2022.
Yeah,
they came out. They came out of nowhere and dropped this gameplay. And wow, there are games that come out, Steel, that are weird, and you look at it and you're like, ugh, yeah, I don't know about that. Even if it looks great. Scorn is a perfect example, right? For a lot of people, Scorn is like, yeah, Scorn's like, yeah, no, yeah, like you don't like the squishiness, you don't like the weirdness to it, right? You don't like that style, right? Whereas this is so strange and so weird, but it's one of those games that makes me go, at least personally, I gotta play this.
It's futuristic. It got the dolls. It's got the
BioShock to it. But this whole weird opening scene with these two dancing AI robots, and one grows a unicorn horn and then stabs the other one in the stomach and cuts her open, and these bars come out and start forming something. I have to know what the hell's going on, Steel. I have to know. That's one of these games, and the action. Look at this fast pace. This is Doom pace in a lot of areas. And the detail, when you slash one of these robots with a knife, you see it actually cut open the metal, right? So all of this is speaking to me on a different level, Steel. All of this. And the devs came out official on their Twitter page and said 2022, they're still aiming for this to come out. If they make this at the end of the year, Steel, this could be a gigantic, I won't say gigantic, but this could be a big game at the end of the year when we thought we didn't have really a whole lot, right? And it's not first party. I understand that, but this looks AAA, Steel. This looks AAA.
It does.
This looks very well done. Look at the details. Look at all this weirdness going on, Steel. All the powers combining with the weapons. What do you think what you're seeing here, Steel?
No, Atomic Heart definitely looks, it looks, every time that I see it, it looks doper and doper. Like the concept of it looks extremely intriguing. I like the art design. I like the gameplay from what I'm seeing. It gives me some of those, gives me some Wolfenstein moments too, like some feelings as far as like the first person gameplay, like a little bit of the over the topness. But then you combine that with the abilities, and I'm on board with this one. I think this might be definitely one that I end up spending some time in, man. I definitely want to beat this one because, yeah, man. There's a lot that I want to figure out what the hell is going on in this damn game. That's the main. I think that's the main thing for me. I need to figure out what in the hell is going on in this game. Like you said, when I saw that that unicorn grow out of this rope, is it a robot? Is it a site? Like what is it?
What is it?
Is it like artificial intelligence? Like I don't know. I'm so confused that I'm intrigued that I want to see more. And some of those things I just miss when games, because a lot of games don't give you that anymore, where it's just like from the jump, you're like, what is going on? And then that's what gets you to 40 hours later, like, oh, wow, okay, that's what this game was about.
Look at how many different enemy types in this trailer, Steel. Every enemy is unique.
A lot of variety.
Ton of variety, man. The weapons, the powers, like there's so much going on. Like I again, this is another one of those games, like where did Munfish come from? Like how are they doing this? This is like doing stuff that only other games wish they could do, right? From even bigger studios. And again, another team taking a chance on a game, obviously, that is very out there. This is not like a mass appeal type of game, right? For us enthusiasts, for us gamers who play a lot of different things, yeah, it's all hitting the right notes. But for a lot of people are going to look at this and be like, that's really strange. What is this? Well, I don't even know what I'm looking at here. So for a studio like this to be taking a chance, man, I'm all about this. Again, day one Game Pass. If they make the end of the year here, this could be a December surprise, a Christmas present for all of us that are interested in it. I can't wait, man. I hope they make that 22 mark, man. I'm going to have a lot of fun with this game.
Yeah, it definitely looks interesting. I'm excited for it. Can't wait to see more from it.
Yeah, absolutely. Bring up, you can, Steel. If you can, brother. I was going to go into my business mode and like demand. Steel, next slide, please.
Oh,
Steel, bring up slide BA, Wolong, please.
Oh, okay. Woo, you said Wu Kong?
No, Wolong.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure.
We can bring up Black Myth too, because they came out with a new trailer this week as well, man. Crazy. But yeah, Wolong, what is it? Dynasty?
Fallen Dynasty.
Fallen Dynasty. Thank you very much. Wolong, Fallen Dynasty. Again, another trailer along with First Descendant that I believe should have been at opening night live. I don't understand why it wasn't. I think Wolong, it's getting a lot of attention, but I think had it been an opening night live, it would have gotten even more attention. It would have been one of the most searched games out there, right, Steel?
Yeah, I mean, potentially for sure. Again, like you had mentioned in the, you had made some mention of it having some of the Ninja Gaiden feels. Then I had brought up, and it has that Sekiro feel also, at least to me from what I've played of Sekiro. But the other thing too, I think that'll be the main thing. I think I said in the DMs, if Sekiro and Ninja Gaiden had a baby, this would be it. Yeah. Especially with some of the enemies and from the combat that I've seen. It is of that Souls ilk in some aspects, but I do know that they also came out and said, hey, this is going to be more action oriented, not exactly like what you would expect from like
and they've got, they also use the use of, that's why I got more Ninja. I know some people who played Neo, and I never played
Neo too. Yes, Neo too.
Yeah, Neo is definitely in this as well.
100%.
But Team Ninja, look, anybody who's played Ninja Gaiden, it doesn't matter when you played them, whether you played them on the NES or whether you played the new versions, okay? It doesn't matter. All of them are Souls-like in their own way, but it's Ninja Gaiden. It's not that controlled combat. It's more frenetic combat. Yeah, freedom, more frenetic combat, more action-based, but you do still have to be careful, right? Yeah. But what drew me in is when they gave the details to Wolong Steel, they said that they're not going to have a stamina bar. That's a ding win for me. I hate stamina bars. I hate stamina. I hate them. I hate them with a passion because I'm not skilled, and I freely admit this, I'm not skilled like that. If I want to start mashing, I want to start mashing. If I run out of stamina and all of a sudden I get nailed and killed, I hate that. I hate that more than anything. So that's just a me thing. The fact that they said they're not going to have a stamina bar is a win for me. And the fact that they came out Steel, they talked about this new, I don't know how new it is. I don't know if it's just a reiteration of something they've done in the past, but they're going to have a bar. Kind of, it reminded me when I first read it, reminded me of Outriders, right? with the tiers, with the tier-based system where you gain experience as you beat things, but then you lose experience, so you stay in that tier. That's what it sounds like here a little bit. So they said that every enemy is going to have a level, and you're going to know whether or not you're going to have a tough battle or a easier battle, but you're going to build up this bar. And the more you build up the bar, the better you are. And so therefore the enemies are going to kind of scale towards that. Whereas if you aren't doing well and you're getting defeated, you're going to lose. And which is going to kind of draw back the difficulty. So I think they're trying to go for kind of an active difficulty model, so that the hardcore players, the players out here, the sweaties like Steel, who dominate games like this, once they get up, they're doing the rock and roll, and they're building up. The enemies are actually going to be tougher for them than somebody like me who doesn't put the time in to learn how to play these games, because I'm old and I just don't have that talent anymore. So, and it's going to scale that way. It seemingly seems like for this game, which again, for me, another big win. I think that's awesome if they pull it off right. Now, I know for some players like Steel who want the higher difficulties, who always play games on the higher difficulties, if they don't pull it off right, it could become where it's unbalanced, where Steel's having an easier time with the enemies than he should. So if they get it right, though, if they get it right, it could work out really well for everybody here, I think.
Yeah, I mean, and again, since I'm already pretty committed to Wolongs from what I've seen. Because I mean, of course, it's right up my alley for sure. But the other thing too, I do find that to be really interesting. That they chose to go that route. And we'll see how well that plays out. Again, I'm not like, if the game ends up being hard, then the game ends up being hard. But it's not like, I intentionally want it to be as difficult as possible, and I want to slap my head all the time. But it's just, I do expect for it to give me a certain level of pushback. And I think the system will do that. Again, you have some experienced hands that are crafting this game. So I don't think it in any way, shape, or form, from my experience with Ninja Gaiden, with my experiences from Neo, from my experiences with Sekiro, I'm not seeing that is going to be an issue. Sekiro is definitely, I will say, is the hardest of that ilk that I've played thus far, and it's mostly just because there's so many avenues to do different things, right? And you could run into a scenario in Sekiro, for an example, where you end up fighting enemies that you may not necessarily have the right equipment for it yet. So you got to kind of walk away and come back, but it still gives you that versatility. But at the same time, kind of like where a lot of people have issues with the Souls types games. You are limited to this area, so you can only fight the same enemies over and over again to help maybe possibly level yourself up a little bit. And eventually you do have to fight that enemy to try to break through that wall. So we'll see how they set this up. I do think this is going to be a little bit more, not necessarily on rails, but it is going to be, hey, you do have to fight. You're going to get to this point. You have to fight this enemy with what you have, and then kind of go from there. But since it does adjust, that does give you that. It was another game that I heard, another game recently that I heard about that did the same thing that I didn't even realize that it did it. I can't think of the name of it right now. But there's another game that did that same exact thing, to where if you died, the game would back off the difficulty. But if you were kind of smashing it through, of course, the game would just kind of adjust to you. And make sure that it's competitive enough for you. Sure. I can't think of what game that was, man. I can't remember who brought it up. I don't know. I think it was David Jaffe that ended up actually bringing it up. Okay. But I can't remember the name of it for the life of me.
Yeah, no, that's cool though. I mean, again, I'm sure it's been done before in different ways. It's going to be interesting to see what their take is on it, though, right? And how it works.
Exactly.
But again, another win for Xbox. Team Ninja coming back to Xbox after all these years. Still,
that's the other thing
coming into Game Pass. They confirmed window for this game is early 2023. Again,
that is fucking insane. when you wrote that in the chat, I was like, how long has this game been in development, bro?
Right.
This entire time.
It looks polished as hell.
No, it does.
I mean, from the gameplay, it looks fantastic, man. So yeah, I would imagine this game's been in development for what, 3-4 years already.
That's fucking crazy, bro. Like, the game just popped up out of nowhere and it says, hey, guess what?
Ready.
Early 2023. Like, damn, how much more you gonna put on my plate?
Dude, 2023 Steel. Again, we talked about this, but I like the fact, again, we might going to see this more and more too, Steel, is that we talked about this as well, that the developers are going to start showing games when they're almost ready. And I think that we're getting back to that. We saw this. Now, we saw it with Dead Island 2, right? February release, show us CGI, show us gameplay. Wolong comes out of nowhere. By the way, we're going to be out in less than a year because they showed it off at the Bethesda showcase, right? The Xbox Bethesda showcase, out in less than a year. I think we're starting to see that trend now, Steel, where these developers are hiding some of these games until they are ready. And I think that that's a good thing. Like I said, I'm the guy who wants to see everything because I don't care what it looks like. I don't care if I just get CGI. I want to know everything. That's just me. Okay. I like to see all the Christmas presents up front. But if the developers are pulling back a little bit from showing too early, showing their cards too early, and going through that whole process where gamers, the entitled gamers, start complaining yet again that we saw it too early. Where's the gameplay? It's been 2 years. I want to see more of this game. Then that's okay with me. I think this is a good thing because, again, we're seeing it right here, right now with some of these games like First Descendant, like Wolong, like Atomic Heart. When they're ready to show, they're showing very, very well. And then we only have a short period of time before they're going to be in our hands. That's cool. I like it. I like it, Steel.
Yeah, no, I like it too, and it's definitely interesting. Let's see. You got anything else that you wanted to pull in from that show? Anything in particular, anything like that?
Oh, I mean, there was so much, Steel. We could be here all day on this stuff because there was so much showing. Again, Plague's Tale. I'll just throw this out. Little detail. Plague's Tale, Requiem, coming out. Game Pass day and date. We know we're getting that. Plague's Tale devs were on the Xbox stage, and they talked about what they were able to do with Requiem. In the first game, in Innocence, Plague's Tale Innocence, they could only have 5,000 rats.
Right. And this time they had, what, 300,000?
300,000 Steel. Yo.
That's about to be crazy. I mean, I still haven't played Plague's Tale myself. But when you hear stuff like, I've seen how like the wave of rats kind of work out in the first game. So to hear that they've like, that's crazy. To go from what we said, 5,000 to 300K. That is insanity. That's the definition of insanity. That's really dope, man.
It is. It's phenomenal, and I can't wait for that game. It looks gorgeous. It looks so well done. Steel, everything. Again, love Asobo. Love what they do over there. They are masters of their craft, and they took everything they learned from the first one and are just taking it up another 2-3 notches. More mechanics, more weapons, more environments, more all of everything that was great about the first one. They're just doing that more with a brand new story. And that's always a good thing. Again, I love to see these developers as they hone their craft, as they learn how to do it. That's what we're going to see out of Hellblade 2 and the team over at Ninja Theory. Again, you learn, and then you go back and you say, okay, what did we do great? Let's do more of that. Now let's add. And I think that's what we're getting out of this game. So
100%.
Day one, man. Day one.
100%.
Yep, absolutely. So where do you want to go, Steel? We still got a lot of big topics here, man. Ooh, we're at 12:30 already.
Dang! Yeah. We'll probably,
you got another show today. So
yeah, we do, and I gotta make sure I get eat and everything.
Got to eat and make sure the fam's set. Yeah, I know.
I'll get the eating portion done here soon, but definitely got to make sure the fam's set for the rest of the day. Let's see. Tim the Sorcerer says, "Still, shame on you. First one is a masterpiece." Hey, I feel you, and I've heard that about Plague's Tale. But again, the way that I play games and my time and what I'm currently invested in, it's difficult, man. There's multiple games that I'm currently playing right now that I have to go back to before I even touch Plague Tale. And by that time, I'll be thinking about Plague Tale again. It's going to be 3 more years down the line because there's going to be other games that drop that I'm going to get invested into. Again, Destiny, the new Destiny content, that has the potential with Lightfall. That's the potential to draw me back in February. Fortunately, unfortunately, that's a drug that I just can't put down for whichever reason, even though I do put it down and I quit and then I come back and it's like, God damn it. So, I mean, but 100%, I can admit that it does look like a good game, but And it's neither here or there. It is what it is.
Shout out to everybody still watching us and rolling with us. Appreciate you all. Fahim, Scott, Ray,
100%.
Oy, Tim the Sorcerer, Master Clowns lurking but showing up in here.
Ooh.
Man, appreciate you. Jesse B, of course, always in here. Shizno Elite, you know what it is, brother. All love and respect. Siki in here as well. The chat's been lit today. Talos Ray, Kelts, Telek, great to see you as well. Nude HD, again, thank you for dropping in here. Lore Master still hanging out with us as well. Hyper Fang Game dropping in here. Shout out to the WBG crew. Love you guys. You know that. Nix, what's going on, brother? Muppet 1169. Always great to see your face in here as well. Victor Click, you know what it is. General Spartan 27. Listen, everybody listening now or listening later, whether you lurk, whether you're in here for an hour, whether you're in here for 5 minutes, whether you rock with us the entire time that we go, we love you all the same. Thank you. K Asante. Great one. K Asante dropping in here. Of course, he's dropping over here after him and Everborn get done with their show. Because again, that's where we're better, Steel. We just go longer than them. That's all.
I just maybe we just talk too much. Who knows? I haven't
we
said
provide more content than those boys over there. That's all we do. Shout out to you, Case out there. We love you, brother. Love Everborn.
And nah, that's 100%. And hopefully we can get the that crossover going here soon.
Yeah. We got to do that at some point. Six layers still in here as well. Psychonauts. Fun speculation, the crew, the fam also dropping in here as well. You guys know. Love you all, man. Thank you for being here with us. So
yeah,
we'll go next, Steel.
And for him, it potentially is going to draw me back in because again, there's only so many service-based games I can play at one time and still play other games. So let's get into this whole Paystation thing. I put it as part of the title. I definitely want to hit it. I think it's an important topic to talk about. I mean, again, a lot of people are just kind of throwing this off. Hey, it's just a $50. Who cares? Exchange rates, inflation, these things needed to happen. PlayStation is the best box. So you gotta pay for those quality games. And the main article that I'm going to pull from today, and again, I don't always support IGN and everything that they do. But again, they are a conglomerate and they do put at least some decent content out there. Tim, your backlog is definitely probably the triple the size of mine, mainly because it's hard for me to quantify buying a game that I'm not going to end up playing. So I like to think that I got a controlled backlog, but at the same time, it's still bigger than I would like it to be. But the main place I'm going to be pulling this article from is going to be IGN again. PlayStation 5 is getting a price increase in Europe, Canada, Mexico, Asia, and Australia. For those people who say that we can't speak on these things because we don't live in these areas, or if you got those consoles, you shouldn't be speaking on these things because you're already invested. Oh, if you have an OLED TV, you don't need to be speaking on this thing. If you have VR, you don't need to be speaking on this. If you're driving a BMW, you do not need to be speaking on this. If you drive any form of luxury vehicle or own any luxury clothing, you do not need to be speaking on this tax that has been put on these consoles. And look, man, no matter what console that has been put on, it's not right either way, shape, or form, especially with us. We're in a recession, man, currently. And for a technology company, an electronic company, this isn't something that Sony's new to. Sony's been making electronics for a long time. So for them, with everything that's going on, to come out and say, hey, I know we're charging $70 for games, the quality of our games speak for themselves. But, instead of us eating the cost, we're just going to push that cost off on y'all, because we know that if you're going to pay the scalpers, you might as well pay us too, that $50 difference. And at least we know, instead of, $700, you'll pay what, $550, $600, who cares? It's just a little bit ever. Fun speculation, again, brings up an excellent point. That is one of the main things to consider, is that this is the first time ever that this has kind of come out and just been and then put on Front Street. I did see other people say, oh, well, Xbox raised the price of the console in Europe, this at this point. And again, if that's the case, for sure, that's not right either. But it's definitely something that's unneeded. And to me personally, sure, can we look over it? Yeah, but it just doesn't look good to the eye and the consumer when you have so many other things that are working negatively against you, right? For PlayStation, Xbox, as much as they try to say that, oh, they're not in competition with each other, at the end of the day, they are. They're in the closest competition than anybody else is within the industry. So we have to look at it that way. Yeah, Sante also brings up a good point. It is so unfortunate that folks keep speaking on this by using the company's talking points. Exactly. We're here to talk as consumers. As a consumer, why would I want to pay $50 more for a console that came out 2 years ago? That's like a game that came out 2 years ago. Let's just say, this is my biggest problem with Destiny, is that they keep releasing new expansion packs for $40, $60. Like, bro, what are we doing? When did this game come out? Where are we at in life right now? Like, I just don't get that, right? Or a phone, another perfect example that was used. You buy an iPhone, 2 years later, they charge you more for the iPhone. Or you buy a new Note, for 2 years later, they charge you $100 more for that Note. Like, bro, that's not the way technology works. You don't pay more for technology down the road, you pay less for technology down the road. Especially, I mean, cool that these consoles are actually on par and a little bit ahead of the hardware and the specs and everything that we were coming to expect. But that doesn't mean that you could charge more for them down the line just because of, oh, inflation is affecting everybody, and oh, groceries you're charging more for groceries, and bills are more, and like there's so many other things that people are trying to use as a comparison point that just don't work in this space. Like, again, we've seen the conversations come up as, oh, well, you know, gaming is a hobby and you don't have to be a gamer. Oh, it's a rich thing. If you can't afford it, then go find a different hobby. And it's like, that's never how gaming was looked at. Like, I understand that gaming, it can be costly, but gaming was never looked at as a rich man's hobby. To be completely honest with you guys. There's no rich man that's like, ooh, look at my brand new PlayStation 5. No. If they don't care about it, those rich folks that y'all are talking on are on their yacht. Those rich folks that y'all are talking about are on a jet. Those rich folks that y'all are talking about are in meetings right now. They're not concerned about the $500 console that you keep trying to refer to. They're not. Fund speculation brings up another good point. Macroeconomics, exchange rates, inflation, supply shortages, blah, blah, blah. When they got those profits soaring, can't make those excuses, especially in an ecosystem-driven industry where platforms are used to take it upfront on consoles. And that is the main derivative point that I keep bringing back here, which is why I cannot settle for the games are the price that they need to be, and you're either going to eat it, you're either going to pay it, or you're not. Look, at the end of the day, you want to have a short-sighted conversation, you're right. If it's $70, if it's $100, if it's going to be that price, sure, I have to, at the end of the day, look at my own wallet and say, hey, can I afford to make that? Can I afford to buy that? Can I afford to splurge? Sure, I could do that. But when you, as a company, come out and brag about profits, when you, as a company, are known for now, I don't know if it's because of you're seeing this, or Call of Duty is going over to your competitor, and your competitor is now going to be getting that 70-30 cut, whereas you were getting that 70-30 cut before. Maybe that's part of the problem. So that's why you're wanting to also raise the price, because you're not going to get that same exchange that you were getting for those microtransactions you were getting before. Because honestly, that's the way that it comes across to me. That, oh, you need to do something to make up for the microtransactions down the road that you're possibly going to lose out on. Because to be completely frank, a lot of the money that's getting made today is being made off of service-based games, not your first-party games. But even your first-party games, again, everybody runs with, oh, these games are so expensive, $100 million to $200 million to make these games. Oh my God, why don't you pay it $60 to $70. These devs need to be paid. Completely forgetting the fact that they've been paid the whole entire time that they were working. Completely forgetting the fact that even if the game takes 3 to 5 years to sell X amount of copies, that most of the time, in a lot of these examples, these games are still making 2 to 3 times the amount that it took to make the game. They made a profit. That's what they needed. Once you get past that point of, oh, we spent 100 million, once you get over 100 million, everything else is green from there. Everything else is like, oh, this is extra. Now we can use this to fund our next game. Now we can use this to pay these people a little extra. Now we can give some people some raises. Now we can put out some more DLC. Now we can, how far do we really want to take this? I don't get the conversation of, yes. Again, Fahim brings a good point. Can't be mad at them for trying to survive. Are they really trying to survive though? See, if we're running through with the perspective that, oh, Sony needs to do this because they need to survive, what does that say about Sony then? I thought Sony was the big bad wolf. Who's just like, who's walking up on all the 3 little pigs, the straw house, the wooden house, and then the brick house, which is Microsoft at this point, blowing everything down. Oh, and trust me, Muppet, I'll never buy an iPhone. I cannot stand Apple. But neither here or there. I can say that now. I have no ties to them. But as Sony has to put food on the table, you stupid Nicks. But if that's the way the conversation if that's the way the conversation is going to go, what are you really saying about that brand? Doesn't speak very highly of them if they need to do these things to still can be competitive. Right? Oh, we got to do this because of these reasons and inflation, and it's affecting us all across the world. And okay, and then like other people have mentioned, you didn't do it in the United States because Xbox has been proven to be a competitor to you, and you don't want to give up that forefront. You don't want to change. You don't want the people's mind state. The what's the term, Pong? God, why am I blanking out right now? Mind share. You don't want the mind share to change in the face of the people of America just yet. You want to hold on to it for as long as possible, but we'll charge more in other places because, you can. Again, I'll keep saying it here. When you're in the top 10 as far as brand recognition goes, I guess you can literally do whatever you want, and people are going to find ways to back it up. Again, people are already saying, hey, they put out the best quality content out there, so they can literally charge whatever they want, and you're going to pay it. You're going to pay them for it because you want to experience their content. I don't believe in that. I don't get it. I think it's overrated to me personally, but to each their own. You guys invest in what you believe in. Pong, when you're hearing some of these things come out, and I know a lot of people haven't kind of taken this perspective of it, but when you see the defense, like the different defense forces that come out, the way that Sony's kind of portrayed themselves, especially after the Brazil thing, the way that they've reacted, they've kind of been, I'm not even gonna say kind of, they've been reactionary to Game Pass. Again, they didn't go to a tiered service for their PlayStation Plus just because. That wasn't we're gonna do this for our consumers because we need to. No, they wanted to do it to make it seem like it was something that was more attractive than what the competitor had. Mm-hmm. You see that they are lacking as far as the services side of things. They're working on a lot of their service-based games to make sure that they can support that side of it. Mm-hmm. And now you see them raise again. It doesn't necessarily directly affect me or you, but me and you are also of the mindset that we don't look at this as a selfish perspective, because that would be if that was the case, we would literally only have a 1 hour show. If that. Right. I mean, that's a very easy conversation to have. Not much needs to be said, and then we can move on about our day. But that's not the perspective that we take. Huh? This affects the Sony community overall. Sure. Do you think that this actually speaks out more about Sony itself, especially being known as a hardware company, that they were not. I'm not gonna say that they didn't think about it. Maybe they were in boardrooms and they were like, oh, maybe. I'm not gonna say that they weren't considering this. Yeah. But when they blatantly not only raised the price of games to $10, I mean, I'm not saying that they were the first ones to do it. You had the sports games that did it. And then Sony
and EA were doing it. Yeah.
And then Sony fell in line. So you know that Sony was already thinking of that. But again, you see it with Last of Us. You could have gave your consumer you could have threw your consumer a bone and said, hey, $30. We know you bought the game twice. We remastered it. You know, we put a lot of effort in this game, but still for the consumer, we want as many eyes on this. So here, $30-$40, boom. We want you guys to jump in and have a good time. Selling it blatantly for $70 and also going up 50, 60, anywhere between 50 to $100, depending on what region you're living in. What is the optics now, at least to you as someone that was readily invested in the PlayStation ecosystem, does see some of the value that, a lot of the value that Sony does have, especially as you are more of a single player focused gamer. So you understand what Sony is typically trying to market to or what their aim is. A lot of these things I'm saying just to give people who are either on the audio side or maybe newer, who don't know who you're about, what you're about, I should say. What does this make you, how does this make you kind of look at things? Does it kind of add on to some of the things that we spoke on as far as them playing coy? And again, we keep saying it here, the boy who cried wolf. Oh, what are you thinking about this, man?
Well, there's a lot of different ways you look at this, Steel. This is not like it's not a cut and dry topic by any stretch of the imagination per se, because there is an understanding that as a business, sure, this is one way to go about things. And Fahim, I respect you.
Yeah.
And we appreciate you, man. And I understand what you're saying, right? But to use the word need, that's not right. It's not a need for Sony. They had multiple options with this case. Okay. We've had inflation. We've had huge economic downturns before. Okay. Yeah. And companies have chosen not to pass the cost onto the consumer. Okay. The problem being here is that PlayStation just had come out and announced record profits, had just come out and confirmed that they are now making money on every single console they are producing, which is very quick in a generation. Normally, console makers are taking losses for a lot longer than this, but they had already announced that they were making profit off of every console. Okay. Inflation is not just affecting businesses. Inflation is affecting your customers as well. So that has to be a part of the thought process. And again, I don't think this was just a willy-nilly decision. No. I don't think that Jim or the board, called up and said, yep, raise the price. No, this was a long discussion. There was analytics brought into this. They had to make the choice here, Steel. They had put out, from the business side of things, they had already put out their projections for the upcoming fiscal year. They had already established their profit margins for the upcoming fiscal year. Okay. That's what, again, Fahim, we understand this from the business side. This is not something that you have to be a part of a billion or $1 trillion corporation to understand. If you read anything about business, if you understand the basic concepts of business, all of this is an understanding. They had these things already set, which entail that involves, I should say, their investors. Okay. And that is their stock price. Okay. So they had to take a look at that side of things. Then they had to take a look at Steel, as Steel brought up, the optics side with their consumer base. Okay. And they knew that if they did this is unprecedented. Okay. This is unprecedented.
Hasn't happened.
Think about that. This has not happened before in any console generation where prices actually went up on the hardware. Okay. It's usually the opposite, as we all know. And I understand that the pandy in everything that happened changed a lot of things, and companies had no planning for this. we as consumers had no planning for what the situation was going to be for us, in which we are paying 10, 18, 20, 30% more in a lot of cases around the world for everyday items. Okay. We had no planning for this. There's no way we could have planned for this. All of that is a fact. So Sony had to take a look at it and make a decision. From our standpoint, I'm going to speak, and again, that's why I hate the big brains out here that jump into conversations about from gamers who are talking about it from a gamer's consumer side of point. You jump in with your macroeconomics, you jump in with your big brain takes, which again, I'm not saying you're wrong for all the reasons you lay out, but all you're trying to do is shut down conversations on the consumer side of things.
Oh, that
is wrong. That is wrong. You don't do that. If somebody is out here having a discussion openly on Twitter about why they think business-wise Sony didn't need to do this or didn't want to have to do this, and you want to jump in with your macroeconomics and you want to break it all down on why Sony had to do this, okay, that's fine. That's a different discussion. But from a consumer side, a gamer side of things, I've said it here many times. I can still say, yes, I understand from a business side why they did this and why they chose to do this. They didn't want to hurt their investment. They didn't want to hurt their profit margins. They didn't want to hurt their projections, which would have probably caused their stocks to tumble a little bit. Okay, they chose that side, right? They chose that they wanted to keep those as close as possible, so they passed it on to the consumer. But if you're talking about the consumer side of things, me as a gamer, as a consumer, as a budget gamer on top of that, even more now, ridiculous. Got a teenager coming back into the household, all of those costs on top of all the regular everyday stuff that has gone up. I'm looking at it from the gamer side, and I will never defend a company passing on the cost to a consumer when that company has come out and bragged about record profits, about their console themselves making profit at this point already in the generation. I'm never going to say it's okay to me that they pass that to the consumer. Is it a choice? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Is it that they made it? It's done. They made it. But I'm never going to okay it, especially Steve. On top of the record profits, on top of the console already making money, which they could have easily at that point absorbed the cost internally off of the console profit that they're making. Okay, they could have easily absorbed that and taken that and just said, well, we're just kind of back to losing on the console, which is a normal part of a generation when we come into it. We're just going to eat it. They could have made that decision. They didn't. But on top of that, Steel, they went ahead and chose to avoid the US market. And now we got the big brains out here talking about the dollar and all that kind of stuff as well.
Bro,
okay, cool.
Like, come on.
Talk about the dollar value and all that kind of stuff. We can do that. Okay. But you know exactly why they didn't put it on the US, Steel, because they are in a fight in the US market with Xbox. Now that Xbox and Microsoft have come to play, they are in a fight in the United States. So they purposely chose a favorite region to not do the price increase to avoid causing problems here and maybe even getting a tighter battle or maybe even giving Xbox the true upper hand, which again, other factors may give Xbox obviously the upper hand eventually. But what I'm saying is they chose this. What they did to the rest of the world and all the other areas that they did this increases, they took advantage of all those peoples because they have popularity there. So they said, well, you know what? We're still winning maybe like a 1.5 margin, 2 margin in some areas. We're cool. We can take advantage of those people because we can't even get enough consoles out there to meet demand anyways.
That's exactly what it is.
So we're okay with some people being mad at us and some people saying, nope, I'm not paying extra for your console because that percentage will drop off, but we're not going to be able to meet the demand anyway. So we know we still have a rabid fan base that will be willing to pay the extra anyways. They're taking advantage of you as a consumer, as a loyal consumer to Sony. They're taking advantage of you. And that's why Steele and I speak out about these big brains in this community who defend all this stuff. The $70 games, these price hikes now. If you're not going to speak up at all, and you're going to defend this stuff, every time a company has to make a decision like this, it makes it a little bit easier for them when they know they've got a defense force out here. And again, we're a small bubble, but some of this stuff does filter out. does get out into the wider audiences through friends, through family, and it continues to spread. Social media has wide-reaching effects now. If you got a Sony Defense Force hanging around that constantly says this is okay, and this is not everybody. Again, clown show's divided. I've seen some of the regular show finally step away and say, no, this is not okay. But there's still a portion out here defending it. When you do that constantly, when you defend $70 games, when you defend all this, and you start promoting the product with your words, it's a premium experience. If you can't afford it, it's not for you. When you start doing that stuff, we saw this with Apple. Apple's got this, okay?
Yeah, Apple don't care. Why?
Apple don't
Because
care.
they know you'll buy the phone.
Right, exactly. And that's where Sony's taking this line. So when you've got this, when they go into the boardroom and they got to make one of these tough decisions. And again, like I said, I'm not saying Sony, this was easy for them. I'm not saying
I think it was. I think it was.
I personally don't think it was because they know the optics steal. They are getting.
I don't.
The media's even blasting.
The reason I say that, the reason I say I don't think it was hard for them to make this decision. Why? Because it's still the most popular console that's being sold right now. They still have the most demand. They still have consoles that are selling out as soon as they hit the shelves. So when they go into the boardroom meeting, as people who care about money, because again, people like to have the conversation that, well, these businesses only care about money. They don't really care about the consumer like that. Okay, let's really dive down that rabbit hole then. If that's really the case, they sat in that boardroom meeting and said, the demand is so high, I bet we can raise the price up and tell the consumer to eat this cost, and they will eat the cost happily. Why? Because we're PlayStation.
A portion of them. Yes, absolutely. But I still think it was more methodical than that. I just think that's just my, I think it was. And again, I can totally understand that might have been the way it goes, Steel, because we've seen Sony do that. Again, you don't have to go too far back to the PlayStation 3 generation where they literally got on stage and said that our customers will be happy to go get a second job to own a PlayStation 3 if the price is too much. That ego is there. Again, different players now, but certainly that ego still is within Sony. So that's certainly possible. And like I said, Fahim, what I would suggest they do is they eat it internally.
Yeah.
If you're asking me for the suggestion, the other option was to eat it. Just like Xbox is eating it, just like Nintendo is eating it, you eat the cost. You eat it until you can't anymore, until it actually will be the downfall of your company. You never pass on this price increase to your consumers only as a last resort, in my mind. If there's any other options, you take those other options every time.
This is this is the position that they took is a loser's position.
Correct.
Is hey, we're behind. We don't have enough money to support what is going on and our other endeavors. So let the consumer eat it. At least that's the way that comes across to me as someone that has some, not saying that I'm the most business savvy person, but I do have some experience. So it's like,
and that's the optics. That's the optics you get, whether real or not. And again, to me, that's not real because they showed record profits, because they're making money on the consoles. All that stuff says, no, that's not the position they're in. Now, there's some validity to the fact that PlayStation means so much to Sony. Again, this was going to affect their stocks if they don't hit their profit margins. If they miss their projections money-wise, it would affect their stocks. Their investors would lose confidence. Okay. That's how this works. I get it. Right. But you chose that. You chose that side of things, the big money side of things, over your consumer. And again, to me, that's a last resort when you're a company, especially a front-facing consumer-based company where you rely on the goodwill of your consumers. You rely on the good, the word of mouth, the loyalty factor. When it's an entertainment-based business and that is a hobby and that is an extra in people's lives.
Yeah.
When it's all based upon that, you take that as a last resort. Okay. To me, again, it's just my opinion. Just my opinion.
Yeah.
So I think that, again, because they have this defense force, to get back to my original point I was going with, because they have the defense force, it makes it easier each time. That's why I hate the constant non-criticism, the constant defending, the constant, well, we're just going to talk about the business side of things. Every single time somebody comes up with an emotional side of things, we're just going to talk business.
We're going to tell you you're broke. That's why. You're broke. You can't afford it.
That's wrong, because you're excusing the company. At the end of the day, you're excusing it. I can sit here and say I understand it, but I don't excuse it. I don't excuse it. Okay. I don't. I think it's wrong. Again, Nintendo and Xbox are both taking the same hits. Yes. Is it much easier for Xbox to take that hit as a $2 trillion company? Sure, of course. They've got a million other places they can cover that cost with. They've got a million other. They're diverse. That's why Sony's kind of locked in position. But then you see a company like Nintendo. Nintendo isn't diverse, and they're still going to eat the cost. And yes, I understand as well that they are making an inferior product that costs a lot less. So some of these costs that PlayStation are experiencing does not affect Nintendo. But inflation still is affecting them overall. Shipping costs are up everywhere. They're still having to pay higher prices. And so they could technically, from a business side, justify passing some of that off to the consumers and raise the price of the Switch. They could do that within the business realm of things, but they're not going to do that. So for me, again, this is a misstep by Sony. This is going to cost them. How much, we're going to have to wait and see. But again, as I was bringing up, Steel, the journalists, the mainstream media are starting to write articles, especially now that Xbox and Nintendo both confirmed they have no plans at this point to do so. They are starting to write those articles. And we know this community here is small, even compared to those people that go to IGN for their gaming news. Those people are going to read IGN article and go, oh, why? Sony's raising their prices? Going to get out there, store shelves. Come this holiday season, let's say both Sony and Xbox, they might not be meeting demand, but let's say they have enough in stock where you do start to see them on a semi-regular basis on the shelf. When those families go in, and there's other parts of the world, not the US, I'm not talking about the US, when those families go into the stores in those other parts of the world, side by side, there's a Series X, Series S, and there's a PlayStation 5. And also the PlayStation 5 is $30, $40, $50 more than the Xbox Series X. And let's not even talk about the Series S. If Xbox really go, I said, if I was Phil, I would have a $199 price right now, Steel. I'd have if I was sitting on a pile of S's, I would drop that $199, eat it right now, drop that $199 and do a marketing campaign, and then get Game Pass friends and family plan out this month coming up September. I would go for the slaughter right now, but they're probably not going to do that because they are eating a lot of money right now. But the fact is when that family goes in and starts looking at that for the next purchase, they're going to notice that difference. And when they talk to what is presumably somebody who knows what they're talking about at the store, and they say, what's the difference here? Why is PlayStation $50 more than the Xbox Series X? And the guy goes, well, no reason. Sony raised their prices.
Well, no, what they may end up saying is the same thing that I heard either last night or a couple nights ago. The premium they're the premium hardware. You're gonna do it because it's premium. That controller
right, that controller.
That's it.
But it's still going to be a tough sell for the family to justify that extra $50 if they're on a budget. If they're not a family that is in a good spot, like a lot of people aren't now, it's not going to happen. So it's bad for business, and this is going to spread. And again, the articles being written are talking about the PlayStation 3 era, how this is a little bit of that old Sony again, thinking that they can get away with this stuff without having really any effect on them. So we're going to have to wait and see here still. There's a lot in line here that's going to hurt them if they continue with this, especially if Xbox can hold out. And I don't believe it's a forever thing, because this is going to get worse. We're only at the beginning. The inflation is going to get worse. I hate to tell everybody that, but the costs are going to go up. There's going to be a lot of problems come this winter.
Unless something changes.
Unless something massive changes. There's going to be a lot of problems for a lot of people across the entire globe come winter time. So this could get worse. And I think there could be a line in the sand for Xbox and Microsoft Corp where they do eventually say, we gotta raise prices if it continues on for too long. I think there is a breaking point, but obviously I believe that they can hold out for quite some time. And so I think that they're going to hold the line here, and this is going to be a problem for Sony. I'm not going to stand by and take the business side of things and say that this was the best option, or this was the only option, or this was the option they had to take because of macroeconomics, because of inflation, because of the cost of shipping. I'm not going to take that stance. This is the last course of action you should take as Sony. But again, it does go back to the fact that Sony relies so heavily on PlayStation, which is different from Microsoft and Xbox's relationship. They rely on PlayStation so heavily that I'm sure the board weighed all the options, said, nope, we've got to do this. We cannot take a hit here because, like you said, Steel, they are trying to do things different. They are turning the ship around, but all of that is costing them a lot of money. They
Yeah.
just made a $3 billion purchase of Bungie, right? They're investing heavily in games with second parties and third parties that they have not had to do before when it comes to games as a service. They just bought Haven. They're doing things right now that are costing them. They're having to pull out the checkbook and they're having to write a lot of checks right now to try to start catching up, on top of making deals for their PlayStation Plus Premium, bringing in third-party games there. They're cutting deals for Harry Potter exclusive missions, right, Steel? They're doing this stuff. They're cutting checks to Square Enix for Final Fantasy 16, Final Fantasy 7 Remake to continue to keep it off of Xbox. They're spending a lot of money.
Spend money in other
they obviously said to themselves, we can't afford to take the hit. We can't afford to absorb those costs. We're going to have to pass it to the consumers. Again, I think it's a lie if they said that internally. They know they could take the hit. Yeah, would it be the prettiest thing in the world? No. But you would maintain what you have in your customers. But right now, you and I both said, Steel, again, because of the worldwide situation with demand, with the production problems, they can't get enough consoles. They know they can take advantage of people outside of the United States. They know they can take advantage and maintain what they believe will be a lead on Xbox, even if they are overcharging their customers. So at the end of the day, that's why the decision was made. It's terrible. I think it's wrong. And the people out here want to continue to run with this stuff. Get some help. You're on the wrong side here. Okay. You're on the wrong side. And again, shutting down emotional conversations from gamers, talking about the money side of things and how it affects them, their family, whatever else the case, with your business side of things is the same thing as a big corp putting the boot on the customer. Okay.
But Pong,
it's the same thing.
If you got to make the choice between buying a loaf of bread or that brand new PlayStation 5, I mean,
again, it's emotional. It's emotional conversation. I'm not saying every analogy out there, or every conversation from the consumer side of thing is always reasonable. I'm not saying that. People get wrapped up in their emotions and they say things. Again, if you're worried about food, are you actually thinking about getting that next brand new game? You're not really.
I hate when people use that because nobody's thinking, oh, if you're somebody who's worried about putting food on the table versus getting it's like, but it is that's, again, when you do take the consumer side of thing and the gamer side of thing, and you're talking about it overall as a gamer, we do think about that stuff because there's plenty of times where I sacrificed elsewhere to buy a game. There is plenty of times I've made that cut, right? So as gamers, we do think that way a lot of times, but overall, families thinking about getting their next console come this Christmas, if it's going to mean that they take the food off the table, are they going to take the food off the table? No, of course not. But if the parents got to work some extra overtime to make sure, as you know, Steel, as a parent, as I know, being a parent, we do go the extra mile to make sure that our kids have the, some enjoyment and some fun in their lives. And we will put in extra time where we need to make that happen. Will it make a difference to them at that point? Yeah, it will. When they decide, hey, am I going to get a PlayStation 5 or going to get an Xbox? Xbox is going to look more valuable. Again, the value side of things goes up for Xbox when you see these two sitting side by side. And it could be the difference at that point when a parent is working overtime or selling things to make sure their kids have a good Christmas. Yeah, it could make a difference at that point. Yeah. And it could come down to that decision point. I know some people have even broke it down to like, oh, is $50 really that big of a difference? Is it really going to deter that person from buying that console? Yeah, it can. It has for me in the past. I know things are different now, but when I was younger and my parents had this, like I had to make a choice. Like as a parent now, would I spend $500 or almost $600 on this system, or would I spend maybe a little bit less to get, like for an example, a Series S and a few games?
Yeah,
and still be under that price, or get Game Pass, or whatever else the case might be. Like this is what kills me the most about it, because people literally show their, and I can't think of the exact term for it. They're stuck up. They're stuck upness. They're so far. You got your head.
Snobs.
Thank you. You show how snobby you are and how privileged you are.
Yeah.
when you make statements like that. Oh, if you can't spend $50 more, then, oh, you shouldn't be buying. What are we talking about? Are we talking about we are the consumer or you a fanboy? Because that's a fanboy comment. Oh, if you can't, that's you can be a fanboy of gaming too.
Sure.
By the way.
Absolutely. Yep.
It doesn't have to be one-sided.
If you're not working for the company, don't come from that aspect.
Yeah, it's fucking stupid.
Don't. Again, if you're having a direct discussion about the business side of things and somebody else is arguing against you, that's fine. Have that. Have that macroeconomics discussion all day long. My problem being is most of this community is coming at it from a gamer's consumer standpoint, the emotional side of things, the budget side of things, and looking at it from that standpoint. I'm not talking about the fanboys too who are using this just as console war stuff. I'm talking about real people really concerned and speaking out about this stuff happening. Don't come into those conversations where you're not invited and come with your business side of things. You know what? If that's the only way you can think and you don't have any opinion as a consumer, then don't jump into those conversations, right? Don't try to shut people down because they're coming from a different point of view than you want to come from. Unless you work for that company and you're out here doing PR, don't do it. It's just not a good look. It looks horrible, man. And again, it looks snobbish. Like Steele said, it looks privileged. This industry started as a toy for kids.
That's it.
That's it. And I know it's advanced and I know we've grown beyond that. But the fact is the minute that you try to turn this into a luxury discussion that like Steele said, like that only rich people can do, bro, you've lost the entire narrative. You lost it all of what this is still about because a big portion of the gaming industry is still based upon kids much younger than myself, much younger than Steele.
Yes.
It's wrong to start thinking that way. No, that's not the case. Okay. So stop it. Get some help. It's unnecessary to do that.
Nick goes on to say, I've never seen people be all up in arms over the increase of movie tickets over the years. And actually, I think the rage about that has been from a different angle because the movies aren't as prevalent as they used to be. The movies were like your one-stop shop. Like that was the only way, if there was a new movie that was coming out before Netflix and all that, that was the only way that you were going to watch that movie. Now, the other thing too that added on with that, if you didn't go see that movie, you were waiting a year and a half for that movie to come to VHS, to DVD. Like you were waiting. Yes, that time sped up. It was within a year once we went to Blu-ray and everything. But even now, movies are less prevalent than ever. And people have been complaining about those movie prices. They're way too high. There's no reason as one person, I should have to spend almost $30, $40 for a popcorn, drink, and a ticket. Like, goddamn. That doesn't make it enticing for me to go to the movies. That makes me say, all right, well, I don't want to bring my kids to the movies. Boom. So I'm already taking the experience away. Now, do we go every now and then? Yeah. But it's not going to go as often like as my parents used to take me. It was like a thing for us to go to the movies every other weekend or once a month or whatever the case may be. Take the, us and take the little family, 4 people. You go to the movies, you might spend $100, but damn, you know what I'm saying? At least that $100 carry the distance. Now it's like $100, like you paid half that amount just for the ticket, if not more. And you have to reserve a seat now. Ladies and gentlemen, you might not even get the best seat in the house for your ticket. So it's like, there's so many things that go into the consideration of this, right? Gaming is definitely different in that aspect. Again, this is something that is not a necessity. Gaming is a want. You don't need it. So I understand that perspective of it. But nobody, I don't. Again, Paul made another good example that I lost it, but nobody literally sits here and looks at things that way. Like people literally will look at the value of something and determine whether it's enough. you will make, oh, that was what I was going to say. There are times when you will make that sacrifice to play that game. But when you have a family, that sacrifice is less likely to be made. Much less likely to be made. You're not buying a game when you can, no. Especially when you have other people who are doing some things that are more consumer friendly. It could be Stadia, it could be Amazon, it could be Xbox. It's not just about Xbox, but there are other companies that are doing things that could be possibly more attractive in the eye of the consumer. And just because you don't see 50 to $100 as a big thing for you, doesn't mean it's not a big thing to somebody else. And I understand that, again, mindshare drives numbers, but the conversation is so much deeper. No, only on Xbox says, no, still stacking bread, going broke buying a game. I mean, yeah, exactly, man. So it's just like, I don't know.
Sorry, kids, bread and bologna this week because Daddy's got to get a new game.
Yeah, right. Yeah. That's so. Anyway. I do think that was an excellent conversation, man. It was a beautiful conversation. I do think this is probably going to be a good place to probably start winding things down, as I do have to make sure some other things are good to go behind the scenes, and also get ready for this show for we're going live and getting some sauce with Gaz and Asa. So definitely check us out there. But we got to get into our This Day in Gaming segment. Pong, was there anything else on that last topic that you kind of wanted to touch on, wrap up on, or anything like that, man? I honestly felt like we probably had one of the better angles. I know you and Mav talked about a little bit on PM and the PM. I don't know if you guys talked about it a little bit more last night. Also, I didn't get a chance to tune in.
They talked about before I got there because I was over an hour late.
Okay,
so,
gotcha. Okay,
they had touched on it a little bit, but yeah, no, Mav and I and Big Cloud Gaming all touched on it. So,
yeah, I know y'all touched on it on Thursday. So so perfect. Yeah, you don't have anything else on that then?
No, man. Like I said, you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah.
As far as it comes to this stuff, we're going to speak out on it all the time. We were critical of Xbox when they tried to jump the price of gold. We were out here ranting and raving, got them to change it in less than 24 hours with the outrage. Again, that's what I just wish we saw more of. And again, I will give credit where credit's due. I've seen some of the big Sony guys who normally are on the defense team actually pull away this time and say, this is too far. Yeah. This is not right. This is too far. So I give credit to those. Again, it's not easy to do because they were getting blasted by their fan bases who come used to them being part of the clown show and loving it. So for those people that broke away, props out to you. I mean, again, it's the right thing to do. Again, the more you talk about this, the more you speak out, the less easy it is for a company to make a decision like this. The more quiet you are about it, or the more that you defend it all the damn time, the easier it gets for them. And again, from a consumer side of things, it's not right. Again, I understand the business side. You made a choice, but shouldn't have. Yeah. Should have eaten the cost. You should have eaten the cost.
It is what it is.
Around.
I mean, it is what it is. We'll see how if it works for them or not, and we can kind of go from there. Then we can have another conversation after that, right? There's so many things. It's just, again, for me, it's about having that open conversations. Why I say we take that RTS view, pulling ourselves out of the world, because that's literally what it's about. Pull all the resources together. It's not just about, it's just a little bit of money. Who cares? No, man, like. Let's really talk about it. What does it mean? How does the consumer going to look at it? Could it impact these things? How is it as far as an optics thing go? Again, no, it's not going to be for everybody, but there's still people who are playing on that, who are coming over from the 360 still, like who are coming over from the Fat Boy Xbox One still. Like, come on, guys. Like, I don't know. That's just me. But ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for joining us. That's thus far into the episode. I did see what was another question. Let me see here.
Did you know Xbox is the home of Sonic? You know that?
I did hear them say that. I do think that was ended up being a mistake on their part.
They haven't rolled it back, brother.
No, they haven't rolled it back. But I think it was a mistake. personally. When I first
had
heard
to
it.
be because they could not know that there's too much. There's investment. They have to.
Yeah.
If that was true, it would have to be announced because there's
100%.
There's laws.
Can't do,
right?
yeah,
That would
you
be
can't
like,
do that.
You can't do that. But for anybody who doesn't know what we're talking about, Phil did an interview with Bloomberg this week. Great interview. Go watch it. Go watch the full thing so you get all the context. Don't listen to the cut pieces that people put out here.
Listen to the whole thing.
A bunch of garbage. But at the opening of that, they did a whole little tiny opening for Phil, and they talked about Xbox, and they said Xbox, the home of games like Halo, and they showed Master Chief,
right.
and they said, and then next up was the home of Sonic. They literally said Xbox is the home of Sonic, and then said the future home of possibly Call of Duty, because they were obviously going to talk about the Activision Blizzard deal with Phil.
Right.
So that's where all that uproar came from, because everybody's like, did you catch that? They said the home of Sonic. What's going on here? Very interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, but we didn't get any Sega announcements or anything, so we know it's not official. And again, like you said, Paul, I mean, you can't make Sega's at a small acquisition they can just sweep under the rug. No. That is like that is a huge changer. Right, that's a big one. That's a big fish.
It's funny. It's funny though.
But it's
great interview. Do go watch the whole interview.
I love it.
A fantastic interview.
We didn't get a chance to talk about that today.
We didn't get to talk about it.
I might roll that the next weekend. I might roll that. We can roll that the next show because
we'll see what comes up next week though. Jesus.
Oh goodness gracious, that's true. That's true. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into our This Day in Gaming segment, and then we can get ourselves up out of here. So. This Day in Gaming, otherwise known as the Make Pong Feel Old section. Well, now Pong is trying to include me in that conversation.
We're not old, brother. But you had filters on your camera before I called you out this morning.
I mean, I didn't. Maybe I just looked that good.
I feel that age.
I looked. Maybe I just looked that good.
Trying to hide it already. You're like, oh damn.
Just looking out here. Just looking that good. But yeah, so This Day in Gaming segment, we go back 30 years within gaming history, just so you guys can have a perspective of where we come from to where we are today. Because yes, as much as I say that Last of Us Part 1, the remake of the remaster, isn't worth $70 to me, it is still an amazing feat to see that we've come from 2D games like Mario, Sonic back in the day to now playing full 3D dimensional, very involved games. And it's such a dumbfounding thing to see every time I get into this. Let's get into it. Let's do it. All right.
Hit him.
All right. So on this day in gaming, this is going to be August 27th, 2022. We're starting off with Super Nintendo. In 1992, get my birth year. That's a beautiful thing. With Super Mario Kart in Japan. Got the Super Mario Kart. In 90
games as a service now.
Yeah, exactly. Then in 1993, Super Nintendo dropped the Shujo Shinchi Sailor Moon in Japan. Shout out to that. 1994, Super Nintendo dropped Earthbound in Japan. Then in 99, PC released Exchange 2 in Japan. Then in 2002, PC released Mafia. 2004, PC released Sherlock Holmes, The Silver Earring. Okay. 2007, the Wii released Metroid Prime 3, Corruption. I don't think I played that. 2008, Xbox 360 released Castle Crashers. That was actually a pretty fun game.
Awesome game.
It was a pretty, definitely with some friends too. A good time. PC, also in 2008, released Spore Galactic Adventures.
Spore was supposed to be a game-changing game too. It was kind of fun, actually. Yeah.
I remember that.
I think Spore was the one where you started out and you bacteria, and then you would evolve.
Okay.
Keep evolving and all that kind of stuff. And you'd add things to the world, and it would change how the animals actually evolved and all that kind of stuff. It's a cool game. It's a cool game. I think that's the right one.
Nice.
I think I remember. Yeah.
All right. Then in 2009, we got some PSP games that dropped here. So we had on PSP, we had Hakuki. Demon of the Fleeting Blossom in Japan. I probably said that wrong, but what? Okay. Then on PSP, we also had Ninja Katsugeki Tenshu-san Portable in Japan.
What? I'm so glad you read these. Oh god, it's amazing.
Then I didn't know there's a Soul Calibur had a specific game on PSP. PSP also released in 2009 Soul Calibur Broken Destiny in Japan.
Hmm.
Didn't know that.
No, I didn't. I don't remember that being on PSP. I wonder if that stayed Japan only. Huh.
It probably did. I feel like I would have at least heard about that. I had a PSP. I love the PSP.
PSP.
2012 PlayStation 3 released God of War Saga. I did that. Then in 2013, you want to talk about a game that's been out for a while. PC released Final Fantasy 14 Online, A Realm Reborn.
Yes, sir.
Where it would not be what it is today without that game.
Nope. They'd be in serious trouble. They probably already been sold. So
yeah, no, 100%. They're making so much money from that monthly return that they get from those subscriptions.
Yep.
Oh my god. Then along with you got to buy the game and get the subscription. At least that's the way it used to be.
Yep, I still think you do. You get the first. They give you the first levels. I forget how many levels.
Like 50.
You do get
maybe?
the first,
I don't know.
yeah, 50 or 100, something like that. I don't remember what it is. They do give you the first levels, I think, and then you have to.
It's so
pay
that is so.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's neither here or there. 2013 a PC. Oh, I said that. Xbox 360 also released Madden NFL 25.
Yes, sir. Barry Sanders on the cover, I believe. Favorite player.
Really? That's when they dropped 25?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yep.
Okay, nice. Oh, because 25th anniversary. Okay, anyway.
Yeah.
I'm about to say, then why they go back to numbers then? Like, what's the fuck?
No, it was 25th anniversary.
Yeah, that makes sense, mate. What the fuck? Anyway, 2015, PlayStation 4 released Disney Infinity 3.0 edition. I know a lot of people had fun with Disney Infinity.
Yeah, they screwed it up a little bit, man. They should have kept rolling with it.
I heard about that.
Yeah, they should have. They should have kept. Now, especially with how popular, it's time to bring it back too, man. I'm telling you, if you did it right, get that MCU good there.
Everything was sell like hotcakes. Yep. Then in 2015, 3DS released Dragon Quest VIII: Journey of the Cursed King in Japan. Then in 2015, PC released One Piece Pirate Warriors 3.
I like One Piece. Steel does not.
No, I'm not. Again, I don't like One Piece, but I can also be honest and say I haven't given One Piece a fair shake. And when people keep telling me that it takes 100 episodes for me to get, that's not a turn on to me, bro.
It's
like
a warm up, Steel.
No,
it's just a warm up.
If you can't pull me in the first 3 episodes, which I've watched the first 3 episodes of One Piece, I'm good.
How do you not like Luffy though? Seriously,
he's just Naruto is so much of a better character.
Totally different characters though.
I mean, they are, but still,
Come
like
on,
I just don't like it personally. And I don't want to watch 100 episodes to finally like him. Like I don't know. That's just me.
You're just not a real anime fan. That's all there is.
Hey, maybe that's what it is. I'll take that.
You're not hardcore, Steel.
Hey, that's fine. Hey, that's great. That's great. Then in 2019, PlayStation 4 released Control. Got the Control.
Amazing.
2020 PlayStation 4 released Captain Tsubasa: Rise of the New Champions in Japan.
Awesome.
Okay, nice.
Shout out to Captain Tsubasa.
Then in 2020, Nintendo Switch released Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles Remastered Edition. Shout out to the Crystal Chronicles. Excuse me. Then in PlayStation 4 released in 2020 Wasteland 3.
Shout out to the next Wasteland. Amazing.
A lot
back to that too.
A lot of good people say a lot of good things about that.
Oh yeah. Fun game.
Then in 2021, Nintendo Switch released Baldo, the Guardian Owls, and No More Heroes 3.
Which is coming to Xbox and PlayStation now. Thank you very much.
Yep.
No More Heroes, amazing franchise as well. I'll be thinking about getting that one.
100%. And in 2021, also PlayStation 5 released Tormented Soul.
Mm-hmm.
And and that's it. With that, ladies and gentlemen, that was your This Day in Gaming segment. at least you got to see a little bit of the past, and hopefully you're a little bit more grateful for what we have today. Because, man, some of them games that I go back to, like I was playing Force Unleashed, it's like, bro, man, I'm glad games have evolved over time. Because those mechanics were not the greatest. They were great for the time, so everything in consideration. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I do want to thank you for tuning in to episode 70 of the Living Split Screen morning show. We greatly appreciate you guys for tuning in today, whether you're listening live or you're listening on the audio side of things. It's always greatly appreciated. And look, guys, I know it's a little bit on the business side of things, but if you can, hit us up in the comments, man. Let us know what you liked about the show. Usually we try to do pretty good about having timestamps in there so you guys don't have to listen to the whole show. You can go to certain parts, pick out little pieces that you like. And again, you don't have to let me know whether you watch the show or not. I don't care about that. If you actually, it's one thing that I always hold near and dear to my heart. I can't watch everything, and I'll be completely honest with people that I can't watch their shit. But if I support you, I'm always going to stop by, hit the like button. If you share it out, you retweet it, I'm always going to try to make sure and do that. And if you're getting those things from me, that means I saw it. And I'm always going to make sure to share it out. And those people know who they are when I do those things. And that's the most I ask from you guys, man. If you like what you're getting here, like the content, like the energy, like the vibes, like, you know, the way that the show is put together, let us know so we can continue to improve on some of the little things that we may need to change. And then we can go from there. Again, we are on that road to 1K. I would like to see 2K some magical way. If we end up getting some huge traction, that would be awesome. Who knows? Top half of the year or the bottom half of the year, we may, if you guys get us to 1K, we might get to 2K just based off the Callisto protocol. I'm just saying. Playing that day one and people laughing at me. I think that'll be fucking hilarious. People, I saw somebody else say also that if we get to 1K, we're gonna make Pong play Callisto Protocol, and then somebody was gonna give away Callisto Protocol on that very next episode of Living Split Screen. Also,
playing no Callisto Protocol. In hell.
So there's
I'm
that.
old. I might have a heart attack.
Yeah. We don't want that. We need Pong. We need Pong along as long as possible.
Wouldn't you all feel bad, right? Forced to play Callisto Protocol, and he has a heart attack on stream.
Oh God. With that being said, though, ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you all for being here, being tuned in, audio side of things. Thank you for listening. I greatly appreciate you guys. You can find me Steel Rain. That's I Steel Rain. The T is a 7. Just type it in Google, man. Or your favorite sites, your Twitter or your favorite console, Xbox, PlayStation, PC, Steam, Epic, whatever it is. Type in I Steel Rain. The T is a 7. You are guaranteed to find me everywhere under that. As I have streamlined that, and one day here soon, hopefully I'll be able to get that locked in and trademarked, so I won't have to change it, because that would be a beautiful thing to see also, along with Living Split Screen. I want us to be able to keep it. But neither here or there. Pong, again, I want to thank you, brother, for being here, and I put in another excellent show with me here. Again, it's always a beautiful time. We're able to catch up with each other throughout the week. Again, for us to put out the content the way that we do, for as long as we do, and not be able to have as many conversations as some of the other guys who host shorter shows have, where they talk a lot and they talk frequently. I think it's a beautiful thing. The fact that we are, we bounce off each other really well is always such a grateful thing to me. Oh, and by the way, we are UK Legends dropped in the chat. We're over 600 subs, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Greatly appreciate you all for that. Cause I believe we were around 580 before we started the show, maybe, or something like that. Maybe we were pushing. I think we were pushing the line of 600. So greatly appreciate you guys for that, man. I know 600 isn't a lot for some people, but the fact I look at it as there's 600 people out there who like what we do, and that is dope. Definitely want to blow up more, because again, YouTube algorithms are something different. So hit that like button on the way out, share it out on the way out, and you can also find me with Asa and Gaz of Game On Daily. They also have a site, Game On Daily. Check it out, man. they're a conglomerate, man. They pull in. You can go on there and post stuff yourself, man. If you got news or whatever the case might be, I believe it does go through a process where they got to approve it or whatever the case. But you do have that access in case you were wanting to get into maybe doing some article writing, maybe some reviews. I do know that Game On Daily has a lot of that access to you, so definitely check them out. Come check out the show, man. I think we're gonna have a good time. A lot of smoke and a lot of sauce to be spread around.
Yeah, fun speculation is going to be on there with Steel, and so is Samurai Kabiji, who is an awesome dude. I podcasted with him a long time ago. Awesome guy. It's going to be a fun show for sure. So hopefully I will be able to tune in as well to that because it's going to be great. So go check those guys out. I haven't been able to check out Game On Daily in a while. So today's a good day with my brothers being on there. It's going to be awesome.
And Abby Fuck the World says, I'm number 600, so I can forever say I was here before the 1,000. Hey, shout out to you, Abby. Greatly appreciate you, man. Greatly appreciate you.
All of you.
Pong, man.
Yeah.
The uncanny gentleman himself, the X-Men who is not Cyclops. Tell the people where they can find you, man.
Absolutely, man. What a great show, Steel. We had so much to talk about. And again, we didn't even get to everything. This could have easily gone 5-6 hours with how much is out there right now. We got a lot going on in the industry. This is the fun time to be a part of. It's always fantastic, but this is the real fun time when the news is flowing, good, bad, or indifferent. Man, we don't have to do anything research wise for these shows, thinking about topics because they're all made for us. It's awesome, man. We could just sit here and BS all day long about it. So thank you all for joining us again, whether you're joining us now, whether you're listening to us in the future, whether you're here for a minute or whether you're here for the full 4 hours plus. We love you all the same and have all the same respect. As Steele said, the fact that we just passed over 600 live on the air, that's a huge deal. Again, for a small channel, 1 day a week. Yes, we go 4 hours, which some people say is wrong and you're not supposed to do it. But for us, we get this 1 day. We get this 1 day to do this stuff. And to us to be at 600 already is awesome. And again, it's also a shout out to all of you that share this out, that help us spread the word and have people drop on in here. Again, doesn't matter whether you're staying for the entire show. We know some people can't. That's cool, man. I don't care. Drop in if you like it, subscribe, share us out, let us know. That's what it's all about. That's what this community is all about. And on a personal milestone note, I passed 3,000 Twitter followers this past week as well. So it's, again, I don't always, what does 3,000 followers on Twitter mean? Look, it doesn't mean hardly anything, but the milestones are cool. And when you do that, it means that many more people have found you. And I appreciate every single one of you. Again, I'm not as active as I was on Twitter originally because work. But I'm still out there. I still try to retweet things. I still try to post things. But I appreciate all of you that follow me on Twitter. And again, we only got 1/3 of those people to come over here who haven't followed us. We go over 1,000, right? So that's how easy this works. And Nude HD, we love you, man. Start telling people
multiple
about us,
times
man.
coming in here. I see you.
And shout out to Boom for coming in before and snatching that out of here too. Boom's been lurking in the background the entire time. Shout out to you, brother. But great chat today. Awesome talks. Again, we'll have more to say next week, obviously. So join us then. Otherwise, Xbox, Twitter, Pong Soul, it's the same name. You guys know that drill. I've got no extra shows coming up at all, but you knows where to find me. Tuesdays, not going to be there this week. It's end of the month. Already let Boom know that, but Xbox Factory, you have to go check it out. Boom's got such a great panel rolling right now. It's a full panel every week, no matter who's there or who's not, because real life happens to all of us, but you got to check it out. Double Barrel Gaming is the channel. Mr. Boomstick is the man, one of the best in the business. All good things green on Tuesdays, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. You know how to find it. Get there. It's a great, great show. And then Thursdays, PM in the PM, Pong and Mav in the PM. Listen, two-man show. We did have Big Cloud jump in because he happened to show up in our chat and he wanted to talk. So we let him on into the show this past Thursday because there was so much to talk about. Man, Mav and I have a lot of things like we do here with Steele and I, but we usually go for a shorter time period. This last Thursday was over 4 hours, so we had so much to talk about. But we have a great time Thursday night, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time, Fun Speculations channel, Xbox Ultimate. Friday nights, right back on Fun Speculations channel, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. You're going to get discussions. You're going to get laughs. You're going to get off-the-wall topics and conversations from all of us there. It's crazy night. Be there every Friday night, Xbox Ultimate. Back here next weekend. Of course, can't miss tonight, the Shop Podcast, PTK Blam. Fuzzy Belvedere, and myself. And this week we are welcoming in the one, the only Wilmy Hood is going to be joining us. So drop on the Shop Podcast. PTK lets the chat control the second half of the show. So you bring in your questions, bring in your topics, and we're going to talk about them. So join us there tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time, the Shop Podcast, PTK Blam's channel. You can find it. I have the tweet relinked on my Twitter page as well. I'll retweet it out. Otherwise, it's the golden age of gaming, people. It really, truly is. So start believing it if you don't already. Get out there, play what you love what you play. Have a great rest of your weekend. Thank you all once again. Nothing but love. Steel, get us out of here, brother.
All right, beautiful people. Much love. Y'all stay safe. Guess catch you. Some of you guys are going to transfer over within the next hour or so. But other than that, y'all have a fantastic weekend. May the gods work with you guys, and we'll see you on episode 71 next week on Living Split Screen. Y'all stay easy. Much love. Peace.